Hey, Earthlings, that was a good start. I'm trying to work out how to do this. How are you doing? So let me get my still sorted out. We're never going to get through this, I don't think, but we'll see. We were talking about football with Michael before we came on air. I don't know if that's still on the chat there, but so Merry Crimbo, have a cool Yule and all that, everyone. Now, let me tell you what's going to go. I've got a bit of a schedule for the coming hours, which I hope is going to be okay. Let me just see if I can get my monitor to work. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Is it going to come on? No. Yes. Right. So, yeah, the coming hours. So we're going to start off in a few minutes with Declan Bowens of the Back into Daylight Animal Sanctuary. And we've got a couple of films. I'll take this thing off. It's too hot already. We've got a couple of films to show. Then we have Dennis from Sentient Rights Island, and that should be around about 2 o'clock by then. The Animal Rights Show with Nella and Wendy and myself follows. There might be a second part, a feminist second part, but we're not sure yet because the guest is reported sick. So we'll apparently we've got to wait to see on that one. At 4 o'clock, we have the first of 3 15-minute total liberation meditation sessions, and that's going to be led by Philip Murphy of New York. And the times for the other two are scheduled for 5:30 and 7. Just 7, yeah, 5:30 and 7. So I'm telling you all these times in case you need to drop in and out, as most people do. Louise Ryan and Ronnie Lee are going to join after that. They usually cause a bit of a riot when they're on, especially when they're on together. We have a visit then from Anna Malia from Northeast Animal Rights, or NIA. Her group is extremely busy, so she's always got an interesting guest in that sense. So that should be about 5 o'clock. Amelia Lees, the author of Think Like a Vegan, should join us around about 6 p.m. Now I do a history show, vegan history show called The Vegan Time Tunnel. And I'm currently re-editing and updating some of the videos. My time tunnel on one of the most influential pioneers of the vegan movement, Leslie Cross, that's going to be premiering a little later. That should follow Emmy's chat, hopefully. Other video clips as well. Some items on vegan history, a few fun clips, and other good stuff, including inspirational vegan messaging, that kind of stuff. So this live stream then is dedicated to long-term vegan and long-term animal activist in Ireland, Bernie Wright, who isn't too well at the moment. So this is dedicated to you, Bernie. In fact, when we were at Failure Vegan last August, I arranged for her to receive a Lifetime Achievement Award. So I'm just going to kick off by showing you that little ceremony, if you like. She is going to talk about the history of the saboteurs, but before that, we've got something special. Now, I've known Bernie Wright for many, many years. And in fact, I've still got some bruises because she used to practice her kickboxing on me quite a lot. And I also was her official dog sitting person. And when I first started, I think there was 9 dogs at the time, and all big greyhounds, handful, down to 2 now, sadly. But, So, Bernie is very, very well known in the animal rights movement in Ireland. she's been a hunt saboteur as well, so this is the relevance of this talk. In the broader animal liberation community, Bernie is seen as a tireless activist. She's organised thousands, literally thousands of demonstrations, and mainly for a group called AFAR, Alliance for Animal Rights. And she'd been very active. She'd done hundreds of radio interviews and even organised some conferences. And I had the honour of speaking at one of them. But more important than me speaking at them, Bernie managed to get the renowned animal rights philosopher Tom Reagan to come to Ireland twice. And in fact, he appeared on the Late Late Show twice. Yeah. And one of them is still on YouTube.
Yeah.
We're not going to find the other one, but that one seems to be lost, but one of them is still on YouTube. And I remember the shots of Bernie in the audience, surrounded by all her favourite people like hunters and farmers. So she's looking a bit kind of, like this. So, the last thing is that Bernie and her husband Ray were personal friends of Tom and Nancy Reagan, which is something I've been jealous about for years, because I'd love to have met him in that kind of situation where he was playing the guitar, wasn't he? And Irish whiskey. Yeah, that's right. So, without further ado then, I'm going to invite Mark. We have something to give you, so here we go.
For you, Bernie, on behalf of everyone.
Bernie Wright, who's that? And Lifetime Achievement Award.
I talk more when I'm giving out. No, yeah, as far as Tom Regan, yeah, I'm friends with Tom Regan for years. He was a great old mate. We used to meet him because we got to Carolina and he'd come over here and stay and he'd do whatever it would be. But great character, great personality, and very gentle, wasn't he? Gentle like character.
Like me.
I'd say no more. But, so that's how we got to know him. I got to know the English crowd because he used to stop at the English crowd in England, around London, and that they'd go out nearly every Saturday and you'd feck off. I'd go out salmon, and we'd probably end up making a run for it or something. We're tough enough over there, but it didn't put us off, So the Irish salmon thing came and went a few times. But it was hard to keep people because people were inclined to get beaten up, and they tried to turn us over a few times, sit in the cars and things like that. So there was a few hairy moments, but there's a few of us still around. It's a bit hard to get out now at this stage because I am getting a bit older. But I don't know who actually is running the hunt sabs now here. I haven't heard much, have you?
No, I'm afraid not.
No, I haven't heard much.
Do you know? Mark? Where's Mark?
Here, I have no idea.
No.
It is happening though. Yeah.
But it was always led by the English crowd.
There was a Galway group for a while.
There was a Galway group.
Galway and then further north as well now.
Yeah. So anyway, we do what we can as long as we can do it, and then maybe move on to something else, Like I've gone between rescue and I travel a lot, so I've picked up dogs everywhere, and I had rescues in Kathmandu and in Nepal and a few places I set up rescues. But eventually, for one reason or another, whether they did me out of money or something else or whatever, they're a bit scraggly over there. I couldn't sort of keep going on my own, watch everything and all the rest, but we got a good few jobs out. The main thing is we saved a lot of jobs, and that was what we were there for, so the rest doesn't really matter. We could deal with the rest, you know. You get a few tubs here and there and all the rest, but can't do much.
Yeah.
I haven't been trained yet. So what else do you want me to make, Mary?
I don't want you to make anything now, because I think we need to let...
Yeah, right.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so that was rather nice to be able to do that on the day. And as I said, Bernie's not too well at the moment, but wishing her well, and I'm sure everybody in the chat is as well. So let me just delete a couple of things, try and keep on top of what I'm doing, which might be easier said than done. So the first guest, Declan Bowens, is here, but device not connected at the moment. So it looks like Declan's having some tech problems. So we'll just give him a couple of minutes on that. Now, obviously, this live stream really is aimed at creating a vegan space, really, on this day of all days. You know, I did a trailer yesterday, and I was going to say, are you fed up of, you know, watching people stuff turkey flesh down their throats, kind of thing, only to complain later on that it was too dry and this kind of stuff. You know, rights violations everywhere. So the idea is to create a vegan space for people, and especially those people who might be having their first vegan Christmas, and then the other people who are isolated. And for those people who've never kind of tuned into my kind of stuff before, in terms of the chat, just chat away. If you're new to the movement, you might be used to the fact that people have to pay to get their comments on the screen. It doesn't happen with me and the shows that I'm involved in, because we see ourselves as part of a movement and not a business. So chat away, and we will. I will put up the relevant stuff on the screen. If you are new to veganism and you've got some questions, you can ask those in the chat, and there's lots of experienced vegans in the chat already, and so they will be able to help you out, as it were. So still trying to see what's going on with Declan here. Hang on a second. Yes, okay. Yeah, it looks like Declan's having a few tech problems. It's always good when you have the problems right at the start, isn't it? So if you can hear me, Declan, it says you will need to connect your mic and camera before you can add them, before you can be added to the stream. So if you connect your mic and camera and then drop out, then log back in. That's, oh, I think he's doing that right now. Yeah, there's a complaint. Sort it out, Declan. Christmas is waiting for you. It's very true. Well, what I'll do in the meantime, I was going to show my first of the of our Christmas messages. I was going to show it along with Declan, but since he's not here, I'll just show it anyway.
It's Wenda from Huglet's Wood Farm Animal Sanctuary. Caring for the residents here means we don't get time to really celebrate Christmas, as it's a day like any other at the sanctuary. Feeding all the rescued animals, bedding out and caring for them, so lunch is usually just a sandwich in one of the barns, lying in the fresh straw with the cows or stretched out with the sheep. Not even a glass of vegan-friendly sherry passes my lips, as I need to be on the ball. But no matter what, it doesn't stop being Christmas. Not having friends or family around doesn't make it any less of a special day. I always think Christmas is what you make it, and for me, it's a time of peaceful reflection.
Hi, Dick.
For those of you who'll be alone, have the day you want, regardless. You don't have to be partying to have a good time.
It says you need to.
We use this time of year to gently educate those around us, from the gifts we send to the cards we don't.
You could.
Moral and environmental issues are one and the same in my book.
That's weird, because you've been on this before, haven't
The
you?
last family Christmas I endured after becoming vegan was so long ago, but it sits in my memory as an unforgettable experience, because I was told that I had ruined everyone's Christmas as I'd refused to partake in a dead turkey. These days, I don't sit at any table with animal products on it. But you don't have to be like me. Let your choice of vegan food do the talking. Be armed with loads of factual information, especially about the benefits of a vegan lifestyle, just in case you're not allowed to eat in peace. I really believe there doesn't have to be confrontation at Christmas time, just education. Whether you're alone, the only vegan at the table, or you're lucky enough to be with a room full of others, have a very Merry Christmas and a happy, peaceful New Year. Oh, and have a drink for me. I'll hug a cow for you.
Right, I just got a text saying that you could hear all that, so so we were talking over Wenda from the sanctuary there, Dec. So I've got Declan on the phone here, and so say hello to everybody. You still there, Dec?
Yeah, I am, Rod. Yeah, I'm on the speaker now. Is that okay?
That's grand. Yeah. Okay. I don't know whether we'll be able to do it this way, but
I can keep trying. I try again. To do it, you know. Last time that news is out.
Yeah, Jennifer's laughing at us because we're messing up. So
I know, but yeah, she entered the studio, isn't it?
Yeah, into studio. Try that. Yeah.
Still the same coming up. The camera's not on, Roger. Let me join without the mic.
Well, even if you could just, get on with. Here we go.
I can hear you now, and I can see you, Roger, but the news can't see me. It says the device not connected, but something like that.
Yeah, well, if we can get you on just with sound, and so you can see what's going on, that would be okay.
Yeah, I just can't see anyway.
Yeah, it's not letting me add you either. So.
I'm gone away from you now as well.
Yeah, I had to remove you because we were getting feedback. Yeah. Well, okay. I'll just ask you a couple of questions like this, if you like. Because well, we were going to show.
Maybe you can join you in the background, or if I try again, probably the same thing would happen, would it? Maybe give it one more.
Yeah, give it another go. I imagine you're up early this morning, Dec, were you?
I was up at 6:30, the usual, Roger. Yeah.
Yeah.
Feeding the animals and that, you know.
And the reason that you're the first guest is that you kind of have to start feeding them again at 2 in order to get round in time for it to be dark. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, Roger. With the shark ears.
No, it's still the same, Dec. So.
Yeah, that's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was gonna well, I'm gonna show a couple of videos. So I'll do that on my own, but you can comment on them. Do you remember when we got the pigeons and the songbirds?
Yeah, the little finches and that, Roger, and And the parrots, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting because like there was a guy. I called him Ray the Pigeon, but I mean his name was Ray, but I don't know his surname. But he was one of those guys that got a reputation in his local area, didn't he? For yeah, and then he ended up with a backyard full of birds, and people.
He used to raise pigeons, I think, himself for a while, and then he had a change of heart, and his friends used to phone him up and say, you know, after a race, like, we're going to neck these pigeons, you know, choke them, you know, kill them. So he'd take them then a few at a time, of people, you know.
Oh, is that the way it worked? Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I got so many of them, you know.
And then he got a chest problem, didn't he? So he couldn't be around the birds.
He did, yeah. That's why he emailed me. Like he got bored lung, you know, a chest problem from the pigeons. But it's not surprising the way he had them because sure they were just locked in in two sheds. Right? Remember we went first for the first 100 and the birds. We never seen the second 100 pigeons in another shed. Remember that?
Yeah.
He told me a week after saying he had another 100. And we never even heard them because they were just locked in the dark with the doors closed, you know. And when we got them, remember I went in and I said, geez, we don't want this fella getting more pigeons. So I went in and I knocked all the shelves down and we took away loads of stuff from inside the shed so they couldn't have pigeons again. Remember that? And a few weeks after I got a lung infection myself. I thought, so they were never cleaned out like inches deep on the shell, you know.
Right, I'm gonna kill the sound. I'm showing the video as you talk, so
yeah.
You can see us loading the songbirds into your van because I think we used Neville and your van, didn't we?
We did, right?
Yeah.
They have loads of stuff for truck.
And then we had a very basic thing where you just had kind of cross beams of wood to create kind of perches at first. There's a picture of Pugsy. Do you remember Pugsy?
Oh, I do, right? Yeah, the poor fella that he had the pigeon disease. What's this is called? I forget the name of it. But he wasn't able to fly around. You know, he was in a bad state. But it's a disease that you know, it's very bad for wild pigeons because they won't survive. Like they just a neck twist and that, and like they won't survive other birds that prey on them and that, you know. But like if you mind them and look after them and keep them warm and that, like it does ease off nearly completely, you know. So that was poor Pugsy. He had that disease. We kept him in the house for 4 months here. And eventually started getting better and better. So he just died there in the summertime.
Oh, right, wow.
Yeah, I think it's 7 or 8 years ago when we got them, wasn't it, Roger?
It was a good long time, yeah. So that's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah. It's right. Yeah, and like we don't know how old they were before. Any of them were before that, you know. So he recovered well after it, you know.
And so we're just showing the pictures of the budgerigars being let out into the second aviary. So because I always love that bit because you say as you come out with Sharon, you say a job well done. Yeah. Which is an alternative on what you normally say, which is good enough.
Oh yeah, true, Roger. Yeah, but like, there was some amount of stuff, wasn't it, Roger? All the crates and all the wood and everything, you know. You know, the 2 vans were packed, and then we had another 2 vans when we went back the second time, hadn't we?
Yes, indeed. So I'm gonna switch to now then, where's that one gone? Okay, add to stage, this one.
Yeah, I'm just signing into this show, Roger. The StreamYard, maybe it let me in then.
Okay.
Never signed into it before. 2 commas up. I should have been told. I'm just trying to figure out what the toad process is. You know, for free. I'm looking for money. We don't want to be doing that. So we don't.
They're looking for money. Well, they won't squeeze any out of you, Dex, so that's one thing.
No, not for this. Well, do you have to pay for this, brother?
Yeah, I've got a paid version of StreamYard, so it gives you other options and stuff like that.
Yeah, it won't let me past all the pay and things, you know. I don't know much to advance 8 years. $8 a month or something, is it, Roger? Would that be right?
Yeah, I can't quite remember.
Yeah, it's true.
I've got a message saying, "Please hold close to them." I'm right by the mic actually. So yeah.
It says try for free, and then they want to take money off. You know.
I'll turn you up.
Yeah, sorry, Roger. Yeah, it just says try for free, and then.
Oh yeah, well. Yeah, well, don't worry about it, Deck. It's okay. You know, we did try. So I've got the do you know the 200 chickens video lined up, and
yeah.
So this farmer just turned up at your gate, didn't he?
Yeah, the wife and the son one night about 9 o'clock in the summertime. You know, I think it was May or June, wasn't it? Yeah, really hot weather. You know, and she says that they're going to kill all the hens tomorrow, the laying hens they had, you know. But she wanted to give us 100 of them or so, and I said to her, she rang me back then when she left, and I said, maybe you can give us 200, we'll try and take in 200, you know. So she said she would. So, you know, I think it was the next day, well, that night I phoned you to see could you come the next day, and I phoned lots of other people to see could you take somebody, you know, and thanks for once, thanks for the week, and thanks for 50 and off, you know, but the no other thanks for what you take from this. She must have felt a bit guilty sending them off. Probably this is the first time getting them all killed, and you know, clean sweep of the shed, you know.
Hello, what's your name? Hello, what's
your
name? Hello.
Poor things, but you know, if you remember, Roger, that 4 children were ranged probably from 15 down to 10 or something. You know, I think it was 2 boys and 2 girls. I think it was in the family, wasn't it? But
yeah, but the younger kids didn't know what was happening.
No, they didn't, Roger. Yeah, I think maybe may have been a bit of pressure from them or something. Maybe they had to tell them, you know, probably to ask questions and that, like where it all go, and you know, that kind of where.
Yeah, well, one of the volunteers that came with us mentioned it, and the mother, you know, the kind of wife, as it were, she was really upset that her children have been kind of let in on the secret, because the thing is, once we'd gone, they only had a couple of hours before the slaughterhouse truck came, didn't they?
Oh, that's all right. Yeah. That's all right. Yeah. And I seen them being loaded one time with Sandra Higgins. We rescued some hens down on the borders at Tipperary and Kilkenny or something down there one time. And so they catch 5 or 6 at a time in each hand and just fling them into the cages on the truck, you know, as if they were just dirt, you know, as if they were just cloth or something, you know, and they carry them upside down.
Yeah.
So that's the last bit of a journey, the rough handling, I guess, of that, you know.
So what we've got on the screen, well, we've got my stylish footballer's legs on the screen at the moment, but this was when, because I think you had about 1 shed that you could use, and of course that meant that they were packed in way too.
Yeah.
And then.
In that shed,
yeah, then the immediate job was to make what, two of the sheds, was it?
I think it was one other one we built for the hens, and then later on we built another one for cockles, I think, Roger, you know. Yeah, so we've got the shed. I'm panning the thing. So we've got the second shed being built,
which
Yeah.
which obviously means we'll be able to split, you know, split the hens then.
We rescued 220 almost. We rescued, you know, as we said, we'd fill the vans up, you know. But
there's you with your cutting machine, damaging your knees, of course.
Yeah. Cutting the galvanized and that is already, yeah.
And then the end of it, right, is that we've got I think that the chickens now are in the 2 different places. I think you're just about to let them out.
Yeah.
And this is a really good scene in the film.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some crowd of them in the see them coming out there, isn't it?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, you're just filling up the troughs at the moment with grain.
Yeah.
Here they come.
Jay and them to get out, you know, because you know yourself where the camping was supposed to be free range, and sure they only had a couple of holes in the big shed, the 7,000 boards, and as we seen ourselves, like an acre of ground where they're supposed to go out, like so it was just mowed like with a lawnmower or tractor mower, like there was no up and downs. If there was hens out there, the grass would be up and down and tufts and flowers and everything, you know, but like it was just for show where this field where they were supposed to go, you know, and then they had to cross a stone driveway and a stone yard to get to it, so the hens had never, you know, take ages for them to do that and then come back in the evenings, you know.
Yeah, but also they had those yellow ramps, didn't they?
They had, yeah, big steep yokes, you know.
Yeah, and so they did kind of everything to discourage the hens from coming out, but because they were opening the doors every day, they were able to say free range, right?
Oh yeah, but the thing is only open a tiny little door, right? You know, foot square or something. That's all it wants to do. That's all they have to do is say they have access to the outside. You know. You know the things we seen them open were big flaps that you know were bigger than that, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, but they'd never be open, like, you know, because, you know, he hadn't it fenced off around the yard and the driveway that the hens could go over to the field. You know what I mean? If you can imagine if they came out, they'd be gone down the driveway we came in, right? There was no gate as such there, and no chicken wire and any of the gates we seen. So there wasn't.
No, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's no way they were loose at any stage, you know. It's crazy.
But the thing is though, when people go into the shops, right?
Yeah.
They look at that and they see the word free range, and they have this idyllic scene in their mind, don't they?
Oh yeah, yes. It's ridiculous, isn't it, when you see it in reality, you know. But this fella actually grew his own oats. He was telling me himself, you know, that he grew his own oats. And organic oats, he was feeding them, you know, he grew himself. He must be a fairly big farmer. So you'd wonder why he wouldn't make his own, make their own porridge, wouldn't you, with the free range oats? You'd imagine being an awful lot more money in that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Wendy's saying it's so heartbreaking. Thankfully, we have people like Declan to give them a better life.
Oh yeah, thanks, Wendy. Yeah, fair play to you. Yeah. But and then Roger, remember all the diseases that had prolapses as well. I think I showed you some of the prolapses and sent you pictures.
Yeah, there was a picture of one at the end of the film actually.
Yeah, like those of them had those 70 or 80 of them got that prolapse, and then if I didn't get them in time and take them out because you know their insides, the bum comes out, and they're all bloody. You know, that's from laying the eggs, you know. And then all the other hens had just attacked them like vultures, so that they often found them dead in their area, you know. Like, and if I was there in time to get them, like they might hide in a corner or something, but we'd have to take them away. And then several times you'd be in there with them to jump into your arms to escape the other hens. And several times, even coming up to the gate during the day, if you're coming up walking by the gate, that one or two of them jumped up over the gate into my arms to get away from the rest of them, because they knew they were going to eat the bums off, and then they die, loss of blood. So you can imagine what's going on in them big sheds non-stop all the time,
Yeah, it's a con job. I think this is why some people are a bit wary of people in the movement concentrating on factory farms and all the time, because all farms are just as bad as each other.
They're just as bad. Like this family, there's only 7,000, but that's it's a lot of numbers, as we know ourselves. So you can imagine 7,000 people, but some of the farms are half quarter. I remember one English man came up on the street, was there when me and you were in the street out in Dublin, and he says, "What's wrong with eggs?" And I says, "Should they give you what's this? Bad bones now. What do you call that? Bad bones and stuff like that." But
yeah, what, brittle bones? Yeah.
Brittle bones, and they're bad for women. Even more so worse for women. Osteoporosis or something like that. To give but this Englishman says, I have 250,000 hens. And I says that they realise the life they have and that, He says you need eggs and that, But it was only after, when I was driving home that evening after being with you, going back to your place and that, loading stuff. But I was just thinking to myself, I should have said to him, "You're the biggest jail warden I ever seen in my life,
Yeah, jailer, yeah.
Yeah.
It was always really good, because when people used to love to come up to the stall and say, "Oh, you lot, you've never been on a farm in your life," and this kind of stuff. And of course, so it was great for you to be there, born into a farming family. I mean, I was born next to my Uncle Clary's farm as well, dairy farm in Yorkshire. But they love to say that to vegans, as though, well, you don't know what you're talking about, type thing.
Yes, it's crazy, right? There isn't. You think we're all stupid or something the way that they carry on. Like, don't they? It's great to ball up to them, and then they ease off when they know what you're talking about, don't they? That kind of way. So they try their best to just whitewash everything, don't they? Like, it's horrendous. Like.
Indeed. So I'm going to let you go. Actually, if anybody tunes in now, they'll probably think that I'm a great ventriloquist, because they can hear your voice, and I'm not moving my mouth, so that's quite good.
Yeah, but the poor hens are beautiful creatures. Right? They're fantastic proteins, and the joy of them when they come out, like they show them the video every day, the joy of them every morning when they come out to live their bit of a life. It's a pleasure to see,
Yeah, all kind of streaming out into the area. Yeah, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah, and then all the small birds, the way they're kept captive in tiny little cages and everything, it's diabolical as well, and that's what keeps all the pet shops going, people breeding them and bringing them into the pet shops, and other people taking them out. It's a horrendous life, and you'd wonder what's wrong with people to think that having a bird in a cage, in Indonesia and all the Asian countries, is supposed to bring people good luck, when you're sitting there in a tiny cage, or in a horse sitting in a tiny little foot square cage. How is that supposed to bring anyone good luck? It's mad the way people think, isn't it?
Indeed, yeah. Actually, yeah, the band Hawkwind. They had a song which had "Oh, for the wings of any bird apart from a battery hen."
Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming on, and sorry we had this technical problem, but we kind of resolved it in a way. So
yeah, I'll try. Maybe I can get back to watch it later in the evening if I figure it out some way. Maybe it's because I haven't joined it already.
Yeah, well, you've been on the show before, though, haven't you? A few times. So
I have a few years ago, probably now.
yeah.
Maybe change something, right?
Yeah, maybe your equipment has changed or something.
Maybe, yeah. Give it a different computer I have anyway, but maybe I'm saying that. I don't know.
Yeah, well, that could be it.
I've never seen there's much good luck tuning into things like this, That's the way it is, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, then, young man. You take care of yourself. I'll see you soon now.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Roger. Good luck.
Okay, bye, Deck.
Bye, Roger.
All right, there we go. A text from Wendy. Roger, we can hear you and Declan chatting. Yeah, sorry about that. I should mute myself every time I play a film. So yeah, so that was Declan Bowens, folks. So back into daylight, Animal Sanctuary. This is one of the t-shirts. And there's a message from Linda. Thank you, Declan. Rightio. Okay, now, as I said before, one of the ideas is to provide a space for new and isolated vegans, but also I've aimed at some educational materials for during the day, and so I've got a three-part. I did a three-part documentary, as it were, on the movement. So I'm going to show that in three different parts. I'm going to show the first one now. And so what this is charting the fact that veganism has not long been the moral baseline of the movement, and in fact there's still some pushback to it. So we'll see the story that the national groups in particular were a bit reluctant. They didn't want to upset their vegetarian base, really, and so they were a bit reluctant to focus on veganism, especially have that the main thing, if you like. And then when they did, they tried to fudge it a little bit by presenting veganism as a diet. So I'm going to show you the three parts, but spread out over the day, and they're about 9 minutes long each one. So here we go for the first one. Hey, Earthlings, welcome to a quick three-part series. Now, this series is looking at the journey to veganism. Now, it's not a person's journey. This is the journey of veganism itself into the heart of the movement. We tend to think of veganism now as central to everything we do, everything we say. It wasn't always like that. And in fact, some people think it shouldn't be, that veganism shouldn't be the moral baseline, that activism should be, for example. Wasn't that long ago, not many years ago, that DXE wrote a pamphlet attacking veganism as the moral baseline. Shouldn't be the case, they thought. And so this is looking at the journey to veganism within the movement. It's not an attack on anyone. It's not an attack on any group. It's just charting this development, this kind of history of the movement. So that's where we're at. Yes, indeed. So we're asking this question, when did the vegan movement stop being petrified of the word vegan? And we're only talking about the recent history, really. We're starting with the grassroots, where my heart is. This is a magazine that was written by a friend of mine called Ronnie Lee. Now, they always used to include this animal rights calendar. So we're talking about, this is 1996. We're talking about coming up to the end of the last century and the beginning of this century. Now, the big events of 1996 in terms of national events was a mass vegetarian rally and picnic in London, and also National Vegetarian Week. There is mention of the London Vegan Group, which had started by then, but the overwhelming focus at this time was on vegetarianism. Here's Archangel, who are very supportive of direct action and also of veganism. Another grassroots publication. It was the grassroots that really pushed this change. Here they're advertising the second national vegan festival. Again, we're talking about 1999, so the end of the last century, the beginning of this one. When we move to the national groups, this is Viva. So this is 1998 through to 2000. And you see the name, the top left there, Vegetarian International Voice for Animals. Now, they've been through a few different names, but this one was the one that stuck for the longest and only changed fairly recently. The article to the right at the top there is about pig slaughter. In particular, it's about the electrified tongue stunning method. And it's really these kind of articles and this kind of move at this kind of time that led to the research that ended up with the gas chambers. Now, I know in the modern day we complain about the gas chambers, but back in this day, which is not that long ago, groups, certainly like Peter, were campaigning for the gas chambers and on animal welfare grounds. And then with the arrow there, you see the end of that thing where they talk about pig slaughter, how terrible it is and everything, and then they offer a Go Veggie information pack. The little yellow box there, which is quite interesting, we're starting to see veganism featuring in the national groups. But usually we're talking about recipes, and always we're talking about veganism presented as a diet. One thing which is very kind of prevalent is that veganism is presented as a diet and not a philosophy, which arguably you could say still is the case today. When it comes up to 2012, this is only 12 years ago, still have the name International Voice for Animals, the Vegetarians. And again, we see that this change has been fairly recent. If we drop back to the 1990s, this is the end of the century again, this is Animal Aid. They're celebrating their Veggie Month, and also the solution to world hunger was seen as vegetarianism. This is their youth page. Now, veganism was much more likely to be featured in their youth page than in their main pages, probably because they thought that the young people wouldn't object so much. But again, it's exclusively presented as a diet. And in fact, this article says that veganism may be much more difficult than vegetarianism. So this is 2006. We're still talking about Veggie Month. But here where you see a bit of a change, this is where you start to get a mix and match of vegetarian stuff and vegan stuff. Before that, it was often suggested that vegetarianism and veganism was pretty much the same kind of thing. It was pretty much, they could interchange. Now we're seeing the differentiation, but again, veganism is presented as a diet. So this is 2012 in Dublin. This is the notes for a Animal Aid school talk. And I went to that, and it's guidelines on talks for vegetarianism. There is 1.5 lines in this about veganism. Everything else is about vegetarianism, and both of them are presented as a diet. In the middle, we've got 2006, then we've got 2009, again, Veggie Months, and then you've also got the Animal Aid resources for vegetarians at the end of the century. So again, this same pattern is being repeated, that the emphasis is on vegetarianism, and there's a reluctance to bring in vegan stuff. And when it is brought in, it's presented as a diet. Okay, moving to Peter. They've had a long relationship with Paul McCartney, as many of you will know. So to the left there, that's Paul and Linda McCartney. So we talk about the mid-1990s. The message is Go Veggie. It's updated in 2000. You can see at the bottom there. So the message now becomes Go Vegan. But then you also see 2012, you've still got a Go Vegetarian message from Peter, because Paul McCartney would never go vegan. And so in some senses, because of their celebrity focus, they were forced to give out a kind of mixed message, vegetarianism and veganism. When we come up to more present time, the Rise Against is an interesting one. The Meat is Murder poster, Go Vegetarian. Now, Rise Against, described in the blurb as their members are made up of vegetarians and vegans, but the main headline is always vegetarian. It's interesting really, because This is a straight edge band, and usually straight edge is associated with veganism, but there are some kind of vegetarian elements to it, and they found a vegetarian one, as it were, to promote rather than a vegan one. And then the latest thing here is 2019, so 5 years ago, we've got vegetarianism being promoted via a Indian actor who was voted by Peter as India's hottest man, apparently. Okay, this is present day now, and this is Peter in Britain. This one is really disappointing in a sense, because again, veganism is presented as a diet. Again, veganism and vegetarianism is presented as almost being the same type of thing. And when it comes to the motivation for vegetarianism and veganism, they suggest that most people do it because they love our fellow animals. So again, the philosophy is nowhere to be seen. And in fact, if anything, this is a little bit of kind of going backwards. So where are we? Why is it like this? Now, some writers in the movement have suggested that the reluctance to go vegan, the prevalence of the vegetarian message, is to do with funding. So here we can see some examples of that. This is Animal Equality. Animal Equality present themselves to the movement as a vegan animal rights organization, but they get a lot of money doing their cage-free and broiler welfare campaigns. Here we can see almost $11 million being spent on welfare campaigns. It's even worse with Mercy for Animals, $25 million. Their last corporate welfare campaign, it's called, that got a donation of $12.5 million. So there's a lot of money in animal welfare, and perhaps not quite as much in veganism. So that might be part of the story. But that's certainly the story in the groups. The grassroots led the change. The national groups have followed, but fairly reluctantly. But they're getting there now. But we've still got a big welfare component, because that's where quite a lot of the money is. Right, so there's your part one. Sorry for any sound interference. I've got to get my head around the mute button a bit more than I am. Yeah, it is interesting, and like you say, painful. Vegetarian and vegan together. That is still a problem. It's quite interesting, really, because Ronnie was on the he put out a video the other day. I think it was about 10 minutes long, and he was saying this is a problem, that people tend to think of both of them as the same, and also both of them as a diet, which is obviously not correct. Right, okay, so we're waiting on, we've got about 5 minutes before we get to Dennis from Sentient Rights Island. So I'm just going to show you, first of all, let's get rid of that, and then here we go.
And thanks so much for tuning in to Roger's live stream today. My name is Andy Atkinson, and I would like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and just quickly share something that always helps motivate or incentivize me, and that's to simply think back to what inspired or motivated our founders all the way back in 1944. If they could take such a serious stance against injustice and oppression, if they could recognize the moral obligation that was in front of them, where they could continue to perpetuate and enable this, or they could say, no more, not in our name, we're not going to stand for this, we're going to try and change the world to be better, where we respect one another, then in 2026 there isn't anything that can stop us from doing the right thing. It's not a case of convenience, it's not a case of cost or tradition or culture or any other things that people might find as obstacles. It's just about being on the right side of history. It's just about doing the right thing.
Right, thanks for that, Andy. no sign of Dennis yet, so I'll pick something else to show you. So remove that and put another one up. Is the name of the game. Right, here we go. Now this is a new one from Dara of Failure Vegan. So this is interesting.
Hello there, and season's greetings from the Claddagh in Galway City. My name is Dara, and I'm the director of a new gathering called Failure Vegan, which is a grassroots independent festival that started this year here in Ireland and drew vegans of all shapes and sizes together to celebrate being a part of this wonderful movement and enjoy some really amazing art, some cool workshops and inspiring talks. I might perhaps be one of the newer vegans that Roger has gathered for this compilation, and I suppose I'd like to share that I really only felt comfortable making the jump after years of being veggie straight over into the vegan side was thanks to some really awesome people in my life, like my partner Freya and her family, and one or two others who, rather than ever take a, let's say, preachy or judgmental approach with me, were always full of enthusiasm and patience and compassion. And I'm finding now exercising that same compassion with perhaps some not yet vegans in my life is doing wonders. And I understand now that with an open mind and an open heart, veganism is not just easy, it's inevitable. And together we really do have the power to change the world. The other thing I think is so important, especially if you don't have that many vegans in your life, or maybe you're finding it hard wherever you might be, or maybe in your friend circles, totally understand that too. It's important to feel connected to other people who are doing what you're doing. And that was one of the lovely things about Failure Vegan this year, was we had people coming from every corner of Ireland and even a few from overseas just to be there and to be a part of this and to support it and to help make it happen. And I realized, wow, there's just so many of us out there. So wherever you might find yourself, reach out, connect, find your tribe. They're there waiting for you. And with that, I'd like to just wish you a Nolla Conna, and maybe we'll see you at Failure Vegan 2026.
Yes, in fact, there's some good news about Failure Vegan 2026, which is that Mobius Loop has agreed to be the headline. So I imagine that's on the Saturday. So so that's quite interesting. So I'm still waiting on Dennis. So I wanted to just to kind of circle back to this idea about diet and everything. I don't know, has people seen this recently?
Be vegan, now I eat meat, everything. Don't tell me you're more into carnivorism than the incarnation. Don't tell me you're more into eating flesh than God became flesh. Don't tell me you're more enamored of the barbecue sauce than the holy covenant of blood. It is delicious. Man, I missed it. I was vegan for so long. I was so hungry. It was a desperate, desperate time.
Yeah, so obviously, as we know, I think this brand character was probably addressing maybe a kind of fundamental religious group in the States, perhaps. But it is interesting about how people seem to have to kind of announce the fact that they used to be vegan. Now, if I was to give my opinion, I don't suppose Russell Brand was ever vegan. I don't suppose he would ever adhere to the philosophy of veganism. And so it's in that sense that it's quite useful for that differentiation between plant-based and vegan. I know that some people in the movement, there's some people in the movement who think that that kind of distinction is divisive. I think it's actually quite useful, because I think it is true, and this is what Ronnie was saying too in that video I just mentioned, is there is a lot of people in the vegan movement identifying as vegan who don't actually know really what veganism is. It's a kind of structural problem within the movement that needs to be resolved, because obviously it's good for people to be on the street talking to people about veganism. It's not good if they themselves have a sketchy view about veganism. So you don't want people on the street suggesting to people that veganism is a diet, or it's, you know, somehow restrictive or difficult, anything like that. Yeah, let me bring that up. That's right. It's yeah. Well, I know it's quite interesting, because I don't suppose we'd want him in our movement, even if he was a vegan, and that in it alone means that he doesn't qualify. So again, I would suggest that we're talking about a plant-based person. Another comedian, Jimmy Carr, said, well, you know, it's one thing to adhere to a vegan diet, but you can also, you know, shut up about it too. You know, that usual kind of joke which got a big laugh. And again, they all talk about veganism as a diet, and it's a real shame. And there's no surprise really that journalists have got a very sketchy idea about you know, what veganism is, and so they're never going to ask, you know, decent questions if they themselves don't know. They'll look back at their interviews, people telling them that veganism is a diet, and they'll go from there. They'll just make that assumption, and that's always a real problem. Right, get rid of that. I was gonna play that. Might still do that. I was gonna play that with Dennis and see what you made of it, but we shall see. Right, okay. Right, so we're past 2 o'clock, so it's time for Dennis Nealis, but he's not here, so I'm not sure what's going on. Let me just check my trusty phone. Okay. Yes, okay. Yeah. Well, the mistake's not on my end, Dennis, so okay, what we're going to do, I'll pick some. Well, I'll tell you what I could do, I guess, is I could do the second part of the 3-part series. It was going to be a bit more spread out than this, but we seem to be being pushed around by events, dear boy, events. So let's go with this. So again, this is just charting the movement from vegetarianism to veganism. I've suggested in all these videos that it's not an attack on anybody. It's just an observation. It's just observing what actually happened and using the movements, as it were, the movement's literature to look at it. So this is part 2, folks. Hey, Earthlings. Welcome to part 2 of a quick 3-part series. It's really about the recent time, when the animal movement has moved from vegetarianism as its main thing to veganism. So veganism as the moral baseline. It's a more recent story than many people think. So part 1 we've already done. This is part 2. Right, so let's start off with Mark Gold, and we're dropping back into the 1980s, as you can see here. Mark Gold was the national organizer for Compassion in Wolf Farming, CIWF, and then the director for 12 years of Animal Aid. So as you'd expect, his 1988 book, anything really from the 80s, again, not exclusive, but most things from the 80s were vegetarian heavy. The first line, in fact, includes this: the main theme of this book is vegetarianism. In dietary terms, he does ask readers to eliminate flesh from their diet and also eat as little dairy, milk, eggs and cheese as possible. The book includes several recipes, and it's one of those weird things where the recipes seem to be vegan friendly, but they're not marked as such. 7 years on, and we have animal rights here. Now, this came out when Vegan Outreach, the organization, was really taking off and making strides, gearing up in the United States. Although within 5 years, they themselves said they regretted using the vegan word in their title. But Animal Rights mentions veganism twice. It mentions vegetarianism on 19 pages. Now, Animal Century. Actually, Animal Century is a really good book. I would recommend it. So as the 20th century came to an end and our century began, Mark Gold put out Animal Sanctuary. It features veganism. It gets mentioned in 6 pages, while vegetarianism is featured in 20. In fact, Mark includes a chapter on Kathleen Janaway, one of the pioneers of the vegan social movement. If we move to Born to be Wild, now this is written in 2000, at the beginning of the century, by Viva's founder, Juliet Gellatley, who's the Linda McCartney Award for Animal Welfare winner as well. Now, there are 19 references in the index to vegetarianism. There are none at all to veganism. However, in the text, even though not in the index, in the text, Juliet says to readers, go vegetarian or vegan, which was the messaging really from her organization Viva at the time, the kind of mix and match that I mentioned in part 1. Now, Eating from 2006 contains actually more references to veganism than to vegetarianism. Because of the title, it's obviously about the dietary aspects. It's known, this book, for its controversial section in which the authors describe a time, 12 hours in fact, one day, when they worked as turkey inseminators, and they give a very graphic account of what they got up to during that. And the book ends with this. It's a section called Food is an Ethical Issue, but you don't have to be fanatical about it. Now, what this section is essentially saying right at the end of the book is that it's okay every now and again to abandon your vegetarian and vegan principles and just eat, what, presumably who you want. Have the luxury of a non-vegan meal, that kind of stuff. After all, quote, what difference does it make if I eat this food? So it's a very kind of utilitarian thing, as you'd expect with Peter Singer involved. Now, eating animals made quite a splash in the movement when it came out in 2009. Jonathan Safran Foer, he never really presented himself as an animal liberation advocate. In fact, the blurb for the book describes him as an occasional vegetarian. Veganism does get a mention on 8 pages. Vegetarian is mentioned on 44 separate pages. So there's the imbalance there. Foer also includes, this is rather odd, an account from a person who claims to be a vegan and yet designs slaughterhouses. So that's in this book as well. Okay, moving on to academia. This is 1996, when Gary Francione and Anna Charlton was running the Rutgers Animal Clinic, or the Rutgers University Animal Rights Law Center. Now, Francione reports here, this is like a little bulletin. He says that he attended a lecture and then went for dinner with the speaker. And Francione chooses the vegetarian option in the restaurant, and the lecturer chooses the flesh. I think it's called beef in this report. So the lecturer notices that Francione's plate is flesh-free and asks if he's a vegetarian. And Francione responds by saying, being asked about being a vegetarian legitimates at least a polite inquiry about being a non-vegetarian. He says that talking about these issues over dinner is not a great thing, really. So I answered his question. Yes, I am still very much a vegetarian. Now, the significance of pointing this out is this is 1996. Okay. Now, Gary Francione went vegan in 1982 after reading a book, which I've mentioned a few times, by John Bryant called Fettered Kingdoms. So this is 14 years after living vegan, and he's still self-identifying as a vegetarian. So I think the significance here is whether any modern day advocate would do this. At 14 years in, for some tactical reason, presumably, you would call yourself a vegetarian rather than saying that you, in fact, are a vegan. On the left there, you've got Rain Without Thunder, which is a really good book, 1996, the same year as the commentary that we've just talked about. There's no mention of veganism in Rain Without Thunder for all it's worth as a book. To the right is Francione's book, Introduction to Animal Rights, from 2000, again, the beginning of this century. There's no mention of veganism there either. This is 24 years ago. It's taken a long time for the animal movement to move towards veganism as the moral baseline. You know, there's been a lot of reluctance, a lot of pushback to the very idea, which brings me to my favorite author, of course. This is Melanie Joy. This is 2010, 14 years ago. So this is the book that introduced animal advocates to the vegetarian concept of carnism. The box is from the index, part of the index. There's no mention of veganism, but there's several mentions of vegetarianism. Carnism is a vegetarian concept, popular for some unknown reason that I can never fathom in the vegan movement. Now, this is Melanie Joy talking about vegans and describing them as pure vegetarians, which is very misleading. As ever with these publications, there's a lot about the food aspect, the dietary aspect, very little about the philosophy of veganism, which again is really a sad thing to report. She says that she observes that vegans tend to be less disgusted by eggs and dairy than they are about so-called meat. And she comes up with what she imagines to be the reason for that. She says, well, it's possible to obtain eggs and dairy without violence. Now, this is not a very vegan thing to say, and therefore it's less offensive, and therefore it's less disgusting. Now, obviously, from a vegan point of view, vegans do not consume plant-based foods, and they don't avoid flesh-based foods because they're personally offended or disgusted by the food. It's more to do with the fact that we oppose the rights violations. We oppose the fact that our fellow animals are being exploited and persecuted. It's nothing to do with personal feelings of disgust and offense. Okay, so there's your part 2. Part 3 to come, where we finish our little journey into this struggle to prize, crowbar veganism into the animal movement. Right, okay, a little bit earlier than I'd planned, but that was part 2 of this exploration. So I think it's just important for people to recognize that vegan education as we know it is really new as a phenomena. Okay, so we do have Dennis. So let me add you to the stage. Dennis, how you doing, mate?
Hey, Roger. Pleased to meet you and happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas to you. I'll see if I can make you bigger. There we go. Look at that.
Oh,
right.
Bigger. Oh, great. Hey, I feel bigger already.
Bigger already. So, did you see the Russell Brand clip that I showed before?
I missed the Russell Brand one. I had to take a phone call from my daughter, and I got the one about Melanie Joy and Gary Francione just now.
Yeah. So you're blaming your daughter for being late?
No, I'm not blaming my daughter for being late. I'm not blaming her for anything. Just that's what I was doing. I would have been watching though. I have a letter. I have a letter from my doctor.
Right. Okay. I'll expect to see a scan of that in the immediate future. So I'll play you that again. Hang on.
To be vegan, now I eat meat. Everything. Don't tell me you're more into carnivorism than the incarnation. Don't tell me you're more into eating flesh than God became flesh. Don't tell me you're more enamored of the barbecue sauce than the holy covenant of blood. It is delicious. Man, I missed it. I was vegan for so long. I was so hungry. It was a desperate, desperate time.
Yeah, I don't really know why these people have got to say this kind of crap, really. I mean, like, I was so hungry. Well, that means you weren't eating enough then. I mean...
Yeah. God love them. Yeah, I send my sympathies. We constantly, I think it's a kind of a human thing. We need our heroes. We need to look up to people. And then when these celebrities that are people who are well known come out vegan, there's such a great, excitement about it. We get great strength from it, and it really gets us, really going. Hey, we're going mainstream. And then invariably, and with several of them, not all, they change their mind or something happens. And with Russell, seemingly, he actually enjoyed, kicking something he did. So it was ethical, but he is having problems in other quarters. So I would say ethics and morals aren't a thing with him. Anyway, it's interesting in the previous article you did about Melanie Joy and the distinction she was making between flesh and chickens and eggs. It was actually finding out what happened to male chicks in the egg industry that prompted me to go vegan on the spot. There was no choice. There was no research. I just went vegan that night. I cleared out the fridge. And I know that's not the right thing to do. I know you should research it. I didn't research it. It's been 6 months scrambling about nutrition and trying to get everything sorted out. But it was such a horror story what happens to day-old male chicks and how they're dispatched. I mean, we don't need to describe it here. I know the vast majority of people listening here would know well how that happens. So that's what sent me to veganism straight away. And I realized if that's what's happening to that particular animal, and they're the most animal, then what's happening to every other animal. So within 24 hours, I'd figured out that with some reading. And it's the internet, we knock it a lot, but it's great for information, and it can be validated quite easily nowadays. So that's where I came to veganism, simply through what happens to male chicks in the egg industry.
Yeah, and you connected the dots rather quickly after that, by the sound of it then.
Absolutely. I mean, I grew up in a rural society. Both my parents were born on a farm, respective farms, and I worked on my uncle's farm. We went out, the family helping our uncle. We lived close by where he had his farm. We did what's known as the bog in Ireland, in the west of Ireland, saving turf. And a man would come and cut it, a specialised job, and then we'd go out and stack it and let the renewable energy of wind and sun do its magic, and then harvesters and take it home. And that was how close I was to the land, very close, in fact. But the male chicks was something that just upset me so much. I had previously, I'd say when I was about 9 years old, this is pre-Marts, when there was fair days. This is when farmers would actually come into a town and have their few cattle or sheep and then sell them to, they were called jobbers, and they had to do bargaining, and deals were made and finished off in the pub, and a round of drinks and sandwiches for everybody. And there was a kind of theatre. I remember the jobbers, they were often dressed in white coats, similar to the white coats that the guys were wearing in the Long Riders in the Western movie. It was really an element of Wild West about it then, but I came across this guy. He was selling chicks for the egg industry. I didn't realize that. I just thought they were little chicks. And I'm not sure who said it, he or me, but I went back to home and I got water for them, to give them water all day. And at the end of the day, he rewarded me for my efforts with a chick, I thought it was a male chick, but it was actually a female chick. And I had 5 or 6 of them, building up a squad of them out the back. And my father was busy with, chicken wire for keeping the neighbours' cats and the foxes at bay. And that went on for so long until it became a problem for the family, because both my parents, having moved from the farm, they didn't really want animals around, but I wasn't part of that pact. I was forever bringing animals home. But it was when I realised what happened to them a few years later, it just blew my mind. So here I am, a vegan, and I was late arriving to it, but I'm making up for lost time now, I think, or that's the plan anyway.
You are, and we're going to talk about Sentient Rights Island. Wendy's asking if it's relevant that because they were babies, is that was that an extra kind of, I don't know?
I would say the vulnerability that as humans, that the young, whether it's young in human terms or young in animals, there is a vulnerability about them. The white Labrador dog of ad fame, all that, it does tend to bring a gush from us in terms of raw emotion. There's no question about that. And hi, Wendy, and happy Christmas to you. Yeah, so it would. There is a vulnerability about young. I remember with my own daughter, and just when they're so tiny, and I have a grandson as well, and that brings an extra outward action of love within your heart. There's no question about that.
I don't know whether you know. There's a feminist critique which focuses on the fact that people in the movement do focus on the male chicks, and they do focus on the veal calves and the male calves. Whereas, and I know it's not a competition or anything, but if you look in terms of the laying hens or even the broiler hens, although not so much the broiler hens because they're killed within about 40 days, and also the dairy cows. So the females go through more than the males in that sense. Yeah. So it's not a competition. It's just a point that is made.
Yeah, and I think that's very valid. And we look at the feminism within the movement. If we look at, say, in the foie gras industry, it's the males that they want to fatten up. So it's the female chicks that are born in that industry become the waste product as well. And I remember having a conversation with a farmer about that, and he claimed he didn't know this. And then he said, well, what happens to them? I said, they're incorporated into, companion animal. We call them companion animal pet food. And I think that's even worse. So, there certainly is that. And I'm trying to think of the name of the American writer. She recently featured on Sentient Rights Ireland social media. The feminism, animal agriculture, the oppression of animal agriculture was really an attack on feminism, on feminists, on women, the female animal. And we see that in the dairy industry. And I think it was Sandra Higgins here in Ireland was the first person I heard talking about it, that there is a procedure that you can have done to the rescued laying hens, which are often taken in by people, and then sometimes they use these hens to, I'll have a couple of eggs from them because, well, why not? They're laying eggs anyway. I happen
you
to
talked about the implants, Dennis.
I'm not sure the exact procedure or what it was, but she was the first to write about it that I heard about it. So you could stop them having their laying their eggs, and I'm sure if there were, for a chicken that's doing that for a year or 2 years, 300 eggs a year, so it's nearly an egg a day. Their insides must be completely raw and completely overworked. The same as a dairy cow. I grew up beside a dairy, and I remember the cows coming and going twice a day past the house. Frisian cattle, and their hips always seem to me like tents, in that the height of the spine and then down to the backbone of their hips, it was really like a tent. There was no protein, there was no flesh in there in their bodies. It was all, wasted away going into the milk production. And figures for today, I think it's working out at peak 60 litres a day for a dairy cow on average at peak, when a calf really only needs or would use 4 to 6 litres a day. So that's 10 times the amount being channeled through an animal. The dairy industry and the egg industry, these reproductive industries, they have turned the animals into machines and genetically modified them as well to grow faster. That's in the broiler chicken category. The whole thing it's chaotic. It is just so terrible. And I do take the point that we probably do fixate on males because it's the termination of life.
Yeah.
So
do you want to give us the latest about Sentient Rights Ireland? Is there any latest breaking news or anything?
Yeah, so we have loads of things happening. We had a huge upsurge in the last 6 months of people joining. It was quiet for a while, and then there was a great upsurge. I put that down to Failure Vegan. We attended Failure Vegan in August, and our participation in it, or several of our members anyway, in the organisation of it has helped. And there seems to be an upsurge in people joining. We were told as a political party when we started that talking about rights or promoting rights was something that wouldn't get you anywhere, that you had to include or use a name like justice and include welfare and include single issues. And we said, no, that's not really what we want to do. We see everybody else doing that, and we see them calling out minor wins and minor advancements, and when they're forgetting about the main thing, which is animal agriculture. For me, and I think it came from one of the lectures that you did, that we did the webinars earlier on, and it said, the big march, it was Washington in the 90s for animal rights, and then welfare took over after that. I see it now as, for the first time ever in the history of the movement, we have two things coming together. First of all, we have a lot of people are, going vegan, or plant-based or veggie or whatever, but vegans are what we're looking for. We see it in Ireland. It used to be in the cities one time. It's now happening all over the country. It's happening in England. It's happening on the continent. Everywhere there is a huge upsurge in people going vegan. And I think we have to tap into that, and we have to try and mobilize these people who are vegan. We keep in our demos, our regular demos of the street, which one you're part of one yourself in Dublin, meeting people who are vegan, either from living in Ireland or from other countries, who don't know about Sentient Rights Ireland, who don't know about the fact that there is an animal rights political party looking for the rights of animals. And I think it's the right thing to do. We did elections, local elections in 2024. We didn't do any worse or any better than a welfare party. So we're quite happy with that for our first outing. In terms of expectations, it was never about getting loads of votes. That's not available to us at the moment, but it was always about raising awareness. So we're continuing with the rights, and we're doubling down on it, in fact. And for next year, we're putting a team together. We hope to get registered as an official political party. We have the numbers now, so there's a fair bit of administration around that. So that's what we intend to do, and that would put us on the map. Would
it be right then to say that as a political party and registered as such, that
yes,
you would function as a kind of thorn in the side of the system without playing the welfare game?
Absolutely. If you look at the numbers, I'd say on the climate, so on the Green Party, their last manifestation in government, which was from 2020 to 24, they only had 10 TDs out of 190, but they made up the government, and with just 10 TDs out of 190, they had enough leverage to get a climate bill through. So you don't need huge numbers. I remember Ronnie Lee talking about that last year, in saying we don't need everybody to go vegan to get things done at a political level. We just need a pressure group amount of people, so that you can be the leverage of it. That's all we need. It doesn't require, for 51% of people to be vegan to make things happen. That's the beauty of democracy. It's also the challenge of democracy, and it's also can be, a hard truth of democracy, that the majority of the opinions win. But from where we're coming from, to get leverage, we don't need a huge amount of people to do that. So it is available to us. But not only that, we were very conscious in 22 and 23 and early 24 when we started doing the tour of Ireland, the Animal Rights Roadshow, and going to all the small towns, the county towns around in the country, the rural towns. That was probably the first time people were looking at posters or flyers that actually said animal rights. These would be towns that we would be perceived as being rural. But then the few people that were vegan around there found us and come up to us and said they love to see it there. So it's just to get rights into the conversation, not to be talking about welfare all the time, it's up to us to make the noise and to get people to look over here and not down there at something else. And I feel we're doing that. So to further that as well, in January, we're renewing our Zoom account for professional services, and we'll start our webinars again. We did 40 webinars between 22 and 23 and early 24. We suspended them for the elections, and then a lot of us were caught up in Failure Vegan last year, but this year we're getting back into it again. So for us anyway, they're two exciting things, and I think they complement each other in terms of getting the message out. We were lucky, and in no small way to yourself, to be able to attract good solid names of speakers, both locally here and internationally, people like David A. Nybert, and Corey Lee Wren, and just people that I had only ever heard about as being, a distant thing. And to have these people speaking and have been granted permission to record them, and the Q&A, which is a very spontaneous thing, and of all that on our YouTube channel, it's like you have this armory backed up of when new people join or when new people start, and you're pointing them towards YouTube and they're worried about specific issues, and you can point them directly to the speaker that deals with that. We also had, for heaven's sake, a Roman Catholic priest Terry Martin, who's a practicing Catholic priest in England, and he's an animal rights person, and he gave us a great talk, and he wove the history of the ideology of the Catholic Church in there, and he questioned their ideology, and he questioned as far as he could, because he's still a practicing priest. So it's something that we send out to clerics here in Ireland quite regularly to just challenge their views on it. And why not? Why aren't the major religions of the world promoting veganism? That's what they should. It's peace on the plate. You hear these regular calls from religious leaders for peace. This would be the path to peace. Veganism is the ultimate peace movement. So that's the two big things we're doing this coming year, 2026. And we're looking towards the elections. The local government elections in Ireland are in 2029. So anybody listening, if you want to be a candidate, let us know. You don't have to be a member at this stage. You could join up. We've picked up one or two people from other parties that weren't necessarily animal parties, but these people are people who went vegan. And we're looking to have a strong fielding. And of course, it will take money, so we're always looking for donations for that to build our war chest. Elections, the reality of elections is you need a good war chest of money to back up your candidates. So
I was sorry. I was
Yeah.
wondering when the politician got round to talking about money, but there you go.
Well, all these personalities are fighting within me, and I have to give them equal airtime.
Of course you do. Now, you're also pretty instrumental in Failure Vegan. Do you want to say anything about that before we go?
Yes, I would. I mean, I'm happy to be there in an administrative role, and we have a very young, talented people in there. Dara O'Connor, aka the Fluid Druid, and his partner Freya Bartels, and they're providing the ammunition, the power, the energy of youth. It's lovely to work with young people, and we have a huge other team in there. We've Kat, and we have Lisa and Ulrich as well, and George, and lots of young people with energy, and it's just lovely to be around them. I pick up on the energy of young people. It gives me more energy, and delighted to be part of it, and to put together for the first time in Ireland anyway, a mixture of the classic vegan festival with the vendors and the talks, and then the music and well-being, and a mix of everything. Nothing is barred. We're in a most beautiful 17th century country house that's run by two wonderful people, Emily and William, who themselves grow, first of all, Emily, in market gardening in this huge Victorian garden that they have. And then William grows organic oats under license for Flahavans. They're people, anybody in Ireland or ever been on holidays will know Flahavans Progress Oatlets. We all grew up on those, and now they're doing oat milk. So it really is it's a veggie paradise, and it's lovely forest there, and I would recommend it to anybody. Tickets are on sale now. They're not that expensive. You can camp or you can glamp or get a guest house nearby. We'd love to see you there.
We would indeed. So are you I'm just introducing a bit more levity. Are you a snooker fan?
I am, yeah. I mean, who couldn't have been? I knew the 80s. I think the 80s was the time for it, as far as I was concerned. You had,
Steve Davis and all that.
Yeah. Well, Steve, it would say he was a bad boy, but you had a bad boy from Ireland. You know, the Georgie Best of the snooker table. Alex, another quiet guy, and they all seem to come from Ireland, or Northern Ireland anyway. We when they're good, I mean, when they're bad, that's been good. You know, good kind of bad, good trouble. We'll claim them. If they're not, we'll move them elsewhere.
Yeah, I saw him at Manchester Airport one time. But since you're a fan, have a listen.
I met him.
Vegan Tower, 76. The carrot juice. Oh, what an atmosphere! And in a strange way, what a match! Giving it plenty. Vegan power! Vegan power!
That's Peter Ebden, and
bless him.
Yeah, he got to the habit of, when he won a match, he would scream "vegan power," which caused quite a stir at the time, which was pretty good. So I don't know. I do remember a podcast with him, and he did talk about diet mainly, but it was quite interesting to have somebody doing that. And
that's something. Sorry. That's something we're featuring more and more on our social media page. Is there's a fantastic page called Vegan Athletes, and these are elite athletes in various modes, runners, weightlifters that are doing it all, through veganism. They're not doing the steroids or any of the other prohibitive substances, and they're producing results. They're winning, so it's wonderful to see it.
Yeah, well, of course, that's always a thing, isn't it? Asking about whether you can do weights and all the rest of it on a plant-based diet.
Well, we've been consistently at it now, I'd say, for over a year, and we see our numbers of males come up on the stats. They've gone up from 24 to 28. So we're building up our male listenership, our male participation, and I think it's because of that. I think males are beginning to realize you don't need to, eat steak to be strong as a bull, that you can, get it done on soya or just on plants itself. It's quite, that's where the aminos are. I'm not a nutritionist, but I know myself I have more energy than I've had for a long, long time.
Yeah, well, it's not exactly the reason to live vegan, though, at the same time, is it? So,
absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's the payoff for being good, I would say, and being good for the animals. And it has to be always for the animals. We need to keep them up front and centre at all times. I would agree with you there, Roger.
Indeed. Right. Well, I want to thank you for coming on, and thank you for being a good speaker. You're not reluctant to answer the questions. That's great. Now
I don't believe in no comment.
So I heard last week that you're not back on the street until February. Is that right? Or
no, mid-January we decided. Mid-January, what we do on the street here in Galway, it's consensus. We're lucky to have people who have been at this for years. Paul Campbell, he might even be listening today. Paul has been on the street promoting veganism since 2010.
yeah, he's in the chat. Is Paul?
Yeah, hi Paul. And it's what we do on the demos. The major decisions are consensus, and I've learned an awful lot from Paul. I have to say that. And I've learned a lot from a lot of people, I think it's good. I think, communication, 50% of communication is listening, not to reply, but listening to learn.
Indeed. And Linda is also in the chat, the ruler supreme of the Dublin gang. So
Hi, Linda Carl. Linda is the one that we were normally, our season for activism was April to October. Linda extended it to 52 weeks of the year almost. So thank you, Linda. You're pushing the boundaries for us. Great to hear you. Happy Christmas.
Yeah, well, last week, which was our final week, a new vegan came up, and they were in town, and they got a thing on their phone, an alert saying that the demo was on. So they came down, and they were saying that they're the only vegan in the family, and before that, the only vegetarian in the family. And so they were, glad to meet us and everything. I think they might be tuning in here today too. So that's pretty good.
That's fantastic, and I think we spend so much time online. You begin to feel everybody is online, and that's the beautiful thing about being on the street on a regular basis. That you meet people who are vegan. They're private individuals who went vegan, or they're interested, or they're curious about it. And when they meet you, it's a great chance for them to meet people rather than get their information offline and just see that other people are doing it. I think there's a huge payback about being on the street and having a presence in real life. And we'll try and extend on that for next year. We have maybe an idea to people who present to be interested, take their name and address and contact details. I know I was talking to our colleagues, a friend of yours from New Zealand, Roger, and they try to assemble people in libraries once every couple of months. And these are people who would be, curious about veganism, and give them a chat about it. This can be done in the library. If you see a white stripe, this is Timothy has arrived on stage here. He's about to check the place out. Hello, Timothy. And so I think that could be a thing too, off the demos, people who are interested, try and assemble them for a chat in the library.
Well, it's one way of doing it, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe have a look at that, see could we do it. And we hope to have a lot more than 2 demos by the end of 2026. We have 3 new banners here. So if there's 3 or 4 people anywhere in the country who would like to do a regular demo, the banner is here and we'll get you moving.
Yeah, it must be possible to get something going in Cork. We used to do a stall before the Cork Veg Fest, but of course that's all stopped now.
Yeah, yes, it is. In terms of population, it's the number 2 city in Ireland. They like to think they're the capital of Ireland, and of course they are the southern capital. So that we have that earmarked, and Limerick as well, the other western city. There's not much difference in the population between Limerick and Galway. So you always think of the population centres, but we're trying as well to do one in Letterkenny in County Donegal. That's not happening every week. The logistical issues, people living in counties, in rural Ireland, they can be 50 or 60 miles away. So it's not always easy for them to get to the demo every week. That might be too much of a commitment, but maybe once a month. But we're going to try and get more of a presence around in different towns and the cities as well, of course. Right. Oh yeah, the other thing, sorry, before I go, we have social meetups from about the end of January right through February as well. So we'll do a social gatherings, and it's where you can feel free to share any gossip that you have.
Well, I don't do that, as you well know. But is that going to be in cafes or what?
Yeah, we did them last year. We had one in Galway or in Athlone. We got to the Radisson Hotel in Athlone, and there was a veggie person there who answered the phone, and they pushed the boat out for us, and we got a private room, and they were able to do a round of sandwiches for $9.99. And then you could add your coffee or your dessert, whatever you wanted, and no charge for the room. So it was a bit like the Last Supper. We had the room to ourselves. And we also did one in the Saucy Cow in Dublin, and that was well attended.
$9.99. They must have been gold-plated sandwiches there, Dennis. But,
they brought them in on big platters. There was 2 big lots brought in, at a time, and they did it twice, so nobody went hungry. But that's the beauty of the vegan mafia, when you have people in well-placed jobs that can, grease the wheel for you.
Okay. I started off with a tribute to Bernie.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah. And so I mentioned in the award presentation that she used to organise some conferences in Ireland, and people like Reagan gave talks and stuff. That seems to be something that a political party might get involved with, because I don't think there's been one of those for many years now in Ireland.
Well, yeah, and I was delighted to see that. I tuned in with you for 1 o'clock, and Bernie actually was the person, their demo that to do with the Greyhounds. They were the ones that showed me how to do demos. I started going up there because I didn't realise how to do a demo. And it was her and all the crew that's there, Joyce and Leon and Thrasa, and I hope I don't forget any other names there, I'll be killed. But they all helped me and showed me how to do a demo, because I was quite nervous, standing on the street with a placard. And anyway, they're a great bunch of people. Yeah, I think, because Bernie often talked about, will I organise an animal rights day? So we could do that. There's no doubt about it. In terms of Failure Vegan, we're thinking of organising in April a press release in Dublin, to do it. So maybe that might be a time. There's a beautiful place down on Pearse Street, St. Andrew's Resort Centre. It's connected to a parish hall down there. And that used to be a place where the Vegetarian Society had their gathering. So that might be the place to do the conference and do one in April and have a mini, I wouldn't say a mini festival, but just have some tables for food there as well.
Like a press conference. Yeah, I spoke at St. Andrew. It was quite good for them, because like the vegetarian, it's quite weird that the reversal, because the Veg Fest, the Vegan Veg Fest, started in 2015, and they were much bigger than the vegetarian thing, which is interesting really, because there's more vegetarians than vegans, so it's all a bit weird that. But that's another movement issue that we've got, but still an interesting one.
Well, yeah, and I mean we're on the shoulders of a lot of people. We're on, you know, the people who I know for myself, I'm still learning from a lot of people who are active from earliest times, including yourself. And of course, we have the vegetarians, and we want everyone to go vegan, and why not? But we have to recognise the early pathfinders. It would not have been easy for them. And where do you go? You know, if you have to travel, or where you go to get food. I know for myself, when I go traveling now, I have my bottle of water, and I make sandwiches, or I bring packets of stuff with me, like a trail mix or something that, you know, you're not going to go hungry. Even some bread, just in case. But I find now there is kind of food everywhere. You know, you'll get something everywhere. There's plant milk anyway. And in the few years that I have been vegan, I see a great change and offerings, options. You know, the options in different places, and in the supermarkets here in Ireland, the big, you know, the multiples. They're all selling Ingevita now, so that tells you that they know what's happening. And flaxseed, mill flaxseed, and chia seed. They know where it's at. They know what's important.
Indeed. Well, thanks again, Dennis. You've been a star as usual, and thanks for coming on. And
well, thanks, Roger. Thanks for having me on, and thanks for doing the show today. I'm sure there's a lot of people will avail of it, and it's a fantastic resource to have in our movement. And hi to everybody who knows me. And
yeah, well, we've got more than 40 people tuned in at the moment, so that's
woohoo!
Yeah, so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So I'll see you again, Dennis.
Okay.
I'm going to boot you out.
Thank you. Do that. See me.
So that's Dennis Nealis of Sentient Rights Ireland, and instrumental also in Fairly Vegan, the vegan and music festival, which will be in its second year this next August. Now, I did prepare a quiz with just some silly questions, because I was wondering about, you know, filling the time as you normally do. So I've got 7 questions which I thought we'd just try. This is just a bit of fun. Don't be too competitive about it. I've got my bounce sound. And so I'm going to ask the question and then do 5 bounces and then give you the answer. And so, it's not competitive or anything. So the first one is, what was the name of the direct action predecessor to the ALF, the Animal Liberation Front? I think you can get addicted to that boing in sound, isn't it? And so the answer, of course, is and Terry's beaten us all to it, Mercy for Animals, which ironically was a name taken by Ronnie Lee from a Victorian RSPCA youth group, of all things. And so I think within 2 years they realized it wasn't really a great name, really. So they changed it to the Animal Liberation Front, which was a bit more what they were all about. Right, people, I'm going to show you something that Andy Atkinson did. It's a treatment of a Tom Reagan talk. In fact, one of the most famous Tom Reagan talks. And then we'll have the Animal Rights Show coming up the top of the hour. So this is from the 1988, the 1989 debate that was on BBC TV. It's called the Animal Rights Debate. It was part of something called Animal Night, organized by Arena, it was. And this show, they were viewed by 1 million people. And so this is Reagan's opening statement.
The other animals humans eat, use in science, hunt, trap, and exploit in a variety of other ways have a life of their own. that is of importance to them apart from their utility to us. They are not only in the world, they are aware of it and also of what happens to them. And what happens to them matters to them. Each has a life that fares experientially better or worse for the one whose life it is. Like us, they bring a unified psychological presence to the world. Like us, they are some bodies, not some things. In these fundamental ways, the non-human animals in labs and on farms, for example, are the same as human beings. And so it is that the ethics of our dealings with them and with one another must rest on some of the same fundamental moral principles. At its deepest level, an enlightened human ethic is based on the independent value of the individual. To treat human beings in ways that do not honor their independent worth, to reduce them to the status of tools or models or commodities, for example, is to violate that most basic of human rights, the right to be treated with respect. The philosophy of animal rights demands only that logic be respected, for any argument that plausibly explains the independent value of human beings implies that other animals have the same value and have it equally. And any argument that plausibly explains the right of humans to be treated with respect also implies that these other animals have this same right and have it equally also. As a result of selective media coverage in the past, to which this evening's debate is a notable and praiseworthy exception, the general public has tended to view advocates of animal rights in exclusively negative terms. We are anti-intellectual, anti-science, anti-rational, anti-human. We stand against justice and for violence. The truth, as it happens, is quite the reverse. The philosophy of animal rights is on the side of reason, for it is not rational to discriminate arbitrarily. And discrimination against non-human animals is demonstrably arbitrary. It is wrong to treat weaker human beings, especially those who are lacking in normal human intelligence, as tools or models, for example. It cannot be rational, therefore, to treat other animals as if they were tools, models, and the like, if their psychology is as rich as or richer than these human beings. The philosophy of animal rights is pro, not anti-science. This philosophy is respectful of our best science in general and of evolutionary biology in particular. The latter teaches that, in Darwin's words, humans differ from many other animals in degree and not in kind. Questions about line drawing to one side, it is obvious that the animals used in laboratories, raised for food, and hunted for pleasure or trapped for profit, for example, are our psychological kin. This is not fantasy. This is fact, supported by our best science. The philosophy of animal rights stands for, not against, justice. We are not to violate the rights of the few so that the many might benefit. Slavery allows this. Child labor allows this. All unjust social institutions allow this, but not the philosophy of animal rights, whose highest principle is that of justice. The philosophy of animal rights stands for peace and against violence. The fundamental demand of this philosophy is to treat humans and other animals with respect. This philosophy, therefore, is a philosophy of peace, but it is a philosophy that extends the demand for peace beyond the boundaries of our species. For there is an undeclared war being waged every day against countless millions of non-human animals. To stand truly for peace is to stand firmly against their ruthless exploitation. And what, aside from the common menu of media distortions, what will be said by the opponents of animal rights? Will the objection be that we are equating animals and humans in every respect, when in fact humans and animals differ greatly? But clearly we are not saying that humans and other animals are the same in every way, that dogs and cats can do calculus, or that pigs and cows enjoy poetry. What we are saying is that, like humans, many other animals have an experiential welfare of their own. In this sense, we and they are the same. In this sense, therefore, despite our many differences, we and they are equal. Will the objection be that we are saying that every human and every animal has the same rights, that chickens should have the right to vote, and pigs a right to ballet lessons? But of course we are not saying this. All we are saying is that these animals and humans share one basic moral right, the right to be treated with respect. Will the objection be that because animals do not respect our rights, we therefore have no obligation to respect their rights either? But there are many human beings who have rights and are unable to respect the rights of others, young children, and the mentally enfeebled and deranged of all ages. In their case, we do not say that it is perfectly all right to treat them as tools or models or commodities because they do not honor our rights. On the contrary, we recognize that we have a duty to treat them with respect. What is true of cases involving these human beings is no less true of cases involving other animals. Will the objection be that if other animals do have more, even if other animals do have moral rights, there are other more important things that need our attention? World hunger and child abuse, for example, apartheid, drugs, violence to women, the plight of the homeless. After we take care of these problems, then we can worry about animal rights. This objection misses the mark, for the rank and file of the animal rights movement is composed of people whose first line of service is human service. Doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals, people involved in a broad range of social services, from rape counseling to aiding victims of child abuse or famine or discrimination, teachers at every level of education, ministers, priests, rabbis. As the lives of these people demonstrate, the choice that people face is not between either helping humans or helping other animals. One can do both. We should do both. Will the objection be finally that no one has rights, not any human being and not any other animal either, but rather that right and wrong are a matter of acting to produce the best consequences, being certain to count everyone's interest and to count equal interests equally? This moral philosophy, utilitarianism, has a long and venerable history. Influential men and women, past and present, are among its adherents, and yet it is a bankrupt moral philosophy if ever there was one. Are we seriously to inquire into the interest of the rapist before declaring rape wrong? Should we ask the child molester whether his interest would be frustrated before condemning the molestation of our children? Remarkably, a consistent utilitarianism demands that we ask these questions, and in so demanding relinquishes any claim on our rational assent. With regard to the philosophy of animal rights, then, is it rational, impartial, scientifically informed? Does it stand for peace and against injustice? To all these questions, the answer is an unqualified yes. And as for the objections that are raised against this philosophy, are those who accept it able to offer rational, informed answers? Again, the answer is yes. In the battle of ideas, the philosophy of animal rights wins, its critics lose. It remains to be seen which side emerges as the victor in the ongoing political battle between what is just and what is not. Thank you.
How do you get up in the morning in the face of...
I'm just going to cut that last bit off because I've got that coming up on something else. But it strikes you, doesn't it, that the language used in the 80s was much more direct and straightforward, perhaps, and possibly we would think twice about using some of that language, which is quite interesting. We do have an interesting question related to that, but it is relevant to the animal rights show, and so therefore I think we should bring everybody on board because they're all waiting. Hey.
Ho, ho, ho.
Right, now.
Hello, happy holidays.
Hello, everyone. Happy holidays, all.
Happy holidays, happy Christmas, whatever it is anyone says. How is everyone?
Good. It's just morning time here, so we just woke everybody up, and it's a lovely sunny day. It doesn't feel like much like Christmas when it's in the upper 70s, or I guess pushing 30 to you.
I can see.
Oh,
some
great.
Oh,
Same here. Same here. It was a really sunny day.
And here as well, blue skies.
You can see pretty much everyone behind us, I think. At least the barn buddies. You can probably see, so Tim in the front, Alex behind. Looks like Rosebud's kind of behind Alex, and then Daisy's way in the back near the woods.
Oh, but I didn't expect that. That's a treat. We can see everyone.
Oh, that's brilliant.
There's no coercion.
Yeah.
I think that the pigs at the moment are enjoying eating acorns. So they're forever kind of foraging around looking for acorns, and you can hear them like crunching them, and yeah, they're very happy.
Yeah, I heard that pigs love acorns, because I think sometimes when there's been a massive crop of acorns in the forest, they will sometimes bring pigs around into the forest to eat the acorns and things like that. I've heard of that before.
Yeah, I've also heard that you need to be careful about how many acorns they eat if they kind of gorge on them. I think they're high in tannins, and that can impact them negatively. So if that became an issue, I guess we'd have to fence off areas, because you can't just say to Daisy or Raspberry, hey, I think you've had your 10 a day. Come on, stop now.
Us with potato chips, right?
That's like us rationing cookies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, folks. So, well, can I have an update? What's the score with Corrie? Still ill?
Yeah, I think so. I haven't heard.
Okay, all right. So we've got a bit. We've got more time with you, Nisha and Jeremy. Oh, he's just walked away. That's nice.
But, they're off duty.
I don't know if that's good luck for you that you've got more time with us, or.
Yeah, I just announced we've got more time with you, and Jeremy walked off. But there is this interesting question that was came up during the Reagan thing, and given this is the animal rights show, I thought this is quite interesting. Francione maintains sentience is enough for moral consideration. Reagan does not. Why is sentience not enough? Well, there's quite an involved answer to that, and I think that if Reagan's age was not against him, I think that Reagan would have probably lined up with the sentience argument. So back in the 1980s, he came up with this idea of subject of a life, which we're all aware of, and it was much more complicated than just sentience, as it were. Although sentiency itself is a disputed concept as well, but and also it was restricted to mammals of 1 year and over, which was a severe kind of limitation. And the reason that Reagan did that is the fact that he was, writing in the he started in the 70s, but he was so we talk about mid 80s when it was released. This is the case for animal rights, and so he was trying to write it in a conservative way. So in order for the argument not just to be rejected out of hand, and so that was the reason for that. And then, of course, later, by the time you get to Francione in the 90s, there's a critique of subject of a life, and I get the impression, although correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, that I think that Reagan would have probably accepted the critique. But by that time, he'd kind of stopped writing. He was just kind of rehashing things at the time. I mean, I was part of the AR Zone at the time, and we interviewed Reagan, and it was just like a cut and paste, really, of the kind of stuff he'd already done. So he didn't address some of the issues that a younger person perhaps would have done, like sentience and like the million dogs, this kind of stuff. So that's my version of that I think what would have happened if Reagan had been a bit younger, because he was also getting ill at the time, the thing that killed him. So I suppose you can excuse him for not really wanting to keep the old nose to the grindstone.
There is also the issue of who defines sentience, though, isn't there? And there's so much work scientifically to try to prove who is sentient, what does sentience mean, and there's always and Tom himself said that we need to give non-human animals, fellow animals, the benefit of the doubt. And there's still a lot of talk about what does sentience actually mean, who qualifies to be called sentient, and I think that can sometimes be a little bit of an issue. In that, who do we expand the moral circle to, and all of that. I think he would have definitely. I think obviously it's difficult to know what's in someone's mind, but I don't think he would have disagreed with some of the critique for sure as time went on. I mean, that was he was quite groundbreaking at the time when he wrote The Case for Animal Rights, but I think he would have definitely maybe opened up to other thoughts and critique and different perspectives as time went on, like you say, if he was a younger man.
Yeah, I think so. You're saying that your Nisha and Jeremy's volume's low. I just boosted it at this end, so if you want to say something, see if it's louder now.
Something. How's that sound? Is that
that's
great? Yeah, that's
a little bit better actually. Yeah.
Thank you.
There's always one.
Wanted to do this from the barn until we had 2 rambunctious goats.
They're brilliant. They're absolutely brilliant.
I feel as anytime you put anything new in the barn, whether it's a new chair or we put a box, they're into it. So yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think to the question, I think language for me, I really like delving into the different complexities. But the thing I've realized or kind of come to the conclusion of over the years is a simple message is sometimes better than a sophisticated one. So personally, I tend to swerve sentience language. I know for me as an animal advocate, I didn't really know, like I rarely would have seen it or used it or contemplated it before I was an animal advocate. So especially from our audience perspective, I tend to focus on just awareness. And I appreciate there's subtle nuances between the two, but in different languages, you know, obviously there's going to be nuances. But yeah, I think back to the Reagan point, I mean, I'd like to think the 80s wasn't that long ago because that's the decade I was born in, but
it was ages ago.
So I do think it was a bit of an incremental approach, you know. In the 80s, I mean, fishes weren't maybe as in focus as maybe I'd like to hope they are now. I mean, we have a family full of 38 fishes here at Respect, so that we try to advocate for. But I don't think, you know, to subject of a life was really just setting a basic level. But I'm sure others have other thoughts here, so I don't want to take up too much space. But that's off the top of my head.
Yes, indeed. Anybody else want to comment on that before we do what we're supposed to be here for?
No, I agree. I mean, I would not bring up sentience in the street, talking to, you know, to bypassers at an outreach event. I always feel that saying that our fellow animals have the ability to feel, have the ability for pain, fear, you know, relationships, tenderness, whatever, and that's enough. And most people understand that. I mean, using everyday words and language, and not something that, you know, brings in mind philosophical terms and debates and things like that.
What do people think about Richard Ryder's idea of panience? Because that is focusing on. I mean, a lot of people will define sentience as the ability to feel pain, which is only a very kind of basic thing, but that's where he kind of hones it in on, really. And so you've almost got subjective life, sentiency, and panience, you know, kind of, you know, focusing down a little bit more, kind of laser vision type thing. I wonder why panience has never, because he used to call people panients, you know, rather than sentience. So a panient being, that kind of stuff. But it never caught on in the movement. And I wonder if there's any kind of reason for that. I don't know.
I guess it only focuses on kind of one emotion, doesn't it, or one element, and being pain being rather than the ability to feel joy or happiness or any of the other kind of wide range of emotions. But yeah, I think that's anytime we bring in a new word, I think it takes some time for it to be picked up on, doesn't it? I've never heard of panience myself.
All right, yeah.
Like the panience in my butt. Is that like, you know, when you say a word and then you use it in a sentence? Panience. Jeremy is a panience.
Sounds like you've got a panion behind you as well. So.
Yeah, and then I'm supposed to spell it, aren't I? Isn't it like a spelling bee?
And also, I suppose that could lead you into difficult territory, especially in terms of like the whole treatment and welfareism aspects. Then, you know, if we advocate against, you know, those who feel pain, then there's also always that pushback. Well, what about if we take away the pain? Is that okay? And of course, we are against the use, full stop, regardless of whether we can alleviate pain in certain situations and things like that. So I suppose it could become quite murky.
Because most people, when they would hear, I like to think about the audience likely interpretations, and they're more likely to think of pain like, you know, you stub your toe, not a deep emotional pain or the pain from being bred into existence and all that comes with that. So while it could be, you know, connected to these other concepts, I don't think it's the immediate interpretation. So there's just so many kind of new words coming in. I think we should probably focus on a few. I think speciesism for me is a really tricky one to bring to new people who are vegan curious, I think. But that's to me one I still bring up, because I do think it's, you know, worth kind of going there. But we've got to take our pick.
Do you think also, I mean, this is a bugbear of mine, as you know, but do you think that's why a lot of vegans go for carnism, because speciesism is a bit too difficult?
Possibly. Yeah, I think as we've discussed in the past, it's almost like a bit of a got you, like, oh, you're a carnist. That kind of edge to it, you know. Oh, you're a carn. Yeah, that's right. Well, I don't know what the average audience, you know, if you're on doing street outreach, for instance, or even just discussing with a friend or family member, and depending on how it's brought up, I think calling someone a carnist is different than discussing the idea of carnism. You know, accusatory versus kind of a third point communication type thing. But it's not one I've kind of gone to, so I can't really speak to likely interpretations.
I don't like the word, because I think most people don't understand what it is, especially if translated in Greek. I'd have to spend time explaining what carnism means, and I prefer spending this time to say something other about animal rights. I don't find it useful.
Yeah, I don't like it. I agree, and I think that even in English, you'd have to explain that actually. And this was a point that we didn't get around to discussing with Georgie actually, but I think with Georgie Kazamajana and in his book, he talks a lot about carnism, and I've spoken to him personally about it before and said I really don't like that term, and it seems very much the etymology of the word or just the stem of the carn. The carn is, you know, relates for most people, I think, back to flesh. And I think it's hard to get away from that. And even though he said he likes it because it trips off the tongue more easily than speciesism, and also it's much more expanded. It's an ideology of human supremacy in a way. So he likes to think of it in that expanded way. So I think if even in English, you still have to explain, it doesn't mean what you probably think it means. So it just, I don't find it that useful either.
What would be a definition of calling somebody a carnist? What would that mean? Because I guess I'm thinking of a word people do understand, which is carnivore. But then if then somebody thinks I'm a carnist, you're calling them a carnivore, then they would be, well, technically that's not correct because I eat potatoes. So I'm curious, what is maybe I don't think I quite understand that either.
I've got a feeling it's more a word that vegans use about non-vegans rather than to them, because I think vegans understand it amongst themselves. That would be my impression. I don't know if they would say to someone you're a carnist, because they definitely really wouldn't understand that, and I'm sure, I don't know, I could be wrong.
When Melanie Joy first developed the idea, there's lots and lots of videos of her talking about this idea of a dinner table, and everybody's enjoying the food, and somebody asks for the recipe, and then the cook reveals that there is Labrador flesh. So it was very much kind of flesh based, and so the carny bit is definitely in that area. And Melanie Joy describes carnism as a subset of veganism, and she said it was the same as saying that anti-Semitism is a subset of anti-racism. So So to me, it seems then that it automatically is not dealing with the overall thing, which is back to speciesism. So although we're talking about a more perhaps difficult to explain concept, at least it's the one that gets to where we want to be rather than just part of the way.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
But it leaves out a lot of exploitation. I mean, animals used in laboratories, animals used for labor, all kinds of exploitation are not covered by carnism. So what's the point of just using that?
Nelly, you're going to set Jeremy off with the E word. I can hear his little bells ringing, his little Christmas language bells going off.
Yeah, I should have a little bell here. I can dinkle every time I have a language issue or question. I think to me this pokes at a bigger question. Like, should we be using language that only the internal movement, the movement for our fellow animals, like should we? If only we kind of quote get it, and we can't kind of transport that to the external audience, it doesn't seem to connect us with our audience. It seems to distance us, I think, in a way. So it's and the biggest thing for me is language is it's not just like what we're saying per se. It's also kind of it changes how we think about things. If we challenge our own language in our head, it will gradually over time shift the way we see individuals and being here at the sanctuary, just a random tangent, but I think it's a bit of fun. Even just the way we come across when we're using different words. I'd like to think the goats speak fluent English, but they don't. But when we say different things, they can pick up on how we're feeling. We just talked about this recently, didn't we? So it's like if someone has an insult in their head when they're talking to a quote carnist, I don't think that does us many favors either. But I appreciate there's different approaches to these things, and they all have a point to be raised. Tangent closed.
Kind of stands to reason that there's no point in using words that people don't understand, but I suppose that does invoke the ripening up idea, perhaps.
Yep.
Yeah. Right, sanctuaries.
Sanctuaries.
I have a question. I'm in awe of people, having sanctuaries for many reasons. And I have a question for you two. You're both well-traveled. You've lived in several countries. And I'm thinking that now you have the sanctuary that has become more difficult. I don't know if it has become impossible. So how does someone can travel with 2 dogs, but I guess it's impossible to travel with 2 dogs, 4 goats, 3 pigs, and
all the fishes.
Just a little caveat. Depends on the dogs.
Yes.
Not all dogs.
I think Jeremy, Nella is saying that your jet set lifestyle is come to an end.
I think that's fair to say. Yeah, it's definitely for anyone. I think this goes for I think to Wendy was alluding to. For dogs and cats, any species, when we take the care of another as a priority, it really is just that, and really taking deep consideration of what that means for our own lives. If we valued going out to eat every night, the sanctuary probably wouldn't be the best thing for us. We are much more homebodies now, but yeah, I mean, you just went back to New Zealand to visit your family, didn't you? And I kind of hold down the fort. The whole idea is that one of us can kind of travel while the other kind of takes care of things. We're small enough that we technically could have people come in, but I think just to bring them up to speed and also just kind of, I don't know about Phoenicia, but for me, it's hard to kind of relax on holiday if I'm kind of wondering what's going on at home. So I feel like I've kind of done life in reverse. I'm kind of happy to have done my travel and settle down now in sunny Georgia on a Christmas day. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely agree with what you said. When we were talking about the potential of starting a sanctuary, and I guess we'd be really lucky that we volunteered at a lot of sanctuaries in different countries, so had a fair idea of what to expect. But that was one of the big things is, okay, how will this change our lives, and is this something that we're willing and able to do, and one of them was travel. We're not going to be able to travel together ever again. Are we okay with that? And we have a special tradition here, and it depends what time of day it is, depends on the time of year with the sun. So at the moment it's around 3:30 p.m. and we do pond o'clock. So pond o'clock, we travel to the pond area, and the dogs and the goats usually all close by, and we just sit there, enjoy the kind of last of the sun, have a cold drink on a hot day and just kind of chill out. And to us, that's the same as having a holiday. It's those moments of relaxation and connection and talking and just doing whatever it is that's important. So I don't think we need to go anywhere for that.
It's a funny concept, isn't it? I've been studying a lot of Stoicism recently, and it's interesting how I think a lot of humans think, I'll relax when I get to this holiday or when I get this break or once I get this project done. And actually peace can be found in every moment if we kind of look for it. So yeah, I definitely resonate with all that. So hopefully we answered your question, Noah.
Oh yes, you have. And I think that this also means that people who are thinking of of creating a sanctuary have to think long and hard about it, and probably I know you have done for a long time before actually creating the sanctuary. That is not something to be taken lightly, because it's a very serious and long time commitment.
Definitely. Yeah, I know myself. I volunteered for about 10 years, and you were a good chunk yourself. We went to Jacob's Ridge in Spain in 2016, and that's when it all kind of kicked off and started our kind of sanctuary. And we didn't start Respect until 2023 and didn't do intakes until 2024. So there's definitely a time gap there. It's tough though, isn't it? Because when you see individuals who need help, it's difficult to say, okay, I'll think about this for five or 10 years and come back to it. And I know people who throw themselves into it, and I don't think there's a right or wrong to any approach, but just kind of continue to check in with ourselves. And also with scale and size, we've intentionally decided to be a micro sanctuary and stay relatively small, which is another consideration, with all of this.
I think it's the same for anybody who cares for any individual. It's that lifelong commitment, isn't it? And it's adjusting our lives as well around what their needs are, some of which we can anticipate and some of which, you don't know until something happens. What are all your experiences or thoughts around what a holiday kind of means, and is having a dedicated holiday important, or do you also kind of, I don't know, tuck moments of relaxation into your weeks?
Well, I think the bottom line, Nisha, is that no one will blame you for figuring out a way of not having to travel with Jeremy. So
maybe that was the reason behind all of this. I don't think we can do trips together anymore. I'm going to have to go on my own.
No. I really relate to what you were saying about the pond o'clock. That's brilliant, and it's something that I've been trying to do for myself, and because obviously we don't have a sanctuary like with so-called farmed fellow animals, but like you're just saying, Nisha, no matter who you care for, you have that commitment, and there are certain things that, again, like you, and this was going to be my next question to you as well about the anticipation, is are there things that you didn't anticipate? Because I know for me and our little sanctuary, like little mini sanctuary here, I didn't anticipate so many things, and actually it's navigating it as you go along, and then finding that, okay, I didn't realize that I wouldn't ever be able to do this and this again, but it turns out that at the moment I can't. So therefore, and I love the finding the joy in the moments, and actually it does make you really appreciate really simple things. Like for us, rather than basing our happiness on a holiday every year, it's every day when we're out walking, say with Dylan, for example, wherever we are, we're looking at the beauty of nature and interactions with him and just the space around, and thinking like this is like a little micro holiday every day. I don't need to like look ahead and go, when I get there, I'll be happy and that'll be great. It's like, no, right here, right now, this is just magical and beautiful and spectacular, and I really love that. But yeah, my question to you then again is, were the things that you've come across that you definitely didn't anticipate, and how have you kind of navigated that, and have you got any examples of that?
I love this comment real quick. I'm wondering if they're speaking figuratively or literally when they say like,
there is a lot of shit involved, isn't there? Just heads up. Sorry if you're eating your lunch today, but like there is a lot of shit involved.
Well, maybe that's a good. I really enjoy going around and you know, we've got the area where the pigs and the goats are is around 2 acres, so it's, you know, we don't need to pick up poop every day. You're not kind of standing in it. But I take my gorilla cart. Is that vegan? Saying gorilla cart?
No gorillas were harmed.
Gorillas were harmed. Plastic cart on wheels. I put the bucket in there. I've got my little scoop, and it's such a peaceful time. It's about, I don't know, it takes me about 3/4 of an hour to kind of, I just walk up and down, kind of zigzagging.
These two following
scooping
you.
it. Oh, the goats, you know,
Literally beside.
Yeah, they make everything take twice as long. And it's just such a peaceful time. I'm just kind of in my own thoughts, and some people would say, oh my God, you've got to pick up poop. And it's I don't know, it's this perception, but that's for me a really enjoyable time. So
yeah, I think to the point of kind of expectations and reality, we're still, I think every year we'll continue to unravel that. We just went to a local town. They have some good vegan options that we reflected on 2025. We were there for maybe an hour and a half, and I think we covered about 1% of it. You know, I think there's this like, you know, we're constantly kind of learning. I think if I had to sum the things that I didn't fully anticipate in a word, I'd probably say fencing.
You've got a big bit of land as well, yeah.
You're looking at the fencing team, and we have business background. So we're like learning how to do H braces and all this cool stuff that just takes a lot of time, and especially in the hot summer, kind of working through all that. But so many joys too. I mean, every single one of the individuals we care for, you know, all 44 of them, we definitely see their personalities continue to evolve each and every day. You know, like the pigs, for instance, are a bit kind of anxious, I'd say, I guess, around the goats, because the goats tend to like try to play with the pigs like they're fellow goats, and they're not. So yeah, speaking of cameo, but yeah, just and these Ten and Alex curl up with us on this little, we have a little area called Club Respect, where we sit every night, but then oftentimes during the day, and we just sit for what would you say, maybe like a good hour, mate? And yeah, just kind of exist in each other's worlds. And I mean, that I knew there'd be cool moments, but that's just like 1,000-fold what I expected. So
yeah,
I don't know if you have other
I think
things to. I
don't know if you could say that every decision that you make in life is a trade-off. And Wendy, this is, you know, I think also what you were saying is that maybe there's a perception that you're giving up things, which I think technically you are, and you're trading them off for other things. And I guess it's for every person, are those trade-offs acceptable or enough, or whatever word you want to use? Because yes, we are trading off things. We're trading off deciding to sleep in whenever you want to, because you need to get up and you need to open the barn, because you know it's not fair for them to be, you know, kept in once it's light outside. You know, trading off, we talked already around holidays, trading off other things. But for that, oh my gosh, the joy and the, you know, whether it's spending time in nature, snuggling up, getting a little goat kiss, seeing them do something either hilarious or awesome, or build that trust, that is worth so much more than any kind of holiday or sleep in or anything that we've supposedly had to give up. So yeah, there's days, of course, where I'm like, oh my gosh, like I wish I didn't have to do X, Y, and Z or whatever. But almost every day I'm like, I would definitely trade holidays and other things for this.
Yeah, that's lovely. But we often talk. We've mentioned this on the show a few times, actually, or between us anyway. Roger, Nella, and I, that often it will be vegans, and especially obviously like running a sanctuary, but even generally just taking in fellow animals that are in need of refuge and care. often it will be vegans who take on particularly, you know, individuals who might have special needs or, you know, illnesses, or they essential care in some way. And then once that happens, it can then restrict how much advocacy you're able to do. Like it might really change the activism or advocacy that you were doing before. And I know that you guys were volunteering at sanctuaries before, but also doing a lot of like street outreach and things like that. But do you find now with the sanctuary you're just doing different forms of advocacy, or do you feel like now this is like the care is the most important thing, and that is a massive form of protest, and it's definitely a vegan form of protest against the oppression of fellow animals? Or do you feel like, I feel like I don't do enough advocacy? What's your take on that now?
All the above.
Tick, 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 tick.
Definitely inward focus. I think the thing I love about sanctuary work is we get to connect most directly, I think, with the fellow animals. I appreciate there's other forms of advocacy where that is true, but, you know, as compared with, you know, street outreach that I used to do a lot of, and yeah, there's a computer screen with them on it, but them on the screen, but this is really, you're there with them in their worlds, and can really, I know it connects me more with them. So when I do talk about them, it's a more visceral connection, I think, than before I got involved in sanctuaries. I think to the point around disabled individuals, I think there's that in a way, yes, it can be different and challenging. However, I do think it opens up a whole new world of advocacy that can be done around ableism and the intersection with speciesism. I know if you follow Ziggy's in North Carolina, they do an awesome job. A number of their individuals have disabilities. I know we've you know, Tim has his own story we could share, but to me, it kind of strengthens their story and strengthens the personalities and individualities that we can highlight, and that they overcome so much. And they wouldn't overcome that if they weren't aware individuals who experienced life and, you know, had all these valid claims. So before I launch into another tangent that leads to a 4-hour Zoom call, I think Roger probably has other guests on the schedule. So I'll turn it over to Mish. What do you think?
Yeah, I guess it's, is it about input or is it about impact?
Speaking of Tim.
Speaking of Tim.
Oh.
This is Timothy.
Hey, Timothy.
Timber. He has lots of nicknames.
he likes your little ball.
Oh my.
Little pom pom.
Yes, he's very handsome.
He's good.
Oh, they are lovely.
He's been struggling since summertime with some mobility issues. So so we're helping him. We're just trying at the moment some pulse. I think it's PEMF, some pulsating electromagnetic field. I think the F stands for. So it's a mat that has pulsating magnets to see if that helps, because apparently that helps with inflammation, particularly with joints, muscles, etc. So he seems to be enjoying it, if nothing else. But
did you tell the? I don't know if I missed it. Did you tell the whole story about how his disability came about?
I did not. No.
I guess we might as well real quick. Do you want to, or I guess I don't.
You can.
Basically, he had a really strange parasite called meningeal worm, and we can get more into the details if people are interested. But basically, it just really limited his mobility, and for a while he was struggling to stand up. We were actually coming down in the middle of the night to help him lay down so he could get rest, and we were really concerned that it wouldn't get better. And fortunately, it did. We acted, but I think we did everything we could and acted quite quickly. But he does still kind of walk, I'd say, what would you say, like 85, 90% of his mobility? But back to my earlier point, it does not hold him back. He will just race around. This whole area is 2 acres, and it does not hold him back at all, which I just think is such a story that we can all take. I know for sometimes I struggle with, the lack of tangible progress for our fellow animals, and seeing him overcome that, it's like, well, if he can do that, maybe I can do more myself. So.
Very inspiring.
Yeah.
I want to go ahead, Lisa.
I was just going to say, going back to the question, I think I said around, is it input or impact? And I guess we all I think, struggle to define or be able to measure how much impact we're having. I think from an input perspective, to your question, Wendy, I think the input that we do and the advocacy that we do is different. With the sanctuary, we're able to do a lot more kind of on social media, highlight their individuality, have people that are vegan or aren't yet vegan also come and visit. And I think have those conversations. That's on a relatively small scale. We still are able to volunteer. We're very lucky here in Georgia that we've got probably at least 6 or 7 sanctuaries within 2 hours of us.
These 2 came from Outsiders.
Another
great sanctuary
sanctuary
up to the northeast of us.
And another sanctuary that's only 40 minutes away does a volunteer day every month. So they're only 40 minutes away. So we
Farm of the Free.
Yeah, so Farm of the Free, we're able to volunteer there every month and
Full
still
circle.
do other things. So I think what we do is different. I don't know if it'd be possible to ever measure, are we doing more, are we doing less? I think it's different.
I'm a spreadsheet guy. I have a ridiculous number of spreadsheets where I tried to measure this stuff, and I eventually realized it was an endless pursuit. I track my outreach and then say, okay, if I do this over this many years, what would be the impact? And to me, it's about the main thing is about sustainability and doing what we can. If we're not min-maxing every moment of our lives for advocacy, I think that's a noble pursuit, but I personally like to focus inward on the sanctuary these days.
You mentioned social media, and I just want to remind to everyone at the audience that they can follow you on Instagram under the name Respect Animal Sanctuary, and that you frequently do posts about the life in the sanctuary that I found, very relaxing. And I really enjoy them, so they can do that. But I wanted also to ask Nisha about another account, the Respect Kitchen.
Yes, Respect Kitchen. I kind of started that up as a bit of a fun project, and I think like all of us, we are in and out of social media. Oh, Alex is just chewing on the iPad.
Just so you know what's going on our end.
Yeah, he looks innocent, doesn't he? Yeah.
Up to mischief.
Yeah, so I'm definitely somebody who has always loved to cook, loved to bake. Grew up in the kitchen with my mum and dad teaching me how to make scones and different things. So I think when I first went vegan, there was this kind of almost fear of this perception that, oh my gosh, I'm never going to be able to bake a cake again. I'm never going to be able to do X, Y, and Z again, until I think, you have those kind of moments of panic. And then you're like, oh, actually, looking online, there's a recipe for everything that doesn't use animal ingredients. So, so I think cooking is definitely always been something that I've always loved. And now with living vegan, it's something that I think it's not, going back to my topic about, it's not what you can't have or choose not to have. It's actually all of the other items that it kind of, I think, expands. So, my Respect Kitchen account on Instagram is the odd kind of video or photos around some of the fun stuff that I love to cook.
I think you should share your experience with waffling real quick.
If anybody follows the person on I think it's on YouTube and Instagram, Vegan Hacks Pod, and they do some hilarious videos which I really enjoy. But one of the things that I've hooked onto is bought a mini waffle maker, and I tell you can waffle anything.
Can you?
You can.
Like what? Go on.
I'll wake up today and I'll be like, Jeremy, what should we waffle today? So you could waffle a toasted sandwich. So pop a piece of bread in there or a tortilla, put the ingredients that you like, put another one on top, waffle. It's a waffle toasted sandwich.
Hash browns last
you
night.
could put a hash brown in there. You could put a donut in there and turn it into a waffle. One of the things I like doing at the moment is making like oatmeal or porridge and making it a little bit thicker than what you would normally do. Popping it then in the waffle maker, and you have a waffle that's actually oatmeal. So it's like a healthier version. And you could
that would be right up my street.
I'll cook some sweet potato, put it in the waffle, a waffled sweet potato. I mean, do you want me to keep going or should I stop?
It's you know what they say, it's waffly versatile.
Well,
I can't take credit for that.
We
Used to be an advert,
specialize
wasn't
in waffling on the I'm Right show, don't we? But
Exactly.
speaking of sweet potato, apparently if you just put a sweet potato in like a jar or something, just so the tip is in the water, apparently they grow into an incredible plant.
Oh. I guess they would spread, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but yeah, and then you know, I shared that video, didn't I, where they were showing the growing of potatoes without earth, and that's going to be the vegan future, it seems to me, because we know that you can use vertical farming for leafy veg. It's more to do with the heavier kind of vegetables, because you know people still latch on to the crop death argument, and even though mathematically it's on our side already, it would be quite good to eliminate those deaths. And there's nowhere on the planet that you can't have a vertical farm, you know, especially if they're powered by solar power. So you know that's something I've been thinking the last couple of years that the vegan movement needs to be looking into, in terms of research and development. The real problem with that, I suppose, is that there's not enough funds to fund that if everybody's competing to be, you know, a campaign group. So that would be an issue. It would need collaboration between the big groups, and they don't traditionally do that. They tend to, you know, keep themselves to themselves, really. But you know, seems to be the future to me, anyway. The vegan future.
Do you have any groups or places that I can go to look into that more? I'm really interested in. Is there anyone on YouTube or showing vertical farming, or that sounds
Well, I think I posted something maybe yesterday. So I'll probably put it on the TARS group, and then you'll be able to see that. But I see them quite often on TikTok, funny enough.
Okay.
So TikTok, because I mean TikTok is quite an interesting place now, in terms of if you've got the algorithms working for you, you don't get any of that kind of dancing and all that used to be the
what you don't like
the mainstay. That seems to have gone now.
I think it's a big part, Roger, around completely changing the food system, and I think you have to do some really big changes, whether that's vertical farming or otherwise, to really sorry,
have we waffle pizza yet?
To do it.
You just see the comment.
We did actually try and make pizza, so we did like pizza dough in the waffle
homemade
maker,
dough, yeah.
And then you put the ingredients in, and then put another bit of pizza dough, and then you have a calzone. So thank you for bringing that up. Oh, should I show my t-shirt, my top? I don't know if anyone's noticed.
Oh yes.
Yes, please. The vegans ate my nose. I love it.
Oh.
One has the frowny face and one has the smiley face.
Yeah. Which one's which? Which one's you and Jeremy? Who's smiley? Who's frowny? But also, we want to see Roger's t-shirt as well.
Oh yeah, show us your t-shirt, Roger.
Yeah, this is back into daylight. This.
Oh yes.
We can't see the bottom of it. Like, can you stand up and do a little twirl, Duck?
Yeah, do it. Hands.
Until everybody's free.
Until everybody's free. Then on the back, it's got a big thing. I can't remember what it even says, but yeah.
Do you want to do us a little twirl?
No, I've got this mic on. So.
Oh, okay. All right.
I've only done this once. When I got this, I did the usual thing about forgetting it was on, and I got up and just walked away. And the entire thing almost this computer came forward, the monitor was teetering, and I just saved myself, and I've never done it since then. So,
Only do it once.
Yeah, they talk about how
learned
they're
your
going to
lesson.
computer chips in all of us eventually, right? So, and technology is being connected to us, so that's already happening, isn't it?
it is indeed.
I've got a little question, if that's all right, if you still got time.
Yeah,
Definitely.
well, we've got 11 minutes, and then at 4, we're going to have our first total liberation meditation session.
Oh, with Philip from
Philip
New York.
From
New York.
Yeah, that's it.
Excellent. Philip will be fantastic. Yeah, I wanted to ask you both about what are your views, and maybe they've changed as well since you started running Respect, about the balancing care with captivity, and also the making really difficult decisions that have to be made. Like even just going back to the acorns, and you were saying about, we can't just let the pigs eat as many acorns as they would like because it might be detrimental to their health, blah, blah, blah. And just things like that. And also the other thing about how to maintain the care of the existing residents, which often probably means saying no to many others, and just balancing all of that. I think I was just interested to get your perspectives now, like this much down the line.
I'd first like to challenge that this is a small question.
I know, I did think that actually, just a little bit.
Yeah, it's a huge one, Wendy.
Yeah,
You've got 10 minutes, 34 seconds now.
Yeah, but
seconds, and then we got
it's a very important one, I think so.
Yeah, I'm guessing for Nisha too. We think about this on a daily basis, and it's not just keeping the individuals in, because for the most part, all sanctuaries have fences. It's also keeping free living or quote wildlife out, which we try to minimize as much as possible. Trying to coexist. And for Tim's parasite, actually, deer are a carrier, as are slugs. So trying to do things to deter that, but then at the same time, we don't want to remove their ecosystem. This is their home too. So it's a huge, huge thing. And absolutely on the saying no thing, I mean, I think we've got a pretty good policy. I'm the unofficial intake manager, so we've got a little document we look at, but it's hard. I mean, you could easily say yes to everyone, and then you've got, we could have the screen full behind us of all the individuals, and which would be great initially, but I think for their care, as well as the individuals we already care for, because I think an astute point that I've heard in the sanctuary world is, at least on some level, even if it's a small level, every intake we do, the care drops a little bit for the individuals who are already there. Or it can. There's certainly a risk of that. So it's keeping everything in balance. It could go up too if they have new friends and all that too. I'm not trying to oversimplify it, but it's hard. It's hard, but do the best we can to balance everybody's interests. So it's starting to sound a bit like utilitarian.
How dare you?
At least Roger's off, so he can't.
You said the U word. No.
Let's just praise utilitarianism while Roger's off mic.
I know. Should we talk about mercy as well while he's not listening?
Or showing mercy, and yeah.
I would definitely agree. I think it's, if I had to say one of the hardest things around having, say, a micro sanctuary is exactly that topic, the balance. And so maybe one example here, we have ant individuals that I believe they're called fire ants, and they're very, very small, and they build big mounds, and they bite you, and they bite, and it stings, and it gets like a welt, and they, obviously just build them wherever they choose to. The challenge with that is that's an issue for other animals, including us. The dogs as well kind of walk along, and they stand in an ant mound, and then
literally stand in the middle of it. And we're like, no, move.
And from what we've read, when one of the ants bites, it sends off a signal to all of the other ants to attack. And so you end up with multiple bites, and the dogs have had welts and things. So I guess that's one example of trying to balance out free living individuals who have every right to be there with the safety and protection of other animals, and it's like, well, this animal is no more important than this individual, so we don't want to disturb or displace one individual. You know, the same with armadillos. You know, you're putting in fencing. Well, that then means that armadillos can't move freely between one area and another. So I really struggle with that because I feel really bad about, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm doing this because it's right for these individuals, but actually it's not right for these individuals. And which ones do I prioritize? And I don't know if we ever come up with the right decision. It's sometimes a decision and what feels right at the time, and that's really challenging.
Yeah, I've often wondered, you know, if we just took down our fencing, let whatever grows, let trees, the grass, you know, not mow the grass, and that would benefit far more individuals, you know. So from a pure anti-species perspective, that would make more sense than kind of, you know, collecting a few goats and pigs and whoever, and making a space for them. But it's tricky. Similar to the language topic, which is a big one for me, I think it's less important the decisions that we come up with, but just more that we continue to contemplate them. I think that's the key challenge. So as long as we're asking ourselves these questions, hopefully it's less important the outcome of our decisions, but obviously the outcome is also important. But because we'll continue to grapple with these things our whole lives, I think.
And I think talking about it with others, and that's not necessarily just fellow vegans, but others in our community, because I think that helps them also ponder those ethical and moral kind of deliberations.
Yeah, and just following up on that, actually, what is the reaction of those around you to the sanctuary, and does it have an impact on non-vegans around you? Have you had any feedback or conversations and things like that?
Yeah, I think the ones that stand out are those small comments that people make when visiting, and especially those that are not yet vegan, that really stay with you and that really warm your heart. You're like, yes, this is why we do it. You know, like we had, I think it was our neighbours over who I believe aren't vegan, and they had their cousin and partner over as well, and they were like, wow, I've never seen a pig do that before. I didn't realise that pigs do X, Y, and Z, and just
belly
like
rubs or whatever.
yeah, and just like wow, like they're seeing these individuals in a different way than what they did before, and that's really heartwarming. But then equally, I talked with my neighbour also about some of those challenges around ants, because you know she also has some of those challenges. So I think it's sometimes a good obscure conversation to have, but really meaningful.
Yeah, I endorse all.
What's your policy about people visiting? Do you accept only people that you know and you invite? Do you accept people that just show interest and ask if they can come over? How do you deal with that? Because it's also a tricky thing, how humans react around non-human animals.
We just attended a fantastic webinar around animal agency, and a big topic around that was visiting. And for us too, remembering to respect their space and that it's their home. So, and it's difficult when visitors come on site within 5-10 seconds to bring them up to speed on animal agency and awareness and all these things. I think we can at least try. Our personal approach is to keep the number of visitors very low, like per visit, as well as I think if kids were to visit, they need to have parents with them that we know are going to keep the kids from chasing the fellow animals. But yeah, we definitely, that's one of the things that came up on our 2026 planning meeting, wasn't that we want to do more visitors, like especially on site. We do our best to communicate that through social media, but I think if you see a pig running on your phone compared to you see a pig running, right in front of you in the real world, miles apart for impact. So we would like to do more of that, but at the same time, we don't want to have, busloads of people coming through here. So it's a lot of people we know, to your question, but also we want to obviously expand, go outside our silo a little bit too. And we'll put something on our website soon as far as reaching out, but in kind of small groups. So
yeah, and I think in the community as well. So like, places like libraries, etc., having a little flyer. We recently had a really positive situation where for our business license locally, we had to have the fire marshals come out from the fire department. And initially we were a little bit nervous because like 3 cars pulled out and 3 individual fire marshals, and we're like, whoa, we didn't realize this was going to be such a big thing. And we're like, I hope, we've done everything right, all of those things going through our head. And actually the reality is that they were arguing with each other on who got to go, because they saw it was an animal sanctuary on the schedule, and they were like, we want to go, no, I want to go. And so they were like, okay, let's all go. So all 3 of them came.
Normally only one would need to.
Yeah, one of them had some experiences with caring for other individuals. The other 2 hadn't really, and they stayed for 2 hours. Yes, they obviously did what they needed to do, but 2 extra hours, and they just had such a ball. And we did a bit of a follow-up email with them, saying, hey, it was so great to have you out here, and we sent them a couple of links to documentaries, especially around plant-based eating in the fire and fire stations, etc. And then we got a really lovely email back just a couple of days ago saying, oh, I would love to bring out my family, come and meet everybody, if you're available after the holidays. So I think some of those kind of, I don't know, you can turn situations into something more. We always wear our respect merch on when we're at the supermarket, and often have people reading the question on the back. I don't know if you want to know the question.
I don't know if you're going to be able to. You can try.
I'll try. I'll try my best. Bear with me. Where is there? Oh, there he is. There. So maybe I'll read it. That's going to be easier. What is the moral difference? Sorry. What is the moral difference between a dog and a pig? And so often in the supermarket, we'll have people come up to us and they'll be like, so what is the moral difference between a dog and a pig? And you end up having a conversation, and a few of those people have come out to visit. So I don't know. Sometimes opportunities arise in the strangest situations, in the queue to buy a big bag of carrots for the pigs.
Yeah, so maybe to sum it up, I think compared to street outreach, the number of individuals I connect with is much lower, but hopefully the impact is higher. Because when someone comes out here for 2 hours compared to 2 or even 20-minute conversation on the street, if it were me, I think visiting a sanctuary would probably leave more of an impact. Before we go, I would just like to highlight though how much I've enjoyed every time Nisha shakes her head. The little snowman on top looks like the snowman, the snow person in green.
It really does, yeah.
Yes. And I also love Roger's change in outfit.
Yeah.
Like Kylie. Just, comes on in different outfits. I know. Were we not good enough for the hat then, Roger? You had to save the hat for the special people later.
I did have a pixie hat on at the beginning.
Oh, we didn't. We got a hatless. We got hatless.
So we've got Philip waiting in the. Are you ready to come on, Philip? Give us a nod.
I feel as though Alex is ready for meditation.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
Alex is setting up.
Yeah.
Philip.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays.
Right. So how is this going to work, Philip? Because I'm new to this. So tell me what I'm supposed to do.
Sure. No. So let me just kind of set the frame, I guess. Why don't we just plan on, this is kind of for folks listening, kind of an interlude. Roger and I talked about bringing in some meditation practice to kind of space through the day, brief, probably beyond 15 minutes or so. And I'll talk a little bit about my path to meditation, what meditation is and isn't, a little bit of the history of this meditation, because I think it's relevant to, there's a political aspect of it that is relevant to veganism being, and emphasizing veganism as a political act. We'll sit briefly, maybe 5 minutes, if we have time, a little, any questions, and that'll be about it. And then we'll come back and do it a couple more times just to kind of refresh and, kind of space through the day to give people a little bit of a respite, I guess, and introduce them to these practices, which I think can be very valuable, particularly given the challenges of living in a speciesist world.
It sounds good. So So I've got a neat way to do the transition on this occasion. So I'm going to just hit the usual animal rights finish, and then we'll just be me and Philip next. If any of you want to come back later on, let me know, because you're more than welcome. And that's what we normally do. And you can rescue me from fatigue by about 8 o'clock. So we'll see how it goes. So
Just want to say
now,
thank you so much to Nisha and Jeremy for coming on and for doing this.
It was great, and
Thank
it was
you.
great to be able to do to see some of the individuals that live in Respect Sanctuary. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks
Good
for
to see
having-
you both, all of you.
Yeah, and thanks for creating this online community on a day which, I think we all know a lot of people really struggled. So you guys are part of our chosen family.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Ditto.
yeah,
Thanks for
thanks for a really brilliant hour. That was really interesting, and it's great to see you at the actual sanctuary, and it's great to kind of hear, the way that it's all organized. It's really good.
Yeah.
Okay, folks. Bye for now.
See you soon.
See ya.
Voila. So the magic of the internet. So we're back on. Let me just flick this back to where we're supposed to be. There you go. Get rid of the animal rights, and then bring you back. Okay, Philip, welcome. Are you having a good day? Do you take any notice of this day, or is it just another day, or what?
More another day than not. We did some family gatherings yesterday, Christmas Eve, today, and I'm here on the Northeast US, East Coast, Eastern time zone, so it's still relatively early. So people are kind of still, the dogs are, we have 4 rescue greyhounds, and my wife are resting, taking advantage of the holiday, and so a pretty low-key day today. Which is fine. And I echo the folks on previously to say thank you, Roger, for your efforts in staging this opportunity to gather online during this challenging, what can be a particularly challenging time for vegans with all the holiday meals, et cetera. So thank you for that.
If it's not too much, and don't feel any obligation to answer this, but is it even more challenging for vegans at the moment with your political situation over there?
I think it's to risk appearing to avoid answering the question. I think it's a double-edged sword, meaning it adds a layer of challenge to the already challenging aspect of operating in a species world, as I just mentioned. But it's also an opportunity to point out to folks that what I talk about is that fundamentally the hierarchy and domination that we're experiencing and seeing on television and going on human, that good people realize is not right. To be able to use that as kind of something of a springboard to talk about, well, let's take a look at our relationship to beyond human animals, where we engage, in such violent hierarchy domination that is normalized. So in that way, it can be an opportunity. It's not necessarily the easiest transition, but I do take advantage of that where I can.
I mean, we don't want to pursue this too much, but do you think there's a possibility of the animal rights movement being included in the prescribed groups in the next 3 or 4 years?
A distinct possibility, yes. Given the purposely broad language used. There's a presidential memorandum about, people who we don't like, we're going to target as domestic terrorists. And I mean, there's an aspect of that that's already been going on with, some of the legislation that came in effect after 9/11 that had been used against, animal rights activists doing your rescue and what have you. Most notably, Zoe Rosenberg, presently out in California. But that's been also followed by a Justice Department memorandum kind of operationalizing this memorandum. So the short answer is yes. And that's obviously very disconcerting. And go ahead, sorry.
No, I just didn't want to get too heavy because this is your time to do your thing. But it's on my mind at the moment in terms of I try to follow Reagan and be very optimistic, but the past few years it's starting to get to me a little bit about when people keep voting these people in all over the world. It's not just over the pond. The vegan world seems further away, and the violence world seems to be growing.
Sadly, I can't argue with that fact, or that assessment, I should say. But it's, I guess, I don't want to appear to minimize the challenge because it's very real. But here we are again, operating, advocating for the most challenging social justice movement on the face of the earth. I'm, preaching to the choir, saying that to you, but. Yeah, it's another layer of that, and not to be understated. You're right. There's a global aspect to this. It's not simply in the U.S., but being the seat of empire here, the global hegemon, it obviously has, significant beyond other, instances across the globe. It has very significant impact, not only here, but on the world.
Well, once again, apologies for making that a bit heavy, and apologies to people in the chat for bringing everybody down. So, Philip, this is your time. You take it away.
Okay. No, the only other thing I'll say before I do that, Roger, is I appreciate it because it can't. Normalization is what we need to avoid. This being normalized, well, this is just the way it is, and we just have to accept this, trajectory of moving towards authoritarianism. It can't be normalized. So I appreciate you bringing it up, and it's something that I live with, and I mean, actively engaged in resisting every day, and veganism does come into that. So I will use that as a segue, I guess. So I thought, and then for folks who may not have heard me say at the end of the last segment, Roger asked me to come on. We'll do, it's kind of a spaced interludes where we'll kind of bring some meditation practices as a little bit of a respite from, the day and some of the heaviness that can come with dealing with the challenges of the holiday for us vegans. So I thought what I would do, so probably 15 minutes or so, and I'll be back a couple more times. It's the way we have been talking about this. Talk a little bit about myself, my path to veganism and meditation, which are related. What meditation is and isn't. Some of the history to actually bring it back to the politics, which it's interesting, that you brought it up already, but because I do think that's relevant, particularly with this form of meditation. There's an interesting kind of a political backdrop to it, which I think is relevant, can be then relevant to our times. We'll sit for maybe, 5 minutes, and then if we have any more time or not, we can take any questions. And then, like I said, we'll be back again a couple more times, is what Roger and I talked about doing. So briefly, introducing myself, my name is Philip Murphy. I'm based in the Northeast corridor of the U.S., which is Boston to Washington, D.C. Spent most of my life here in this part of the world, originally from the northern pole, Boston, Massachusetts. And it was in Boston that I was exposed, and all this kind of occurred concurrently. And to me, it doesn't strike, it has never struck me as being, coincidental. I got sober in 12-step recovery. I was brought to a meditation center, a very well-known meditation center in the Insight tradition called across the river in Cambridge, Massachusetts, called the Cambridge Insight Meditation Center. And there I met a teacher by the name of Larry Rosenberg, who was the founding and guiding teacher of the center, who was vegan. So all of these kind of threads came together and supported one another. And it really was kind of it dramatically changed the trajectory of my life. I had been living in, Roger and I have talked about this, ran an alternative rock and roll record label that had some impact beginning in the late 70s into the, through the 80s and into the 90s, and went from that world to, becoming a sober vegan Buddhist, which was quite an inflection point, but it's been a wonderful, that's many years ago now. And it's been a wonderful path, and get to meet great folks like Roger and all the folks tuned in here, who are, as Nisha mentioned on the last segment, a chosen family, and I take that to heart as well. So I guess one of the things I'd like to mention starting by saying what meditation is not. So we're not looking to, get into some kind of generated dissociative or trance state. It's nothing like that. It's really about learning to be available to the present moment, consciousness focused on the present moment, which sounds easy to do, but there's a lot of challenges, and it's a much larger conversation on some of the challenges. But I will point to a quote from a famous American author and humorist. Mark Twain said, "Some of the worst things in my life never happened." Right. So the capacity to generate with our ability to, form symbols, conceptual reality, communicated with symbols, has the capacity to overreach and create unnecessary suffering. So the meditation is an intervention in that process, whereby it's learning to bring the attention to the present moment and what's actually going on now in our lived experience, with as much clarity as possible. So experiencing the present moment with clarity. So that's in a nutshell what we're trying to do when we meditate. Very simple, but challenging because of the cultural conditioning and the way that we operate in the world, which requires, the use of our conceptual thinking capacities in a way that is easily goes into overreach and creates this suffering, as I said. And that's experienced as kind of an emotional reactivity that creates suffering, right? So really, this is about learning to be present. It's really that simple. This particular practice derives from the insight meditation tradition, and it was created by a teacher by the name of Shinzen Young. It's called See, Hear, Feel. And the insight meditation tradition comes out of Theravada Buddhism, which is indigenous to Southeast Asia. So places like Sri Lanka, Thailand, and in Burma, most notably, and particularly in Burma, the creation of this very simplified form of meditation was the driver for its creation was, in fact, the colonizing British forces, right? So the British who had colonized Burma, were oppressing the Buddhist monasteries, and in order to ensure that the essence of the Buddhist practice was preserved in the face of this challenge, the monks created a form of meditation that could be taught to lay people. Because in traditional Buddhism in the East, lay people don't meditate, only the monks meditate, and the lay people actually, the way that they gain merit for, better rebirths and that kind of thing is to support the monks, right? So this was a way to kind of democratize the practice of meditation in the face of this British colonial oppression. So that's, I think, is significant because, it's significant in and of itself. And I really, again, we started off talking about the kind of the political landscape. It's important to mention this for me because it underscores the fact that what we're engaged in when I advocate, speak for myself, when I advocate for veganism, I'm advocating for a political stance that rejects, a hierarchy and domination based on morally irrelevant traits beyond the human species barrier. All right. So this is not a diet. This is not a lifestyle, all the things that we know, but it's an opportunity when I talk about meditation and this history to really underscore the fact, that this is a political stance and not simply a diet or a lifestyle. So that being said, what I hoped we could do is just spend a little bit of time with this practice. Again, it's called See, Hear, Feel. It was developed by Shinzen Young, who's one of my teachers and also taught my teacher and mentor. Is very done an amazing service to the Western community by creating meditation practices that are kind of conducive to the Western mindset. So this practice really focuses on bringing attention to what are called the sense gates. So hearing, seeing, bodily sensations, in order to recognize them, and then by noting that experience as being seeing, hearing, or feeling, as a way to simply let it be that thing and not be the source of a story that comes around behind what does this experience of feel mean, and and it's very easy with our orientation towards conceptual thought to have that experience then spin off into an entire narrative that may or may not relate to the present moment reality, and often does not, right? So it's a way of, by noting this experience at the sense gate, to then simply note and then return to the anchor in the present moment, which will be the experience of the breath. So why don't we do maybe 5 minutes of that practice, set a timer, and I'll give some brief guidance, and then we'll just sit for 5 minutes. And if we have any more time, we can take some questions, or we can just move on, and we'll be back again to do this again. So let's start by just finding a comfortable position that we can hold for the duration of the meditation. Upright, but not rigid. So lengthen the spine, tuck the chin, and bring attention to normal breathing. It doesn't have to be any meditative or yogic breathing, simple, ordinary breath. That can often be experienced at the tip of the nose, rising and falling of the belly, wherever you most easily experience the breath. And we're going to begin to track our breath. So ordinary breathing. And as we experience the breath, if any sense experience comes in that disrupts that experience of the breath, simply note it. If it's in the visual space, see. If it's in the auditory space, simply note it as hear. If it's a felt sense of the body, note it as feel. And once it's noted, return again to the experience of the breath. And if you have to return every few seconds, it's fine. This is a practice of returning non-judgmentally. We continue to just return to the breath once we note the experience that draws our attention away from it. So why don't we do that for a few minutes, and then we can talk about that, any questions we might have. So modeling the practice, feel. You can say this aloud to yourself. Hear. Hear. Feel. See. Noting and returning to the experience of the breath. You have to continue to bring your attention back to the breath. Not a problem. Non-judgmentally, return to the experience of the present moment through awareness of the breath. we'll conclude the period of meditation now. That was a 5-minute period, and thank you all for being willing to explore this practice. I find it to be very supportive in my life and in my vegan advocacy as well. I hope you do too. And I will share a link to my mentor, who I had mentioned, a teacher by the name of George Haas, who is based in Los Angeles and has a website with a lot of great resources, including some free meditations that can be accessed online. And I will share that link that we can put up. Sorry, I had it. Apologies, I had it up. I thought it.
Well, while you're trying to find that, Philip,
Yeah.
I'll bring in Louise and Ronnie, who you know very well.
Yep. I just put that in the studio link. I'm not sure if you can see that, Roger. If you could share it, if that doesn't go out to everyone, that'd be great. Thanks. Hi, Louise. Hi, Ronnie.
Hi.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
I love the meditation. It was really, really lovely. Thank you. It's just what your
pleasure.
heart needs. I sometimes, I kind of, what you were saying was resonating with me with stress and things like that, and it was just so lovely to hear you kind of talking about the different things that we have in our kind of psyches and in society, and how we're made to kind of do things that aren't necessarily natural. And it's meditation is kind of really lovely, and that's really lovely. And it's taken me a long time to kind of just sort of settle down, because I'm not a kind of person that settles down very easily. I've got a lot of trauma from my past as well. I come from quite a violent background. So it's relearning, and so it's lovely to see you as a male figure as well, for me, a positive male figure, to kind of talk like that. It's lovely. So thank you.
My
Louise
pleasure.
Louise doesn't have a positive male figure in her life, probably, do you?
No, I do. No, I do.
On the contrary, on the contrary.
Sorry, that's not what I meant. Yeah, no, that's
Put the
not
light
what
on
I
there now.
meant.
We can
Not
see
at
us-
all.
See us a bit better now, can't we?
No,
So Philip, do you want me to transfer those resources you put in the private chat into the chat box?
Yes, please, if you would, that'd be wonderful. Thank you. And I hope folks take advantage of it, because they're really excellent meditations, very accessible, free of charge. And George is my teacher, and he's great. So, and also a vegan. So we'll mention that certainly. And so I'm going to step out, go take care of the fur family who need to eat their brunch at this point now.
Well, don't forget part 2 at 5:30, right?
Yes, I will be back. Look forward to it.
Wow.
Take care.
Bye.
Merry
Bye.
Christmas, everyone. Bye-bye.
Merry Christmas. Yo. Hello.
Hey, that's about the first time I've ever done meditation, not falling asleep.
No, I must admit, it was really like dreamy. I was able to just close my eyes and just listen to what he was saying, which was lovely.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just doing this little job, and then I'll be with you.
No, it's all right.
So, have
Can't
you
see
had
your
a
hands, Roger.
have you had a groovy Yule?
Yeah, it's actually been very nice.
yeah.
It's been very
Relaxing.
very
hasn't it?
relaxing. And what I love about Christmas Day, and I think a lot of people will kind of think the same thing, you can kind of slouch around Christmas Day. It's a very slouchy kind of day, I find. You can
Just my normal day now.
Yeah. Yeah. I do love it though, because that's what you can do, and you can watch shit on the box, and it's really great, and you can just eat, till you feel sick.
We got a curry. We're having a curry.
We're having a
for
curry.
Christmas dinner.
Yeah.
We ordered a delivery. We got a vegan.
Hello, everybody. Just wanted to say that because I can see some messages coming up.
Yeah, in the chat. Yeah.
Lovely.
Hi,
Hi.
everyone.
So that's Deb, and I think it's Michael asking what you're drinking, Ronnie.
Oh, it's called Proper Job.
Proper Job.
It's actually a low alcohol drink because I don't.
Hey, hang on a minute. What do you know about a proper job?
Oh yeah, I haven't ever really done one, have I?
You haven't, mate.
I think I spent about less than 8 years of my life actually in proper employment because I managed to.
Isn't that great, everyone? For everyone who's breaking their balls out there, that's lovely to know, isn't it?
Yeah, something to be proud of, isn't it?
I was either in prison or being paid by the state to do animal liberation, as I refer to it.
That's what you. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Wendy McGovern! Woo, woo, woo!
Hi, Wendy.
Love her.
Yeah, this is.
She's my gorgeous double.
This is low alcohol because I've not drank alcohol now for about 8 years.
No, it's about 8 years.
It was knocking me about too much to drink, so gave it up. And so I've got that. That's 0.5%. That is. So you'd have to drink about how many of them? About
quite a
30 of them to get drunk.
And I've got a no secco or something.
It's no secco. It's a prosecco, non-alcoholic prosecco.
And this is really lovely, guys. Everybody out there, this is a really nice drink. Actually, I was a little bit skeptical when I first started kind of sipping this, thinking, oh, it's a little bit fizzy. But actually, do you know what? For non-alcoholic, it's really, really lovely on a Christmas, like Christmas Day or Boxing Day. It's just really, really nice. And it does make you feel a little bit kind of tipsy, even though you're not. It's psychological.
Yeah.
But it's really, really nice, guys.
Louise, are you being sponsored by this company?
Yeah. Well, or as they say, no secco, please. We're British.
We're terrible, aren't we? Sorry, everybody. We just bring the tone down.
Sorry, we ruined everyone's Christmas.
I said in my intro, because I went through the schedule, I said that when Ronnie and Louise come on, especially if they come on together, they always cause a riot. So go ahead.
We do. It's true, and I've got to watch my language because I'm so terrible.
Yes, you have to speak.
Effing and jeffing, I don't know.
Yeah, because she practices on me with all that.
Yeah.
It's such an interesting English phrase, isn't it? Effing and jeffing.
It is. It's true, but it works. It covers up a lot for me.
Has anybody worked out what the jeff part of it is?
Yeah, I don't know what's the jeff part. Well, it's probably really rude or something, isn't it? It would be, effing and jeffing. The effing you can get away with, but the jeffing.
Can you tell someone to jeff off then?
Yeah, you might be.
Is that worse than f off?
Jeff a cake off.
Something a stage further up.
Don't know, man. Don't know.
You've been called a dynamic duo.
Oh, we are. We do back each other up all the time. We're terrible. We are. We really, really are. We're just awful. We're just terrible together.
I'm not. I don't think I'm awful. You're awful.
I am awful, to be honest.
I'm
everybody,
kind of quite normal.
I'm
really.
terrible. Proper flirty, Gertie. I don't need alcohol. This is the thing.
Yeah, we don't.
I don't actually need it.
I used to go to sleep when I used to drink alcoholic stuff. I'd just go to sleep.
Yeah, you would actually. There's
a lot of things send me to sleep, don't they? Sleep.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, that is true. That's where you see the age difference between me and Ronnie. It's like he's comatose, and I have to shake him awake.
Oh dear. So how's the show been going? Because we've not had much of a chance to I've dipped in a couple of times, but we've been busy with other things, so we've not been able to watch.
It's been a disaster until now.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't.
No.
You mean you got that wrong? It's been okay, and now it's the
Yeah,
disaster.
everything has gone well, and now it's kind of seems to be
I
going
bet you
downhill a
go
bit
into
now.
a cold sweat when me and Ronnie come on, or when I do, anyway.
Because like I told you, like we actually went to a pantomime the other day. I've told you about this already, Roger, on our chat, and it was Jack and the Beanstalk.
It was good,
It's
actually. I
Louis
love
loves
it.
panto, and so I went along. I mean, I enjoyed it as well. Really, it's very professional.
Did you stay awake?
Malvern Theatres.
Yeah, he
I
did.
stayed
He
awake.
managed
Yeah,
to stay awake.
well, it
He
was quite.
did.
Yeah, it was quite loud, wasn't it? We were right near the front, and what happened was the baddie broke the fairy's wand. You see, there's always a fairy, isn't there? There's always a baddie. There's always these different characters in all the pantos. He broke the fairy's wand, and the kind of the baddie had imprisoned.
No, you didn't. Wendy
Yeah,
McGovern.
no, he did. He's behind you. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And the baddie imprisoned like Jack's girlfriend, who was strangely enough called Jill.
Yeah.
In this cage, ready for the giant to eat her, you see.
Absolutely.
And the fairy was going to release her from the cage with a wand. The baddie broke the wand, but then the fairy replaced it with an enchanted giant sausage roll. And so for the rest of the performance, instead of a wand, she had an enchanted vegan sausage roll.
Yeah, and they shouting out, "This is a vegan sausage roll!" And I went, "Yeah!" Like that. I was the only one that was going, "Yeah!"
Although there was speciesism in it as well.
There
so,
was a bit of
because
speciesism, yeah.
The family, what's his name's family, Jack's family
Yeah.
were dairy farmers, and they had one cow.
Yeah, called
who
Daisy.
lived in these wonderful conditions and would never ever be slaughtered. And then they had a song later on, didn't they?
They did, which was
involving some kind of chicken
licking, something like that.
Yeah. So it weren't.
So we were like, nah.
No, so there was some bad
But
stuff.
you know what was really interesting was watching a lot of the children. Their empathy with the cow was really strong. So many children down the front were so like open to her, you know. They were just like watching her and looking at her.
Cow.
Yeah, the pantomime cow, but it was just really interesting to watch.
Well, of course they don't
these
know.
children
They're not gonna
like
know.
empathise.
They
You know,
think-
they were shouting her name out. You know, Daisy, Daisy.
Well, but they're
And-
led to believe that's what.
Oh, Daisy!
how
They
all
were
cows
going,
are
oh,
treated, aren't they?
Daisy, and you just think that is killed off really, really quickly in children. As soon as they start thinking that way, it's just totally like you look the other way and you drink your milk and you do all the stuff that you do, and it kills that compassion off in them. Yet you can so see it there. It's fascinating to watch.
Yeah. In one of my sociology lectures, I talk about this thing called the two-tier value system, and it's exactly what you're saying. You've got this thing that everybody goes along with, all the kids who are really tuned into our fellow animals, and then you have to introduce reality into their lives and tell them stuff that they don't necessarily want to know.
Yeah.
But you think is good for them, which it's not even that anyway. So
No. It's really interesting to watch them from an adult's point of view. Although I'm a big kid, you know, I could actually see it. And I could also place myself there as a child, because I was very, very similar, very heartbroken very quickly over any animals that were even like Muppets and that kind of thing. My over sensitivity, I was so sensitive as a child that anything kind of untoward, even mildly untoward, I would pick up on it straight away. And that's always stayed with me. So it's fascinating watching the front row of the children and their reaction, because I could place myself with definitely 2 or 3 smaller children that were reaching out to Daisy the cow and shouting her name, and I thought that's really interesting to watch. Yeah, also quite heartbreaking at the same time.
Well, given your early sensibilities then, Louise, it's interesting that you've
Married Ronnie. Yeah, I know.
She can't get enough suffering.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't have to finish that sentence today.
Didn't really, mate.
Now, I've shown this to a few people. I'm going to show it to you. No joke. Ronnie, no joke.
Do you want us to go off?
Not on. There might be children watching.
Yeah. And then I've got a couple of questions. So don't fall asleep. It's only about 20 seconds.
Okay.
Be vegan. Now I eat meat. Everything. Don't tell me you're more into carnivorism than the incarnation. Don't tell me you're more into eating flesh than God became flesh. Don't tell me you're more enamored of the barbecue sauce than the holy covenant of blood. It is delicious. Man, I missed it. I was vegan for so long. I was so hungry. It was a desperate, desperate time.
Yeah, so there's some observations from that crap. I mean, first of all, I think it was maybe a right-wing kind of Christian kind of event and everything. That's why the reference to the blood and all that. But it seems to me that it just goes to show that the differentiation between plant-based and vegan is very important. It seems to me.
Oh yeah, hugely.
Oh, it's absolutely.
Yeah, massively.
There's no way that guy was ever a vegan, right?
No.
No.
I never. I could never stand him.
Yeah.
I could never stand him. I could never stand listening to him, watching and anything. It's just the way he spoke, his whole personality to me, just like I just couldn't stand it. Couldn't stand it at all.
No.
How he was.
No,
really
but,
couldn't. Yeah.
But the movement question, Ronnie,
Yeah.
is the fact that everybody said, well, here's a vegan, and then he turned up at Vegan Camp Out as a headline. And so we're not doing ourselves any favors when people who are not vegan are being presented by the vegan movement as vegan.
Yeah, I think the movement's desperate. I mean, I've got a load of I've found a load of tidy up our office very, very slowly.
Yeah.
And sort out leaflets. And I found some old Viva leaflets, and they've got Russell Brand on them. This is Russell Brand, our sponsor, and all about Russell Brand on the leaflet. Well, it's connect.
Yeah.
They can never ever be used again, can they?
I think the problem is that I think in our movement, sadly, the messaging is just really off. So it's kind of a wonder that he kind of gets involved in things. He was brought in as a celebrity vegan, quote unquote, and you think, well, God, there are so many people with different ideas of what veganism is, and so I think is it to be really surprised that he comes out with the things that he does come out with?
No, I get all that. The real serious thing for me is the thing that you raised in your recent interview, Ronnie, where you said that we've got a lot of people running around who don't understand vegan, who have been put forward as vegan spokespersons, or so how on earth can journalists get to understand veganism if we've got all this going on around them? They've got no chance, have they?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a deeper problem in society that's sort of been adopted by, parts of the vegan movement, of this worship of celebrities, and I don't understand it, because, who are the people that should be most praised and most lauded? It's not someone that, that is maybe better at singing than someone else. It's not someone that's good at kicking a ball into a net, or hitting a ball into a hole, or pretending to be someone else on stage. Those things are not important. Someone who cleans the floor in a hospital or empties the bins is far, far more important to society than any of those people. Without them, no one's going to die. Without all these so-called celebrities, no one's going to die. But without those people who do that basic work, that are often the lowest paid members of society, we wouldn't survive.
There you go with your lefty talking points.
Yeah,
Ronnie.
well, yeah. Well, all my talk's lefty talking, I suppose. But so the idea of celebrity, to me, it's totally nonsensical, and it's kind of unethical. It's unethical that those people and the money they get, you know, the eye-watering amounts of money those people get for doing something that really is of little or no importance. And yet the people who do the most important jobs are struggling to survive very often. And this is a big kind of, you know, sort of condemnation of how our society operates at the moment. And the problem is that worship of celebrities has been carried over into the vegan movement.
Yeah.
Was it ever different? I mean, wasn't it, you know, kind of Elsa and Born Free, and, you know, wasn't
it may
I mean, I do remember a time when vegan did mean animal liberation. I do remember being very young, and that went hand in hand, or I thought it went hand in hand. And the people that I was kind of friends with and fellow activists, they were animal liberation vegan. It wasn't, you know.
You're talking about the grassroots, aren't you, Louise?
I'm talking about the grassroots. To me, that's how I always understood it. And so I never saw it as a celebrity thing at all. No, actually,
you know,
far from it.
You say you haven't seen the first part of the show, or the preceding hours, but I've been showing the 3-part thing that I've done. I've showed 2, and there's the 3rd one to go. And that was just charting. Wasn't having a go. It was just charting the move to adopt veganism as the moral baseline. And arguably, we still haven't, or at least the elements of the movement still haven't. So you've still got, you know, DXE writing boycott veganism and this kind of stuff. And I looked at Animal Aid and Viva. Took Viva a long time to stop calling themselves Vegetarian International Voice for Animals, this kind of stuff. So I go through all that. And then when they did start to embrace veganism, and this is the turn of the century here, you know, we talk about 1996 through to, you know, 2010, 12, they always characterized veganism as a diet. So there's still a struggle to establish what veganism actually is, you know.
But I also think what's also happened, and I've said this before, the kind of passion that was behind veganism, what it actually stood for, has been removed. The teeth of her, if she was a visual thing, I've always said this, to me, it's like, you know, an angel with wings. It's really weird. Like in my psychological sort of in my head, veganism is a protective female figure to me, like an animal liberation protective figure that I always used to run to at times of kind of trauma and feeling down or sad about the world around me. And she had teeth, you know, she had power, she had strength. That's how I saw veganism. Veganism was who I was and everything I stood for. If I was unfortunate enough to end up in a prison cell, then I would have my veganism to hold on to, because my veganism was who I was. But with the advent of the food industry coming in, I think they destroyed that power because they wanted the money from veganism, the green pound, you know, from those people. And I think whoever it was that went into, like, say, the vegan fairs from these food, you know, corporations, because I believe there were people in there looking around thinking, my God, how do we make money out of these people? And they would leave those vegan fairs and think, right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to make it big, mainstream. But I think fundamentally, we had veganism brought in through the supermarkets and think, oh, wow, isn't this fantastic? We're now getting into a vegan place, into a vegan
but that's
world.
Plant-based, though, isn't it? That's plant-based.
Yeah, that is plant-based. But to me, I still saw it as vegan. It's taken me a long time to understand that those two things were very, very different. And I hated that. I hated that thought. I thought,
Yeah.
how dare you do this? How dare you destroy something that is so fundamental to this movement? And that is veganism and animal liberation. How dare you try and destroy what
do you
was
think
there?
then, Louise, do you think then that it means that we have to correct our language and probably talk about
Yes.
vegan-friendly food rather than vegan food?
Yes,
You know,
and stop fucking apologizing. Stop doing that, as well. That's another thing that's crept in, this sort of almost apology of don't mention veganism. Don't mention veganism. Oh no, we better not mention that.
yeah, but it's weird that is weird because I talked to Ronnie on Still Alive about that, because I go into supermarkets all over Ireland. There's big vegan signs everywhere. It's not as though the supermarkets regard it as a scare word. Although
because they don't understand it, Roger. They don't understand it as a scare word, because to them it's just a diet. They've got that mixed up as well. Fundamentally, what you're looking at an animal liberation message, but they don't see it like that. They see it as a diet. So this is the
you're
problem.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
If they
understood it for what it really fundamentally meant, which is like, a kind of
eventually their corporate.
Now listen, just to cut across you, Anna from has been waiting in the wing, so I'm gonna bring her on. I don't know. Don't know whether you've ever met her before. I don't know, but
Anna, yeah.
Hello.
Anna.
Hello, Anna.
Yeah. So it doesn't mean you got to go, Ronnie. It's just that just that we thought we'd
I might have to go in a minute though with drinking this beer.
Yeah.
Why, to go to the toilet?
It looks
Honest
like
to
Anna's
God.
frozen, actually.
Hello.
Oh, there you are.
Merry Christmas.
Hi, George.
Hello. Hello.
Your
well,
Christmas.
I feel privileged. I feel privileged to be in such amazing company. Thank you.
Ditto, sister.
My ball's bigger than yours, Ronnie.
Do you like mine?
I've not seen the other one yet.
These are Ronnie's bollocks sprayed into the Christmas pudding.
Now, Anna, the first rule with Ronnie is don't give him any leading questions which lead up to a dirty joke. Right?
At least they've been made some use of now.
Honestly, we're such.
I was listening in earlier on there. I heard you. I thought I had tuned into to kicking out time in my local pub. It was absolutely raucous. And then
we better not say what my Willie's been made into.
The chipolata on the tree.
But the decorations hanging on it look very nice.
Yeah, but it's asleep though, isn't it, Ronnie?
How do you know?
Wow, yeah. We shared a cell together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to wake up and it was snoring away. It was. So Anna, did you see that Russell Brand thing? And following the talk that we've had just since it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. It's just I think people are so keen to jump on celebrity who celebrities, vegans in quotes, because I think maybe they want to have somebody to look up to, somebody who they know is famous, and maybe they can kind of push out their influence to all their followers. I mean, imagine if Taylor Swift, for example, was suddenly now she was an ethical vegan. I mean, that would be amazing, but everybody is too keen to jump on the celebrity vegan bandwagon, and it causes huge damage to us.
That's the problem too, though, because if she said that she was vegetarian, she'd be claimed as vegan. If she said that she was mainly plant-based, that's what happened to Schwarzenegger. He never claimed to be vegan. There's quite a few celebrities who. It was us that did it to them. They didn't try and con the vegan movement by saying that they're vegan.
That's right. Yeah,
I think we have a problem with conning ourselves as well, because I think we do kind of go along with the con as well. We kind of want to believe that these people are vegan and they're vegan for the right reasons, and then we find out that they're not, and we kind of already knew that they probably weren't, but we almost go along with it ourselves because we want to believe that, because that's the culture we're now living in. You know, this is the problem with it, really.
It's interesting because one of the controversial figures is, because, you know, vegan camp out is well known for having all the celebs come and talk, and like, as you said, Russell Brand spoke there, and now he's, well, he never was vegan, now he's no longer plant-based. But the biggest furore of all over who's speaking at this year's camp out is to do with George Monbiot, because George Monbiot, the incident where he shot a deer, a lot of people are bringing it up and saying he's not vegan. Now, George Monbiot has actually said he's vegan, but he's not vegan. But I think that's because he doesn't understand what veganism really is. You see, he's confused.
He said he was, then he said he wasn't, and then he said he was again, didn't he?
Well, he did go through that, but he does say, well, he has said he's vegan, but I think that's because he doesn't understand. He's conflating with plant-based. But interestingly enough, he wrote a very, very interesting article on his website, a very, very interesting critique of celebrity culture. Actually, on his website, it's called Imaginary Friends, and it's about how celebrity culture harms society. It's a very, very good read. And but you know, ironically, he's the out of all the.
So what's the story with the deer individual?
What happened was because he believed that the deers were overpopulated. This was somewhere in Scotland. It was part of a so-called culling operation, and I think that there were a number of deers being shot, and he took a gun and shot one, and because he agreed, he said, well, their numbers have to be controlled because there are no longer any large predators, because he believes in the reintroduction of the large predators, you see, like wolves and maybe even bears.
Didn't he feel amazingly guilty? Didn't he say, I feel really terrible?
Yeah, but he later did justify it and said, well, because we haven't got these large predators to control the deers, then we have to shoot them. But
is he going to introduce large predators to take down a few humans?
Well, yes. This is the difficulty. You know, which species on Earth is the most overpopulated to the detriment of the planet? It's certainly not deers, is it?
No.
You know, so that's so if you're advocating, a lethal so-called solution to the problem of deer overpopulation and not advocating it for humans, then that is speciesist, isn't it? But there are, there are ways, I would say, of limiting the population of deers. I mean, he dismisses contraception as a way of doing it, but it has been used successfully. I think in the USA and elsewhere, or some parts of the USA.
Yeah, I think it's down to us as a movement as well to be kind of more strident with our messaging, and maybe that's, a lot of celebrities wouldn't actually join our movement if we actually said what veganism truly does mean, which is animal liberation. I don't think they'd be very happy to wear that T-shirt, and I'd be quite happy for them not to wear that T-shirt as well. They don't understand it. I think, again, we kind of go, oh wow, then that's what they're doing, and you kind of go, well, actually, no, it isn't. We should be more strident as a movement, but there are groups out there that kind of are allowing that to happen, and they say things and do things where the messaging is very mixed.
Yeah, this character called the vegan strategist, Tobias Leonard. He had a go at me because I think he's got one of his blog entries is an activist called Roger Yates or something. But he's having a go at me because he says that I want the smallest club in the world, right? And of course I don't. It's just that I want the people in the club to be vegans. His view is this movement thing is if we lower the entry cost, then we can get more people in. So if we let non-vegans in, but call them vegan, because he says that people who eat fishes and cookies with eggs in are still vegan as far as I'm concerned, right? So if you lower this bar, you can make the vegan movement bigger, except it's not the vegan movement anymore.
Well, you might as well
but
lower
then
it
you
right
might
down, let
lower
everyone
it right
in.
down,
You
and
know,
let, yeah.
Where do you actually
But
stop?
there are other groups that do say these sort of things as well, and you're left kind of scratching your head, kind of going, "What? Where did you get that? Where's that from?"
Yeah.
And it definitely does that to me.
I remember
with things.
It was.
I remember a few years ago being told by somebody when I was doing a vigil.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Sorry.
Can you say again?
And a few years ago in a vigil, someone was saying to me that there's more animals are saved by people who are flexitarian on meat reducers or meat-free Mondays, and they're the ones who we should be looking at supporting. But that's to me is it's totally what we've said by diluting the message. It's about keeping
But
our
even
message.
more would be saved if they abstain from eating animal products altogether, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
that's the thing. So that's what we should always be putting forward.
But but where's the animal liberation message in it? Where's the animal liberation message gone?
It's a reducitarian message. It's nothing to do with animal liberation.
Yeah, and that again just looks at the food industry. It doesn't look
The
at
food industry again. It doesn't actually look at saying, how do we stop this from happening? Why is this happening in the first place? And you're seeing that all across the board with campaigns where you kind of go, what's the end game here? So if a place shuts down, then aren't they just going to go somewhere else to go and get their meat or their fish or their dairy? What is this?
Yeah, I mean the consumption of animal products by humans is, I've said it's the very worst thing that humans do in terms of the slaughter and suffering that it causes. So you could argue that for whatever reason someone sees somebody animal products, it's really positive. But the way to kind of best ensure that people stick to that is for them to understand the ethics.
See, I would rather have a smaller movement with a much more powerful message than anything else.
Well, it's really interesting you said that, because there was a debate on our Hen House podcast in the last week or so, and this came up. One guy was in the reducitarian camp, and another guy was saying what you just said. It's better to have a movement of vegans, even if it's smaller, than a movement of reducitarians.
Yeah, absolutely. You're on a hiding to nothing. And the animals don't need that. They don't need this pissed off kind of language. It pisses me right off. It makes my piss boil to hear people watering down such a beautiful message. It really bloody does.
But it's what you promote, isn't it? That I think if you promote veganism, then people find their own level at which they'll settle at. Whereas if you're promoting something less than veganism, then you're giving people an excuse to do less. That's the difficulty, and that's like meat. Something like meat-free Mondays. Someone go, all right, I've given up meat on Monday, so I've done my bit. That's it. I don't have to worry now. That's the danger of that. I mean, we don't tell muggers, let's have a mug-free Monday. Like, all right, I understand you're going to mug, elderly people and and mothers with babies in prams, the other 6 days a week. But if you could just probably stop mugging on Monday.
It's good for people not to see your mug on a Monday.
Or any day, probably. But you see what I mean? To me, it's like the equivalent. It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't really make sense. And we are never going to get to that point in history, whether we see it or whether we don't see it as activists. We are never, ever going to get to a point where animals are free. If we keep on just bringing up this kind of welfarist language all the time that just dilutes absolutely everything down to a base of nothing.
I mean, I think you're spot on. And I've got the premiere of my regenerated Leslie Cross thing coming up a little later, and it's really interesting in the way that the vegan society is really moderated. We had worked out from 49 through to 54 a beautiful radical vegan philosophy where
Yeah.
they were saying we're not welfare, we're liberation and all this kind of stuff. And now they don't mention Leslie Cross. It's almost as though for the modern day vegans, Leslie Cross is too radical. And so,
Yeah.
you know,
I think one of the
even the ones who do, they take a single sentence. Sorry, Anna, I cut across you there.
Sorry, I was just going to say that. I mean, I feel as if I'm learning all the time. I mean, I learn from people like you. I learn from, you know, even the activists in my group, whether the young activists, new activists, and I'm constantly checking myself and making sure that I'm on message as much as I can. And where I find that I've slipped off message, I try to make sure I pull myself back, because you've got to, you know, Wendy is absolutely spot on with the language, you know, the evolution of language. We've got to be really, really careful about how we use language, because somebody else will repeat that. They'll see it in a video or an interview we've done, and they'll use that and is their message, and that message is gospel. We've got to be really careful about continuing to check what we are saying. I mean, you know, not ad nauseum, not kind of, you know, to the point that we're not doing anything else, but we've got to make sure that the message we're giving out is honest to the animals, truthful for the animals, and doing the right thing by the animals. You know, it's not about us, it's about making sure that we can we can be, you know, we know that we are doing the right thing for all of the animals, not animals in the food industry, not animals in one, you know, in vivisection, but all of the animals, and not wasting the opportunity to talk to people who are not vegan, so they understand completely what veganism means. And it's not about plant-based. You know, we're talking about the celebrity culture, but there's also a lot of activists who kind of, they almost position themselves as celebrities, and really it should never be about the vegans. I mean, I'm very much about, I mean, I know I'm here as an individual here, but I'm very much about the group and what the group does, what we do in our area, collaboration. It's about making the movement bigger. It's about getting people involved, getting them passionate about what we're doing, why we're doing it. You know, the animals, always the animals. It's always about coming back to the animals. Well, it's not about how famous you are.
No, I agree.
You just said there, which I said right at the beginning, because, you know, this is for the new vegans and the isolated vegans and all this kind of stuff. And I was saying, you know, if you're a relatively new vegan and you're used to going onto these kind of live streams and you have to pay to comment, it's not going to happen here, because I see myself as part of a movement and not running a business. You know, I think it's shameful that people charge other vegans to talk to them.
Ronnie does it all the time with me.
Yeah, I charge.
Just
if I got money every time you spoke, I'd be a millionaire.
No, you just need a swear pot.
Definitely, mate. We'd be all right.
We'd be bankrupt. We'd be all in the pot, wouldn't it? You'd have no money.
You were talking about festivals earlier on, and about the greenwashing sort of going on. Now, I run a festival. I know that Louise and Ronnie know this, because they've done little clips for our festival. But our festival's always been about raising money for vegan animal charities. It's not about anything else. It's not about making money for business. It's not about to keep us going. It's about making money for animal rights in our area and 2 other vegan sanctuaries. But the people who we ask along, we make sure that these, you know, there's always a good mix of animal rights people there, because you go to some of these events and there's no animal rights groups there at all. It's just a plant-based festival. And also, that, you know, they're like multinational, whether you know, like the big companies. There was one in our area which was run by a farming company. And you're like, how on earth is a farming company running a vegan event? But I'm always trying to make sure that we always get like a really, really good mix. So we have, you know, really established groups in our event, but we also have the ones who are trying to recruit people, you know, the Hunt Stab groups and all sorts of different charities, animal charities, to get people, you know, to get them to sign up to do activism, because that's how sorry, go on.
That's like how the vegan fairs were originally, when they were much more grassroots. When you look at the London, you know, the London vegan
Robin and Alison
festival, was it at Robin Lane and his partner Alison used to run, and they were really grassroots, and there was a very big representation of grassroots groups there.
But you know, I can remember a time when there was like the big Bristol like veg fest thing going on years and years ago. This was, I don't even think it happens now in Bristol, but they did it down by the quays. And I always remember thinking, this is starting to change. The movement's starting to change. It's starting to go in the wrong direction. It's like that people were thinking it's bigger and better is better. And you were thinking, no, it isn't. And I always remember we were in a tent. All these activists had stalls, different stalls on different subjects. And there was like really loud music outside, and everybody was like dancing and getting pissed and all that, which, you know, you kind of think, well, okay, that's fair enough. They're out there. There was bands
as well.
It was really loud and it was really banging, and it was just like, what the fuck? And then we got loads of people coming in who were just dancing and drinking, and they came into the tent and they were like just sort of staggering around looking at us, and some of them were laughing, and then they'd like go. And I always remember thinking, we're like sidelined, like the stalls and the activists that were doing the real work were sidelined from the actual fun part. Let's have fun. And I was thinking how different this is.
Yeah. It's because people are going there to see it as an event to spend money to treat themselves to, rather than to find out more about animals.
Yeah. But when you go back to the one in London, which Alison and Robin did, that was like a world away. It was so grassroots and encouraged the vegan message, and it was just brilliant. And then you fast forward, and it was completely different.
That point can be expanded to the campaigning as well, because the campaigning is corporatized now. Whereas the movement, in my view or my experience, it was the most dynamic when it was the most grassroots.
Yeah, I agree.
And you had people who were spontaneous. They were kind of self-activators. They didn't wait around to be told what to do and be given a big set of rules. They'd just go, well, here's a problem. Here's a laboratory. Here's something. Let's go do something, right? And then they would organize. And now it seems to be much more. There's a way to do it. There's a corporate kind of approved way of doing it, and it seems kind of tame, really, I think.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, you've got a generation of people now as well that are younger than us, like by 20 years. How do you get them out of that mindset? You can't, because that's what they've been taught. That's what they now know. So how do you get them to think differently about things? So it's only got one trajectory to me, which isn't necessarily a good one.
I think
that you're right. I mean,
carry on now, lad.
No, you go on. I'm going to take a sip. I'm just going to start coughing.
Yeah, I'm going to have a sip of me.
Yeah, what I was going to say is the problem for me is anything that kind of sort of reduces the amount of activism, because we want as many vegans as possible to be active in promoting veganism. And I do worry that a lot of these celebrities kind of detract from that, because people see that kind of watching the videos made by the so-called vegan celebrities and commenting on them, and that is a form of activism. Whereas what we want is those people to become active themselves, not to worship some vegan god.
Yeah, somebody's
to become active themselves.
Somebody's just put something there, about the punk movement.
Yeah, the
punk gigs. Yeah. You see, that was instrumental as well in a lot of this.
It was autonomous.
Autonomous.
Punk was a reflection of how the animal rights movement was back in the day, because punk was autonomous. People did it themselves. Had garage bands. People got together in the garage and played instruments and.
Depending on.
Well, sort of kind of had an instrument and did something with it. Let me stress. And it was do it yourself, and the animal rights movement in those days was very much do it yourself as well. So there was very much a parallel with the punk movement, which is why I think there was a crossover between the two.
I hate celebrity culture. Jennifer.
Yeah, but the other thing is so I've said about this, how the danger of these celebs, the YouTube celebs and that detracting from activism, like detracting from all vegans getting out and doing what they can. But I think it can be the same sometimes with the, the kind of global, more corporate organisations, that people wait around for those groups to organise something, or the local chapter of those groups to organise something.
Well, that's exactly what happens in Dublin, Ronnie.
Yeah. Whereas what you want is that, and that's okay. Nothing against people going out and doing stuff with those groups. I mean, I do. I've been involved with some We the Free stuff myself.
We the Free, or what I call What the Fuck, because that's what it's about.
Because I'm going to start a We the Free for elderly people.
Which is Free the We, wouldn't it?
Called Free the We. That's right. Yeah, Free the We.
I think if I was a young person coming into a newly transitioned vegan, I think I would be quite intimidated and quite scared about, I'm now vegan. What do I want to do? I want to be active for the animals. I don't know how to do it. You kind of go into social media. You're trying to find the route which works for you. And I think there's just so much out there, and it's no wonder that young activists get kind of sucked into either celebrity or kind of more public, like a public figure type route, rather than what we should be doing is encouraging all of them to read up on the movement, read the history, read about where it's come from. Like you mentioned the punk movement, even further back. I mean, I've got this brilliant book here by Geordie. Right.
Okay.
So that's what I got for Christmas.
Yes.
Oh, lovely.
I mean, his previous book.
It's also encouraging people.
His previous book.
Yeah. Geordie's great. He's written some really good stuff. But it's also
Anna,
sorry.
With Geordie's book, I couldn't understand why it didn't say why vegans won't instead of don't.
Won't? That's a good point.
Yeah. Sorry, Ronnie, I cut you off.
Oh no, I was just saying that because I was talking about the sort of more global organisations that have different chapters. But what we want to see is not people, I don't want to see people not taking part in those activities, but what I want to see vegans doing is stuff in addition to that, while they're waiting for the next one to occur, sort of monthly in their nearest city, just to look at what they can do locally in their own local area, in terms of like doing stuff at community events, door dropping leaflets and that kind of thing. And this is the thing that kind of we don't want vegans to be discouraged for doing as much activism as possible.
Yeah, but you've got the problem of them understanding veganism first, isn't it?
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, going back to the young activists young vegans who are coming in and want to be active. I mean, my group is quite unusual in that we vet people before they join our group, where that some of the bigger groups don't. They're basically they ask you if you're vegan, and then that's it. But pretty much, I know I'm summarising quite a bit, but we, I interview them and I ask them exactly what they know about veganism, because I've learned from my mistakes in the early days of our group, where people want to be an activist because of the kudos, because they think it's like a hardcore type of thing to be. It's a good thing to put on their CV or to say that they're doing this. But actually, when it comes down to it, they don't really understand what veganism is about. And that to me, that is so important. We do training. We kind of like, we ask them to read up on certain things. We give them, certain videos to watch and things to guide them to make sure that they're on the right route, rather than kind of, so many people were kind of just going on the plant-based route or the health aspect, which is good, which is fine. It's a route into it, but you have to be there. You come into veganism for the animals. You don't come into it because you want to be healthy. I mean, I'm not a healthy vegan at all. I'm full of cold, and I'm going to be stuffing my face with chocolate later on. So, it's
me too, Anna. Me too.
I think it's true that we're on to the chocolate now. If I may, people, Philip is coming back in about 5 minutes. So, Ronnie and Louise, is it okay for you to drop out? So I
yes.
Yeah, no, we're okay.
I've got to go and do a wee.
That's
anyway,
not a problem.
Because I haven't got Louise's pug.
No, you need to run. Could always use a proper
people
job
probably
bottle.
wonder what the hell I'm talking about. But there is a story
No,
of the Pug bottle, isn't
just thank you for allowing us to speak on
Yeah.
here, and
No,
you know,
it was great. It was great. You really livened the place up. So thank you very much.
I go and lie down now.
yeah, there's no dust on us, is there?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe on you. But it's lovely to see you, Manna.
Yeah,
Merry
you take
Christmas.
care.
Enjoy the rest of your
love.
Christmas and
Roger,
the same to everyone in
lots
the
of love,
chat.
mate.
Yeah, and
Yeah, love
see
to
you
everybody
soon.
on here as well. Merry Christmas to you all. Lots of love.
Take care.
Take care.
Right, Anna. So
hello.
Tell us about you you storming through the northeast of England with your animal rights group.
Well, this year, I mean, it's funny because I feel as if I've been doing this forever and ever and ever now, but it isn't really. I mean, our group's been going on for about, this is coming up to our 6th year. So so I feel as if I've kind of evolved, and you know, it's always about learning. It's always like, you know, things that I do now, I wouldn't have even dreamed about doing 6 years ago, and vice versa. There's things at the start which I look back and absolutely cringe that we did it, you know. But yeah, it's so I feel my voice getting croakier and croakier. But yeah, things like, I mean, doing the festival for one thing, but also doing like collaborations with other people as well. I feel as if we've got to try and get as many activists involved in our area. And we are a very, very active group, because we've got a group in Newcastle who does outreach every fortnight. We've got a group in Teesside as well who does it every month. But regardless of that, we've also got other stuff going on our social media. So there's always something going on. It's to try and get people invested.
Where are you based then? You're not in Newcastle?
Yeah, I'll actually live in South Shields, which is on the River Tyne. But so it's sort of south of Newcastle. But we do all our outreach in Newcastle. So right in the centre, right in the city centre, and it's really, really vibrant. It's full of all sorts of people. Our last outreach in Newcastle was, we had our inflatable reindeer, and it was absolutely brilliant, because obviously we were talking to people about having live animals, or caribou, as Alan keeps telling me, caribou in events. But we also did greyhound petitions and Rescue Not Retails petition, and all sorts of different things. So it's all different aspects about animal rights. So we try, you know, we will be doing some stuff like food sampling in the near future, but we try to always have, you know, another angle of animal rights. So it's not just about food, because it's a bit samey, and it's a bit kind of, you know, I want people to be there for the right reasons. I'd rather people come over and talk to us because they want to be educated about animals and how we use animals, rather than kind of come over here because I'm giving them a free cake or something, you know.
What do you think about this issue of, you know, there's a lot of vegan groups who concentrate on Christmas and a vegan Christmas, and they kind of do it in December. I tend to think it's too late, isn't it? Because, I mean, the turkeys were bred months ago. They were bought weeks ago, and then they're in everybody's freezer for a week. So we ought to have a Christmas campaign kind of earlier in, you know, almost like around World Vegan Month or something.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, there's two things which we are doing differently now because of what you've said. We are doing our reindeer campaign, our caribou and, you know, trapped captive animals campaign. We're starting it in January, so literally in a few weeks' time for next year, because we felt as if we were always playing catch up with these events, and we're trying to, you know, sort of like ask people to stop doing them, literally as they had already booked them, and we weren't going to get any. I mean, we did have a couple of successes this year. We've had a big success which we're going to announce in January, and another success which kind of someone who was adamant they weren't going to stop doing them, but just quietly went away. But we've got an egg hatching campaign as well called Bad Eggs. So we work with you know, active animal aid, for example, and Freedom for Animals, try to get schools and care homes to stop doing egg hatching programs. But we were finding that by the time these egg hatching programs are being advertised on social media, sort of Easter time, that it's too late. You know, the chicks have already been born, and we are left trying to find homes for these chicks. So we've started it. We start the egg hatching campaign in like October for the following spring. So we've got a good 6 month lead up to it. So that means that we're trying
prevention prevention
It
rather
is,
than
yeah,
cure, really, isn't
yeah,
it? You know.
yeah. We found that we're just firefighting so much rather than being proactive. So yeah,
Yeah,
so it. I mean,
that's a really good point. I mean, it's an interesting phrase, well, firefighting. But you know, you mentioned caribou, because it isn't reindeer a kind of, it's not really a proper term, is it? Is that?
Yeah. You know what I was saying about kind of like I feel as if I'm always learning from people like you. And this was Alan Jackson. He put a comment on one of our reindeer posts, and he put a message on saying they're not called reindeer. That's a slave name. They're called caribou. And I thought, hang on, you know, and that's something just suddenly popped in my head. And I thought, oh, thanks very much. Thank you very much, Vegan Island Radio, and Michael as well. I spotted that further up. I think I looked it up.
You know that's Alan, right?
Oh, is that Alan? Is it?
Yeah.
Is it right? That's Alan there. Right.
Yeah,
So it was actually Alan who got me onto that, and I read it and I thought, God, he's right. I can't believe that's just suddenly popped in my head. You know, it was talk about like an absolutely like eureka moment. You know, you kind of think, of course I should have. Why didn't I know it? Why didn't I realize? Reindeer. But you know, you kind of so conditioned to using this word all of the time.
Yeah, that's the way it works. Right. Now let me think. I am probably going to have to say goodbye to you soon, I'm afraid. Is there any final thing you want to talk about?
I just think that if anybody is watching this or watching this later on catch up, you know, January resolution, you need to get active, and you can get active in lots of different ways. Whatever your skill set is, whatever your time available, your family situation, you need to be active, because there's so many, you know, people who are vegan, who consider themselves to be vegan, but to me, being vegan, you need to be advocating for animals as well. Yeah, Michael. Yeah, caribou from now on in. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to do an article about that specifically in the new year, to make sure that people are aware of that. And I'm always going to use those terms, caribou and reindeer, so people are aware what I'm talking about. But yeah, just get active as much as you can. Talk to local groups, check on social media, you know, get involved. There's so many ways, and the animals need you. The animals can't be hanging around waiting for you to decide what you're going to do. You need to just reach out to someone and get active now.
Yeah, well said. Well, thanks so much for coming on to the Christmas show, Anna. It's been a pleasure. Sorry you didn't get that much time, but
no, it's okay. It was lovely to say much Ronnie and Louise.
Oh yeah, it's always nice to be in a Ronnie and Louise party. I know that, yeah. So I'll see you soon, and we're going to get into some meditation now. So I'll say goodbye.
Excellent. Okay, well, thank you very much for having me. Okay.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Thanks very much, Anna. Right, just before we start with you again, Philip, I'm just going to go for one of our inspirational messages. I'm a bit behind with them, and actually this one is very well timed. So let's go with this.
This perspective that like vegans were just like privileged maniacs, and so, you know, like I supported the cause, you know, I understood where they were coming from, but I thought that they were privileged maniacs because I believed that animal products were necessities, right? So when I learned the opposite, and I learned all the facts, and I saw all the things and all the, you know, when it clicked, it was like this euphoric high of like, oh my God, well, if I've gone vegan, the whole world is gonna go vegan. And I think that's an experience that a lot of new vegans have, and I think that that's a strong and necessary thing to carry. But unfortunately, that's not true. That doesn't mean that we should stop trying, and that doesn't mean that we should become hopeless and whatever. Change happens. That change, unfortunately, happens slowly. And when it comes to family, that can happen especially slowly. So get out the idea from your head that you're going to convert your family or that you're going to help them see the truth. Unfortunately, that's unlikely. However, that doesn't mean you should not stand up for other animals. It does not mean that you should stop standing for your values and demanding like for yourself to be fed in the way that you should be fed. Everybody eats plants. Sometimes it's better with family and stuff like that to kind of connect on the points that you share together and like your family is not bad because they continue to exploit animals. What they're doing is bad. However, they're operating on the same kind of mindset that most of us unfortunately grew up with, which is a speciesist mindset. They're not aware of it. And it's gonna take a long time of like having those conversations and like getting that into the head for even the slightest bit of changes to happen. So don't be hopeless and connect with other vegans and other animals. Hope it helps.
It certainly did, and thank you for that, Ambrose. So, Philip, I see you're in the. There we go. We can bring you back. So, welcome again, and take it away.
Great. Thank you, Roger. And once again, thank you for your generosity in hosting this, creating and hosting this space for Christmas. It really is meaningful. I've been looking forward to it. Have been now participating for the number of years that you've been doing it. And it really is helpful. So with a lot of appreciation for you, all that you do, including this, creating this space. So per our conversations, and I would like to offer as kind of a rejuvenation practice, maybe taking a break with some meditation practice, some really basic practices or a practice. And I'll ask that folks who heard me the first time I did this today to indulge. I'm going to kind of assume that there are a lot of people that have not yet heard me. So forgive me for those who have with the repetition. So by way of just introducing myself, my name is Philip Murphy. I'm based in the Northeast corridor of the US between Boston and Washington, DC. Spent most of my life here, native of Boston, and that's relevant to my path to veganism, which kind of is one of three threads that are braided together and happen at the same time, which I think is significant, certainly not a coincidence, and has really kind of positioned me to be an advocate for veganism as a liberatory practice, both politically and personally, as opposed to, being kind of sucked into the idea that it's a diet or a lifestyle, which, it is not. And again, kudos to Roger for his own work in that area, underscoring the fact that this is a political stance and highlighting the work of the founders of the movement that have underscored the fact that this is a social justice movement seeking liberation for all sentient beings. So I came to veganism again at the same time I was introduced to meditation practice, and also got sober in 12-step recovery. I was brought by a person that I knew from recovery to the Cambridge Insight Meditation Center, which is a very well-known non-residential urban center, perhaps the most well-known in the US in the Insight meditation tradition. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. And the guiding teacher and founding teacher of that center is a man by the name of Larry Rosenberg, who's still with us and who is a longtime vegan. And so he introduced me to veganism at the same time that I was, taking the Dharma path, learning to meditate. And from a recovery standpoint, I'll also mention that it really being able to use these practices to become quiet my mind, become more present, was really kind of the missing piece in that regard as well. Really kind of got me to where I needed to be as kind of that last piece to maintain sobriety. So it's really been, I talk about this because it's been an integrated aspect of my kind of walking on a new path. As I mentioned before, I had spent my earlier adult years living in the rock and roll world which was predictably pretty chaotic and crazy. And this was a radical departure, and I wouldn't change a thing. At the time, I thought my life, had ended, and now I'm going to be just bereft of fun and all this kind of things, and the excitement in the world that I lived in, and nothing could be further from the truth. So I like to talk about what meditation is and is not. So what it is not is a attempt to generate some kind of dissociative, trance-like state that is outside of ordinary experience. Nothing could be further from the truth, actually. What meditation is, what we're doing when we meditate, is practicing being present in the lived experience of the present moment, which sounds very simple. And it's like, how could we be doing anything other than that? But in fact, our ability to generate conceptual realities, to use symbols to communicate, are in many ways a double-edged sword, or in this way particular. It enables us to accomplish a lot of the things we've accomplished, including developing technologies that allow me to speak to you all from my home in the corridor. But it also creates an alienating and experience of reality that is based on emotional reactions to the present moment that may or may not be accurate, that can in turn generate suffering. And so this path is really about learning to be effectively present to one's lived experience in the moment, from which come many benefits, including things like stress reduction. And we're all under a lot of stress, certainly here in the US. I can tell you, in addition to operating in a speciesist world where we're resisting creeping authoritarianism in the political realm. So it's a lot, and it can be very challenging and stressful. So this is a practice rather that can support being effective and being able to maintain oneself, and in the response or in the context of all of these challenges. And it really is affirming, in that it's like being present allows me, or anyone practicing, to make informed choices about how to be in the world, effectively and skillfully, and being able to see through what at a fundamental level is the illusion of separateness from ourselves as human beings, from beyond human animals, from the natural environment. It's really running counter to that tendency, which is necessary to operate in the world. In Buddhism, which is the tradition that I have picked up, established as a meditation practice, they talk about a doctrine of the two truths, so relative and absolute truth, and they're both necessary. We have to operate from a place of relative truth, which underscores the fact that I'm separate and I'm an agent, and I need to do certain things in order to maintain the physical body in which my consciousness, exists. But in absolute terms, in the context of absolute truth, that's actually an illusion. So being able to, the meditation practice also has the benefit of allowing one to hold these two truths as skillfully as possible, right? So again, this is a practice of using breath awareness to anchor in the present moment. And when things come up that are distractions, we simply note them and then return to the experience, practicing returning over and over as many times as necessary. And there's no wrong way to do this. to the experience of the present moment as it is experienced through the anchoring experience of the breath. So sense at the sense gates is the way the Buddhists talk about that. So hearing, seeing, feeling, primarily with regard to these, there's others like touching, but when we practice, we are noting as we focus on the breath, when the attention is distracted by thought, seeing, hearing, thinking, and simply note that experience non-judgmentally and return to the experience of the breath. So why don't we do a little bit of that, say 5 minutes, and I'll do some guidance and folks can practice along, and then we can take any questions if we have time. Depending on the time, we can take any questions, or just I will be back to do one more session. So why don't we start by finding a posture that we can hold for the duration of the meditation. So spine upright and erect, but not rigid, feet planted firmly on the floor, hands resting comfortably in our lap, right hand on top of the left. And we'll simply bring our attention to the experience of the breath, wherever it's most prominent. That can be at the tip of the nose, the rising and falling of the belly, wherever you experience the breath most commonly, and simply breathing naturally. There's no attempt to breathe yogically or with any kind of pronounced effect. Simple, ordinary breathing that happens automatically. So we'll focus on that. And again, as attention is drawn away by experience at the sense gates, we simply bring our attention back, note it, and bring our attention back to the breath. So I'll do a little bit of guidance. Okay. Here. Here. See. Feel. Noting sense experiences and simply bringing our attention back to the breath. Reserving judgment when the sense experience draws our attention away from the breath. Simply return. Most natural thing in the world. And that concludes our meditation practice. Thank you all for your practice. It's wonderful to be in community with you here online and also in sitting practice. So thank you.
Philip, we do have a question for you. This is from Ambrose. He wants to know the full name, the Rosenberg full name.
The Dharma teacher is Larry Rosenberg at the Cambridge Insight Meditation Center in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
And he's written some wonderful books on the breath. His kind of focus is on breath awareness. Some really wonderful and accessible books that I highly recommend.
Yeah, and I put your links back in the chat. So if people.
Oh, thank you. Yes, that's the Metta Group is an organization founded by my mentor and friend George Haas, and both of these, to answer, I can see the question. Both Larry Rosenberg and George Haas are vegan, and Larry was vegan before I met him. I can take a little bit of credit for helping George along the path to veganism, and it's I can't see myself studying meditation Dharma with anyone who's not vegan, to be frank. So but back to George's Metta Group, mettagroup.org is the website, has the link goes to some self-guided meditations that are free of charge, that are a great introduction to continuing this practice and beyond. George has a really wonderful offering around actually incorporating meditation in attachment repair. So attachment theory about the challenges of inconsequential or insufficiently secure attachment due to inadequate parenting from a very young age. So really fascinating stuff, very accessible, especially for Westerners, and highly recommended.
And there's another comment that you might like to look at.
Mm-hmm. Yes, in fact, it's interesting that so John Kabat-Zinn is one of the probably the single most well-known popularizer of secular meditation practice, which you could say this is a form of secularized meditation. As it so happens, he and Larry Rosenberg are the closest of friends, refer to each other as blood brothers. Yes, I've had conversations with John about veganism. He is receptive, but to my knowledge, that's some time has passed. I no longer live in the Boston area where he lives, which is how I got to know him. So I don't see him as frequently as I had in the last number of years, but it was the experiences, sadly, probably all too familiar, of people saying, yes, I understand, but I'm not there, and maybe I'll try, or maybe I won't, in so many words. So a challenge. And again, which is where, I will at this point, certainly personally, only align myself and study under teachers who are vegan.
Yeah, well, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Now, so your next session is 7 o'clock, Philip. Now, do you know Amelia Lees? Have you met her?
I do. She's a dear friend.
Ah, well, she's right here then. And also, we've got the return of Declan Bowen from the Sanctuary. So, Declan, you made it in the end. We had some, just to explain, we had some technical problems because Declan was our first guest today to talk about the Sanctuary, and he couldn't get online, so we had to do this weird thing where I had a phone call right by my microphone. It was all a bit weird. So you managed to sort out your tech problems, Dec?
Well, I signed in as back into daylight rather instead of myself, so that got me in. through
Okay.
clicked a few other buttons then, you know, worked eventually.
Right, indeed.
Yeah.
So, Amelia, if you're happy enough, we can keep Declan on the line. Is that all right?
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. That'd be great. It's
Yeah.
nice to see everybody.
Great, nice to see you. Thanks.
So, Amelia, what's the latest with? I mean, you've been on a bit of a tour, haven't you? Is that right?
Personally, yes. I've been away. I've been up in the mountains for a while, and I've just gotten back. So I have been away. And if you mean like professional, like work stuff, yeah, yeah, kind of had a bunch of different things going on recently. But I actually was on a vegan trip to climb Kilimanjaro in Tanzania.
Oh, wow.
And it was led by Kuntal Joysher, who is a vegan mountaineer. He is the first vegan to summit Everest in full vegan gear. And he led this particular group. It was just a few of us, and we had a great time. It was really tough. And so I've been kind of laying low since I've been back.
Yeah, you had a bit of a break from social media, but did you get to the top then, Amelia?
Yes, yes, we all reached the top, which was extremely difficult. It's not a technical climb or anything like that, so you're not like using ropes or anything. You're just walking, and just walking is you're basically just trying to survive. It's a 1,200-meter ascent. You go from you're already at 4,000 something meters, and you get to about 56 something 100 meters, and yeah, 1,200-meter ascent. And it's done in the middle of the night. You start at midnight, and you reach the top. Depending on the weather conditions, it can be anywhere between 7 and 9 hours. And it took us, well, our weather conditions were thunder, lightning, and snow. There was probably about 9 inches, about 16 centimeters of snow on the ground as we were making our way up, and it was cold and hard to breathe.
Easy peasy then, really, yeah.
So really easy. Yeah, but you know, a bunch of vegans did make it, and one of the vegans, I was the second oldest, and then my husband was the oldest in the group, and we all made it up. So you know that counts for extra, I think.
Very good. Have you ever climbed a mountain, Declan?
No, Roger, I haven't. No, I don't think I will either with an implant in my leg now. I don't think I will be able to do one now. You know,
your mountain climbing days are over.
I think so. Yeah, I'd lucky to be able to walk at this stage, but I'm fine. You know, so fair play to Emily for doing it and all the other vegans. You know, brilliant.
Thanks, Declan.
Yeah.
So Declan's got his cool James Bond glasses on because he's had laser surgery. You got to take it easy with the old eyes, eh?
I have to, Roger. Yeah. The 3 weeks to on Friday, this Friday, 3 weeks ago, I got it done. I was supposed to only get one done, but I asked the surgeon, could he do 2? I thought I was only getting laser surgery, but I didn't ask them exactly what they were going to do. But just when I was coming home, I asked one of the nurses, and she says done the laser surgery, but they also sewed plastic lenses into my eyeballs, you know, so I've new lenses now on the eyes, but they're part of the eyeball, I think, so that, you know, I don't have to take them in and out.
I can't imagine that with the kind of needle and thread or something.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering when I was looking up at the surgeon. Every so often to be putting drops non-stop in your eyes, you know, when I seen needles coming in and I could hear the laser zizz and out him, you know, so I was saying to myself, laying back there, what's these needles for? You know, and it's only in the evening time I discovered what they were for. Good job I didn't know beforehand, or I probably would have never got it done, you know.
No,
but it wasn't really sore at all, you know, compared to getting a knee done. the knee was 1,000 times worse. So if you know anyone that need eye jobs like that, tell them to go ahead. You know.
So
I second that.
Open.
Yeah.
I just got that. I just got my second eye done about 5 weeks ago.
Oh, did you, Emily? Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're
It's
really
cataracts
good
and
now.
everything.
Oh,
And it
brilliant.
yeah, it's really it's more scary sounding, but I agree with you with the sounds and
Yeah.
everything. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't want to know either. The doctor like tries to explain. I'm like, no, I'm good. You're the
Yeah.
professional here. I'm good.
Oh, brilliant. Fair play to you. That's
It does
great.
sound spooky though, doesn't it? I suppose, Philip, you'd have to meditate while you're having your eyes done, yeah?
Could help.
Good, yeah. Brace yourself anyways, as you know. But,
So, Emmy, is your book a bestseller now then?
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It did actually hit an Amazon bestseller at some point. I forget when exactly, but it did. But you know how whatever way they define it, I don't know. But it did come up, and that was cool. And I took a screenshot of it, and I probably posted it somewhere. But I don't know. I don't keep track of these things. I'm awful. I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
And so is there a new book coming out, or is there a third edition of this one, or what's the score?
So what's the score? So the paperback came out in January in the UK, and then the paperback came out in the US and North America in April. So a third edition, that's not going to be for who knows when. But I am working on a new thing. Part of it is going to, some version of it, a smaller, shorter version of it, is going to come out in the Animal Studies Journal at some point soon, whenever they publish their next journal edition. And it's going to be about why veganism and anti-speciesism really needs to be part of the fundamental discourse of the left. And I have a much longer version of that I'm working into a book that I kind of want to call Sausage Socialists because it'd be funny, but I'm not sure it would endear me to anybody other than like maybe us right here on this screen exactly. But anyway, I'll keep you posted if that happens. But I'm hoping to do that. That's what I'm going to focus on working this year. I want to get that finished up because I developed some parts of it for the journal, and then there's still the original one. Oh, that's awesome, Dennis. Oh yeah, Dennis. Hey, Dennis. And then I want to work it back in. So anyway, I've developed it for the journal. Then I want to put it back into the original, and then develop it a bit more. So it's not going to be a very long book. I want to make it into sort of like a little, like a pamphlet style book. So it's not like super long, in-depth, like, mega galactic, brain numbing discussion of things. That's generally not how I like to do things, but yeah. So fingers crossed. Keep all fingers and toes crossed for me on this one, please.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Thank you.
Do you think the situation with the left is, worse, more complicated? What?
I actually have a lot more hope, strangely. Because when things get really rough, which they are now, okay, they're not really rough for us yet, but I think when things start getting rough, which they have definitely gotten rough and difficult, I think people really start to understand what it means, what the left means, and they start to look for that, and I think that there's more space for dialogue. So I don't know why I'm being hopeful. Maybe it's definitely not the Christmas spirit. I haven't gotten any of that. but I think it's I am more hopeful that a lot more discussion is possible, because a lot more discussions of topics that we didn't used to talk about have become, unfortunately, part of our current and day-to-day life. So I think I'm going to be hopeful.
Yeah, well, Deb agrees with you. What about you, Philip?
Okay.
You're muted.
All right, I'm muted. As I mentioned when the first time, I agree. It's an opportunity. How it's received can vary, but it is. I agree, an opportunity to bring in, as we experience greater, or it's moving in a direction where privileged people like me will experience more challenges. And I use the hierarchy and domination. It's like that, we can say, well, look at, we all agree this is good. People don't want to go down this road. And as we're speaking about this, let's take a look at our relationship with beyond human animals and how that parallels this circumstance that we are rejecting.
Yeah. And what about you, Declan? Do you find the pigeons and the chickens talking about left-wing politics?
I don't think so, Roger. Yeah, but I suppose weird advice, and it's horrible to think that, protests and things are being curbed in the States and other countries, and then maybe in Australia now as well, so it's desperate to think you can't go out and point out your views. I had to laugh there. Was it yesterday behind the gun laws for the Sydney area? It's New South Wales, what Sydney's in, but they only allow people to have 4 guns and allow farmers to have 10 guns from now on. Isn't that ridiculous? Like talk about curving, the gun laws, and isn't that crazy? Imagine what you got to do with 4 guns, never mind 10 guns,
Yeah, but farmers use kind of shotguns. You couldn't really use that as an assault rifle, could you?
You could, yeah. Could a shotgun and fire a fair distance, Roger, and do an awful lot of damage, Like yeah, but the ordinary person's allowed to have 4 guns and a farmer allowed to have 10. Like, it's madness, isn't it? And they call that curving the gun laws. Like, and then the worst thing is they're going to bring in some laws about protesting and things now. That's, so it seems to be happening everywhere around the world. Like, so it's bad. Like protesting for veganism could easily come under that, because like especially in Ireland anyway, the farmers seem to rule the politics in Ireland, you know what I mean? So it's very close to happening, I'd imagine,
Yeah, Philip and I was talking about that earlier when Philip did his first meditation session. Do you have the same kind of feeling, Emmy, that things are closing in, and so veganism is kind of a bit more distant now, do you think? Or you said you were positive, but
I think that there's more opportunity for discussion because people are starting a lot of the illusions that we had, that some of us had, maybe not all of us, may have are sort of collapsing. They're sort of changing, and we can't have those illusions anymore. I think that helped. But I do think that there's going to be a lot of protesting in terms of animal activism has always been at the forefront of how of repression, if you will. So that it will be it'll progress from that under the auspices of security and national security and all of that jazz. Yes, I think that will continue, and I think we will see a lot more of that. I will see a lot more of that across the board, unless something really really tremendous and fantastic happens, which I'm not sure what that would be. But yeah, I think we will see a lot of repression in terms of public assembly and public protests. Private, maybe not yet. So we'll still have to, I think you still have to deal with it on a smaller scale, not a systemic one.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it does worry me. I was saying to Philip earlier on that I'm a bit more pessimistic nowadays, to be honest.
Yeah,
so I try not
I
to
know.
be.
And I don't blame you. I think you're right. Your pessimism, I've read it over this past year or so, in various posts, and I've listened to your show, and you're absolutely right. I mean, you are identifying the spots where the pessimism can definitely it's well founded, and I don't think I don't think it's extreme in any way. So yeah, I don't blame you, and I don't disagree at all, really. But
well, it's interesting because I always say that I modeled myself on Tom Reagan's optimism, and he was a very optimistic person. And one of the films that I've got lined up to show, I don't know if we'll have time now, but he's talking about all the different things which are kind of unthinkable now. One of which is women voting and being out working and this kind of stuff. I mean we've got a movement now in the States where they're trying to take the vote back off of women, right? And they shouldn't be allowed to vote.
yeah, they've always existed. These wingnuts have always existed. I had a guy.
They've got the ear of the president now, haven't they?
Yeah, they've got the ear of the president. Well, hopefully not for too long.
Looking forward to the obituary.
Well, one lives in hope. But yeah, I mean, will that happen? Are these things just nonsense and they're just distractions, for other things that are actually going on, like, just wholesale theft and rampant corruption to line one's pockets? Yeah, all these things. Talk about trans people, talk about immigrants, talk about women, distract because people can relate to that. But when they're so they don't see that the money is being taken out of their pockets as they're just standing there.
Yeah, I think there's a great deal of that going on, whereas it's kind of like a mainly kind of a grifting regime. And
100%.
It's called flooding the zone or something, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. So I think, yes, there's a lot of that. So I'm not really sure. Which all then leads to pessimism, and it all leads to thinking that we can't, that dawn's never coming, but dawn always does.
Well, some people said it just leads to exhaustion because people just get totally wiped out by it all, Anyway, to change tack completely, Declan, when we were talking before, because we were planning on you were going to advertise your raffle and you forgot to do it. So do you remember how to, the details of that?
I do. Yeah, but could I say just one thing there about the last subject? That when I was in hospital and when I woke up and that offer you a cup of tea, but it's one of the biggest hospital in Dublin. But like they had no oat milk or plant milk for me tea, and I had to drink the tea black, But under EU laws, and I think vegans are entitled to, vegan foods and things, in I'm not sure in hospitals and that, but I had to laugh then on the form that they sent me to go to the hospital like 5 days before. That on it was, you're entitled to an interpreter, and you can't bring your own interpreter. So if I say if I was a foreigner, like they'd have to bring in an interpreter. So that it probably costs €100 or more for half an hour or 10 minutes or whatever, and yet they couldn't even have one 1 pint liter of oat milk to cover vegans for a week. It seems crazy, like, but like, I think we need to tackle all these small things, because the farmers are trying to suppress all the vegan foods and everything all the time, and especially in the government establishments and that, so we need to start chipping away at this stuff.
Yeah, I believe now that there's almost like some of the corporations or companies have started bringing a policy where they're not going to give a vegan surcharge anymore for plant milks. But I've always had a different view about this than most vegans, which is I kind of understand why they used to charge a surcharge, because they were saying, I remember talking to somebody in Dublin, and they were saying, well, somebody asks for soy milk, we open it, put it in the fridge, and then nobody does them for 3 weeks. And so you've then got to throw a carton of it away, except for the one bit that you've taken. So I kind of understand that in a weird way.
Yeah, but I think now, Roger, an awful lot of people are getting the vegan lattes and that, with coffees. That's becoming very popular,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they always had to. I suppose when the market is, it's supply and demand. Once they get to the stage where, plant-based lattes are numerous enough, then it means that they can then just bring in Philip back in. Then they can drop the surcharge. Until then, they couldn't. I kind of understood that. I know it's capitalism, but I understood it.
Yeah. But, sorry, Roger, as regards the raffle you were asking me there, no, I can't remember the names of one, but with a 50-50 raffle, 50% of the profits went back into the prizes. So we raised €2,155, so half that went back in prizes. So the first prize was 400, the second was 250, then 200 and 150, and 2 100s and 77.50. So it went well, the raffle, So.
All right. So it's actually happened now, then, is it?
Yeah. The draw was taking place yesterday. Yeah, so it was great, and a good idea, I don't know what platform, whether it was this one or whatever one Andy used to do it, but it worked quite well. So all is good.
Very good. Right. Well, I'm rapidly running out of steam here, so anything that anybody wants to say. Although it's not long. I think I did a 10-hour one once.
Well, you did read your first one, I think, was 10 hours, yeah.
Yeah, and then I done an eight. This will probably end up being about 8 hours. I've actually got. It's funny because you do the usual thing. You write down all the stuff and think, I'm going to be short of material, and then you always end up not, So I've got loads of inspirational things. I've got to show the premiere of the Leslie Cross thing, which is that's going to be in 8 minutes. So that's how much time we've got. And then I also want to show Wendy's talk from Failure Vegan, which you found that very emotional, Declan.
Oh, yeah, it was brilliant, Roger. Yeah, she spoke very clearly and mentioned all the subjects really well, and the animals, why we do it for the animals and that. So I thought it was brilliant, So looking forward to hearing it again now so soon. So, or did you show it today already, Roger? Or are you going to show it?
No, it'll probably be just after Philip. So I imagine it'll be about 7:20, I would think.
Ah, great! Yeah, brilliant. Yeah. Fair play to her.
So, Emmy, any final thoughts? Any final statements? Any save the world inspiration?
Well, the final thought is live with the courage of your convictions and don't compromise. That's it. That's what I try to do, and that's what I hope that we can all do.
Yeah, well, it's impossible to argue with that, really, isn't it? So I agree with you. You've been doing quite a lot of podcasts and that, though, haven't you?
Oh yeah, so yeah, my podcast, you were on it. That was a brilliant episode. I really liked it. It's my 4th season, and I've got another episode. There's one episode a month, and the next one will be. They're usually at the beginning of the month, like the first of the month. But because the 1st of January is New Year's Day, I figured let it roll to the 15th. So the next one, the 15th of January, but there's a whole host of them on really interesting topics. Most of the topics are not often discussed. And I try to get out of the way of my guests. I let them talk for a period of time. As you know, Roger, that's what you did. Let them talk, have them discuss their topic of expertise for 20, 30 minutes or however long. And then afterwards, we have a little bit of a chat. But I try to make it as guest focused as possible, so that people really get to know some of these folks. And some of the episodes, I keep coming back to myself over and over again, especially the one. And even now that we were just in Tanzania with the group and talking about different things, we were talking about effective altruism, and I have a podcast episode on that. I keep going back to them myself and using them as references myself. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to ask for your permission to put it onto my YouTube. Is that okay?
Yeah, completely. Absolutely. It's Think Like a Vegan. I don't know how you connect. The episodes are streaming on all podcast platforms and on all the streaming platforms, and they're also on YouTube. Although I don't do video, so they're just audio on YouTube.
Yeah, which is a contradiction in terms. But what about podcasts with you as the guest? Have you done quite a few of those?
Podcasts with me as the guest? Yes, I have done quite a few. And if you ask me the titles of them right now, I don't know. I don't remember, because I've sort of cleared my memory of a lot of things these last few days, and I'm just like existing in this little bubble of mine. But I've done a whole bunch of different ones, and they've all been really interesting. The very first one I did, I was cleaning out my inbox. The very first one I did was when the hardcover came out, with the hardcover with the black and yellow cover, and it was with these regenerative farmers. It was they've since taken it off of their site. But I found the recording in my inbox, in my email inbox. So I'm like, oh, this is great. And it was called, I just had it and it has slipped my mind. But they're like one of the bigger regenerative farming folks. And they just kept trying to like catch us out. And it was really funny, because it was almost like, it felt to me like they had invited in the vampires, like we were the vampires. They had invited in the vampires thinking they were going to beat the vampires, but like you never beat the vampire unless you're Buffy. And there was no Buffy. So, we totally played them. It was really good. So I have to see if I can put that on YouTube somehow and have that on there. But that was, so I've been on a few of them, and you're welcome to link to whatever you find. Happy with that always.
Okay, that's very kind. Here's a question, because the Animal Rights Show did a show with an author recently, and they were telling us that in terms of them being interviewed, there's a real generation gap. You get really kind of weird and rather shallow questions from kind of newer activists, and they were rather pleased to come on the Animal Rights Show to be asked some decent. I mean, you're nodding. So is that what you felt as well?
Well, there's the social mediaification of everything, so everything is like super watered down and simplified, and I think that you will find that in a lot of just young people who are just trying to do different things, and they're getting inspiration from other people who they see they've gotten a lot of influence, followers rather, and so they don't they don't trust their own styles. So yeah, there can be a lot of that, but you know what? You can always. What I think is the questions are just a start. You can just answer whatever you like anyway. Just go rogue and just go talk about whatever it is you want to talk about. Doesn't matter what they ask you about. You have your own agenda. You want to say something, just say it. I mean, look, at the end of the day, just watch TV, watch interviews of politicians for your entire life. Nobody's
that's what they do, isn't it?
That's what they do. They have their own agenda.
That's
Go
right,
for it. You make your own agenda. Just go for it. Say whatever you want. I mean, within reason. Obviously.
Within reason. You don't mean that really. Okay, so
No,
I've got about I've got about 30 minutes before you're back on, Philip. So I'm going to do my premiere of the regenerated Leslie Cross now. So I'm going to have to say goodbye to everybody. Thanks so much.
Thank you so
on.
much, Roger.
And,
Thanks,
sorry about all the problems before, Declan. That was a bit of a shame, but
no problem, Roger. Sorry.
Yeah, it's good that you made it back on. So thanks for that.
Thank you, Roger. Bye.
Yeah. Okay.
Good to see you all.
Good to see everybody. Good to see you.
I'll see you in 30 minutes, Philip.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Earthlings, and happy World Vegan Day. So this is a World Vegan Day special, and it's about a very important guy in terms of the vegan social movement history, and that's Leslie Cross.
Just pause up there. Yes, this was, as you can tell, originally meant for World Vegan Day. It didn't make it, and so that's why there was a mention of that then.
A couple of things to say before we start, which is that I've left Cross's original language intact, as it were, so it will appear to be dated and sexist, this kind of stuff. And the second thing is, the usual caveat, is that when we talk about the vegan social movement, we're talking about the first group of people that came together to make a social movement organization, the Vegan Society. And of course, they named their social movement veganism. No other claim is being made apart from the fact that these were the first people that we know about who came together to make a social movement and named it. Okay, so with all that said and done, welcome to the Time Tunnel. Yes, indeed. So, Leslie Cross. Now, in my view, Leslie Cross is one of the most significant figures in the history of the vegan social movement. This story goes back to 1949, when Cross points out that the Vegan Society, which hadn't been going that long, 5 years, did not have a definition of veganism, as opposed to having a definition of the vegan diet. So he sets about working on this, evolving vegan philosophy in a series of essays in the Vegan magazine or the Vegan Journal. It's a very slow process, of course. This is before the age of the internet. It's some of Cross's lengthy process of thinking aloud that this time tunnel is about. Now, there's a bit of an irony, really, because all the essays now are available on the internet. So I'll say a little bit more about that later. I also want to say a few words about the potential issue between Donald Watson and Leslie Cross. They did appear to have a complicated relationship, perhaps. Was it a bit of rivalry? Perhaps we'll never kind of know. There are some claims about that. But I think it's clear that Cross's writings served to radicalize Donald Watson. And at the same time, Watson's 1945 declaration that veganism is about opposing the exploitation of sentient life is likely to have influenced Cross. And so Cross cites that 1945 line from Watson in his 1949 essay, In Search of Veganism 1. There's two, In Search of Veganism 1 and 2. It's this essay in which Cross points out that veganism doesn't have a definition. So we're going to talk about that. In terms of what's on the screen, I always like to point out, as did Matthew Cole, the vegan sociologist, now these are the years when the strapline of the vegan was advocating living without exploitation. So I'm suggesting that the Watson-Cross relationship was complex and there may have been elements of rivalry. That is certainly the claim of Leslie Cross's son, John. Whatever the truth, it is fair to say that whenever Watson said anything publicly about Leslie Cross, he was always very warm and full of compliments. For example, he says, I hesitate to single out anyone, but I would say Leslie Cross and Arthur Ling must be put in the records as being the two outstanding, faithful contributors to our cause. And talking about Cross, he says, he was certainly one of the outstanding people who have served the movement, and in retirement, he went up and down the country, giving his lecture, The Milk of Human Kindness, all voluntarily, of course, paying his own expenses. Now, in both of those tributes, the emphasis is put on Cross's work in developing plant milks, Plamil, and his work with Arthur Ling. Now, this particular time tunnel will not delve into that aspect of Cross's work. I want to stick with the more important stuff in a way about the development of vegan philosophy. Elsie Shrigley would agree that Cross was very influential and a very significant player in the early history of the vegan movement. In fairness, though, non-dairy vegetarians, as they were known then, they were asking moral questions long before 1943. And it's 1943 that this little clip is focused on. I believe that what Shrigley is getting at is that this was the final thing that galvanized the small group of soon-to-be vegans. Now, the Vegetarian Society play an important role at this stage. They did a massive favor for veganism when they refused a request that they facilitate a non-dairy section of the Vegetarian Society. I have covered this in more detail in other time tunnels on the women pioneers of the movement and in the time tunnel about Donald Watson. The short version is that a group of people were faced in 1944 with starting a brand new social movement from scratch, something they didn't, as it were, bank on. It took them a few years to get organized and sort themselves out, but they did do a marvelous job in the immediate aftermath of war. So here we have Samantha Calvert, the head of communication and historian of the Vegan Society, summarizing the problem identified by Cross in 1949. There are a number of movement issues that still exist today, but I believe that Cross's attempt was an attempt to tread very carefully towards a joint understanding of what veganism is, what it's all about. Cross says that there's a great deal behind the simple question, what is veganism? He says it will not do for members to simply state veganism is this or veganism is that. That's because people are really saying my idea of veganism is this or that. And of course, we still get that in the modern day. He says actually it was probably a good thing that the society had not rushed into defining veganism in its first years. This goes back to the Vegetarian Society refusal, because they did not know they were going to be running their own independent social movement, as I said. So the idea of non-dairy vegetarianism is rapidly left behind, as is the first proposed definition mentioned by Calvert, the principle of the emancipation of animals from exploitation by men. Calvert states that this was later clarified to seek an end to the use of animals by man for food, commodities, work, hunting, vivisection, and by all other uses involving exploitation of animal life by man. Now, for all the modern day fuss about what's claimed to be the rock-solid definition of veganism, Cross was actually rather fast and loose with the actual wording over several attempts and over several years. For example, in 1974, and admittedly that is looking back at this stage, he says that veganism, which to me, breaking his own rule there, which to me means and always will mean the philosophy that man should, for his own advancement, live without exploiting animals. So as Cross slowly thinks through vegan values, it's clear from the essays that the idea of what veganism is expands exponentially. At the same time, he maintained for many years that it's necessary to produce a very concise definition of veganism. He argued this is a movement need. So I suggest that it's clear from reading his essays in full, and that's the only fair way of reading Cross, that the principle of the emancipation of animals from exploitation by man was a starting point and was not the end of the matter. Now, there are small groups of vegans known as animals-only vegans who argue that veganism should end with that concise definition and, in a sense, go nowhere else. They claim that from at least 6 full essays spanning 6 years, veganism can be fully articulated by 9 words. And these are the doctrine that man should live without exploiting animals, which Cross declared to be the official definition in 1954. For the animals-only vegans, then, these 9 words encapsulate the full meaning of veganism. However, I believe that the fullest understanding must go back to the history and the evolution of Cross's writings. He had a methodical process which went back to 1949. Cross said that the Vegan Society would need at some point to have an AGM or an EGM to agree things by majority consent. He tells his readers that the Vegan Society has evolved a long way in a short time, which is certainly true and in fact probably an understatement. And he provides a sort of literature review to describe their journey thus far. So this is Cross's lit review in Search of Veganism 1, and Cross outlines the things already said about veganism. There's no need to go through this in detail. You could pause the video if you want to look at exactly what Cross wrote. But I think the last entry is significant, as is Cross's comments in brackets, because Cross cites Watson's 1945 statement and comments. This is a considerable widening of the original non-dairy motivation. I believe that Cross resolved the potential contradiction of needing a very concise definition. And of course, this is at a time when the idea of veganism was growing more and more elaborate, almost by the day, by coming up with what I've called the focus and scope of veganism. Leslie Cross doesn't actually use the word focus and scope in his essays. Instead, he talks about 2 broad aspects of veganism. In fact, Cross does not explicitly say the phrase the first broad aspect of veganism, but in 1951, in an essay titled The New Constitution, he talks about how the vegan aim is not to make the present relationship between man and animal more tolerable. He then says that the second broad aspect of the vegan aim is its beneficial effects upon human evolution. And it's that line that implies the existence of the first aspect. Indeed, in this very essay, he says that there may be other aspects too, and those are the ones that touch on practical movement issues, such as whether it would be a good idea to allow full and associate members of the Vegan Society, for example. So Cross did believe that the definition needs to be in the form of a principle from which certain practices logically devolve, and not in the form of a set of practices or aims. He said that they'd embarked upon a voyage of discovery. So this is how Cross begins the second part of In Search of Veganism. Thinking about the process the vegan movement has gone through to date, Cross says that there was an early tendency to get at the roots of the relationship between man and the animals, to deal with the cause rather than its almost uncountable symptoms. And he says there's no evidence that veganism was fundamentally concerned with anything other than man plus animal relationship. The end section is Cross's emphasis, but the words in bold are mine. So, here's a question. Does that mean that Cross is an animals-only vegan after all, as some have suggested and some have hoped for? No, I don't believe this is the case. The key wording here is fundamentally concerned, for he says in the very next sentence that this relationship is veganism's paramount, but not only concern. And so this again is a real lesson on not cherry-picking individual sentences from Cross. To understand Cross needs to be read in its fullness. Cross suggests actually that the existing literature from Watson reinforces his view. He cites an address on veganism by Donald Watson from 1947. This contains many phrases such as the right approach to the problem of animal emancipation, to be true emancipators of animals, the vegan renounces the superstition that continued human existence depends upon the exploitation of these creatures, and the time has come for us boldly to renounce the idea that we have the right to exploit animals. I read that line a couple of times and often fell into the Star Trek problem, but I think I did okay on that one. And at the end of the paragraph, Cross writes, the thread that runs through the literature on this point is a conviction that for the sake of both man and his fellow creatures, the animals must one day be freed from his exploitations. It's interesting that they use the phrase exploitations rather than exploitation in their writing. It's my contention then that we are seeing here the first rehearsal of the focus and the scope of veganism. Also, it's abundantly clear from these early writings that there is absolutely no suggestion, none whatsoever, that the focus of veganism should be anything other than human relations with our fellow animals. The focus has always remained the same. It always will, as far as I can see. There's no threat to it. So Cross says that these observations lead to the following. So this is a six-part schema that he came up with. Number one, veganism is reform. Number two, the impelling element, the driving element, is compassion for animals arising from the treatment meted out to them by man. Number three, the fundamental concern is with the meeting point between the world of man and the world of animals. 4. Its existence presupposes maladjustment at that point. 5. Its purpose must be the correction of that maladjustment. 6. The maladjustment is intimately connected with man's use of animals, more precisely with his habit of acting as a parasite upon living creatures who cannot successfully resist his will. Cross argued then that any definition of veganism must contain these 6 observations and must not violate any one of them. And Cross says that a form of words which meets these requirements is veganism is the principle of the abolition of the exploitation of animals, by man, and argued that the positive aspects of this negative, this non-exploitation approach, is the granting of freedom, or in a word he says, emancipation. Veganism may therefore be defined as the principle of the emancipation of the animals from exploitation by man. But there's more to it. Cross says that this definition does meet those 6 observations, but that in itself is not enough. They must also meet the requirements of wisdom and the requirements of logic, and be measured against a general philosophical argument. Cross suggests that the broad demand which wisdom makes upon man is that he shall free himself from the chains which bind him to his less noble desires, and inhibit his ascent to higher standpoints, wider vision, and consequent happiness. There are a number of tests by which his efforts to free himself may be judged, and one of the most stringent is his conduct towards those over whom he has power. It is applied in an acute form at the point where his world meets the world of animals. Now, his conduct, or humanity's conduct at this point, and Cross is talking about his present day, so we talk about the 1950s, reveals tendencies that are strongly self-indulgent at the expense of the creatures. There is a widespread failure to understand that animals have rights relatively equal to his, or to humanity. That's Cross's emphasis. His exploitations results in a needless curtailment of the natural freedom over a wide front, and inevitably end in one sort of slaughterhouse or another. Again, Cross's emphasis. It is true of all his exploitations, from backyard hens to the great beef and dairy herds. So that was my emphasis. I emphasized the issue of backyard hens to highlight the abolitionist nature of Cross's position. What became known as factory farming was already known and was growing fast in the 1950s, so they would have known about it, but that wasn't necessarily their focus. Their focus was on all animal use. And speaking about other issues of the day, Cross points out, for example, that some horses will end their days in what he called homes of rest, and this could apply to a few horses, but only a few. Most are killed, he says, for commodities, feeding stuffs, or human consumption. And he also talks about worn-out cows, or spent cows, from the dairy herd. They are not pensioned off, he says, in clover fields. So he's trying to put some reality to the situation. Now, the pioneers of our movement talked about how veganism should be considered to be central to the moral evolution of humanity. Now, some people have suggested that this human aspect of veganism are little more than mere knock-on benefits to the general commitment to animal liberation. Now, I tend to think that that is a shallow interpretation of things, especially when Watson had argued that the spread of vegan values would mark the greatest peaceful revolution ever known. That veganism is the only movement that can save humanity. And why? Because it's the greatest cause on earth, which is a quote that Matthew Cole used as a book chapter title. Cross said that why do we believe we should live without exploiting animals? The final, if not the immediate answer, is a revealing one, for it demonstrates the truth of the claim that veganism is not a mere side shoot in human evolution, but a central extending growth of considerable significance. Now, the passage on your screen, this is in Search of Veganism 2, again 1949, reveals a theme that Cross would develop fully in later essays, because both he and Watson fully expected that veganism would do a lot of work for humans, as well as doing a lot of work for our fellow animals, of course. As we have seen, Donald Watson declared that veganism is the only movement capable of saving humanity, while Cross's work is replete with lines such as, because he would free himself from many of the demands made by his lower nature, the benefits of veganism to man himself would be incalculable. So all this brings us to the Surge of Freedom from 1954. Now, this is a very important document in the history of our movement. What's interesting about the Surge is that it begins with the scope of veganism and not the focus, suggesting that veganism does a lot for humanity, as much as freeing the slaves and as much as freeing the serfs. And then he addresses that 9-word definition. Cross says that this definition is accurate, precise, and comprehensive. So we are back to the social movement need, as he saw it, for a concise definition about what it's all about. However, Cross says, and this is not surprising, that this definition is not well understood. Well, kind of, oh boy, if it wasn't understood in 1954, he should get himself a time machine and see what the state of the movement is right now. Why is it not well understood? I think simply because these 9 words cannot possibly really do justice to what veganism is. Veganism, Cross claims, is massive, and the achievement of the vegan aim will bring with it a new humanity to inhabit a new world. There's no way that 9 words can mean all of that. In reality, the writings of Cross, and indeed other pioneers from the 1960s into the 1990s, reveal the truth that these 9 words provide a definition of the focus of veganism, but not veganism as a whole. The Surge of Freedom is Leslie Cross's final formal essay on vegan philosophy. It was written 3 years after the essays most favoured by the animals only activists. It's available online, as I said, and there are audio versions of all of Cross's essays narrated by vegan filmmaker Andy Atkinson. You need to look on YouTube and you search Andy Atkinson, bracket, not your mum, not your milk, bracket. In the Surge, Cross repeats the issue of the 2 broad aspects of veganism, framed here now as the obvious and the not so obvious elements. He says that for veganism to succeed, there will have to be an immense change of heart and mind of humanity. There's going to be no butcher's shops, of course. If milk is still delivered in the future, it will be vegan milk. Cows will no longer cry for their calves. There will obviously be no slaughterhouses, no vivisection, and no hunting. The less obvious changes see those benefits to humanity, which Cross describes as incalculable. Humans living kindlier and more enlightened lives. Cross forecasts that human health, both physical and mental, would improve vastly. Living in a non-violent world would do us good. Humans would cast off a great deal of the coarser parts of our nature, and the benefits will shower on humanity as a result. Now, Leslie Cross died in December 1979, and this is his death notice printed in the Vegan Spring 1980 edition, and it's written by Kathleen Janaway. Sadly, and I don't really know the reason for this, the notice focuses on his work to develop plant milks rather than his much more important work to develop the philosophy of veganism. Now, some people, including his son John Cross, believe that the vegan movement did not treat Leslie Cross very well. This is an article written by Nicole Cross, no relation as far as I know, and Luis Torres. And they accused the Vegan Society of dissolving into animal welfarism after Leslie Cross's involvement. They claim that the vegan has trampled on the legacy of the early vegan movement pioneers, and especially Leslie Cross. Now, there is some plausibility to that claim, although the answer is probably going to be very complicated. For example, for weeks, Andy Atkinson, Ronnie Lee, and myself ran 90-minute TikTok lives on the vegan pioneers. We looked at the vegan news and then the vegan journal in order of publication. And we did notice that by the time we got to the mid-1960s or so, there's no longer any mention of Leslie Cross. And also the society had begun to align itself with traditional animal welfare groups, such as Compassion in World Farming, who are not abolitionist. There were brief potted histories in the pages of the vegan now and again, but again, Leslie Cross was absent, after the 60s. Cross had written that the Vegan Society is not so much welfare as liberation for the creatures and for the mind and heart of man. Not so much an effort to make the present relationship bearable, but an uncompromising recognition that it has to be abolished before something better and finer can be built. And he said the society has clearly come out on the side of the liberators. It is not so much welfare that we seek as freedom. Our aim is not to make the present relationship between man and animal more tolerable, but to abolish it. So perhaps the abolitionist statements like that, maybe they were thought too radical for those in charge of a moderating social movement organization, the Vegan Society. And therefore, perhaps it's the case that the whole of Cross's writings were quietly dropped and invisibilized. Now, if that is the case, and I don't know for sure, but there is evidence pointing that way, then this is a real bad indictment of the vegan movement, because Leslie Cross is without doubt a very significant part of the history of our movement.
Well, there you go, folks. I see in the chat it's created quite a debate, which is good, really, because some of the things that Cross said are a bit contradictory, I suppose. I did that kind of little joke of, for me, really, this thing about thinking out loud, because they were starting from scratch as a social movement, and so it's really kind of interesting to see how it kind of panned out, as it were. And I think obviously that thing about the Vegetarian Society doing a big favor to veganism, that is true. And I think that Cross did radicalize Watson in particular, and so I think that things came to a head in the surge. There are a couple of things after the surge, but they were kind of transcripts of talks. So the surge is really the last philosophical essay, and so I think that's where we kind of should start, and then work backwards. I don't think there's any point in starting in 1951 when we have the 1951 points superseded by the 1954 points. And so I think that's where the animals only people kind of go wrong. I don't think that there's any suggestion at all that Cross or anybody ever put human interests above the interests of our fellow animals. I think that they saw them all as part and parcel, and that's why they were able to, you know, talk about one in front of the other and mix and match and that kind of stuff. So that's my take on it. I would suggest that if you're critical of that take, then maybe, you know, watch it a couple of times before you kind of cast judgment on it a little bit, I suppose. Right. So, Philip, I think you're
hello again.
Yeah, hello again. Right. Before you start, I want to just add. First of all, let me get rid of that. I just want to add one of my because I'm behind on my inspirational thing, so I just want to do one of these. I think it's about a minute long, so we can watch it together, perhaps.
Ho, ho, welcome to the end of the year, everyone. Vegans everywhere, near and far, up and down, old and new. My name is Mark Humanity. I am an author and an animal rights activist, and I'm coming to you from the South Pacific, where it's a balmy 26 degrees. That's centigrade, not Fahrenheit, like where you are. So the holiday period is here, a time when we get together with people who we often do not see except for this time of the year. Friends and family, many of whom might have, say, less than generous opinions about veganism. It's a time of the year that can be quite stressful as a vegan. A lot of enforced socializing. It's an odd time of the year, a time when eating bread from a dead mutant bird's ass is considered totally normal and peak experience. Okay? That time of the year. So take comfort in the fact that we vegans, we are part of a mighty movement of movements. All at once, veganism enriches our health, our air, our water. It decreases violence. It increases biodiversity. And it benefits the lives of trillions of animals worldwide. It is a movement that encompasses the environmental movement, the health movement, the animal rights movement, the climate crisis movement, all together, all at once. One of the hardest aspects I've found of being a vegan of 30-something years is trying to make sense of the non-vegan friends and family around you. People who you know are very caring, typically, who would balk at the idea of harming an animal, a pet, for instance, but who willingly pay other people to horribly torture and mutilate and kill trillions of animals worldwide. People who would throw up if they walked into a slaughterhouse, overcome by the stench and the fear and the sounds and the sights, but who pay other people to do that every day of their lives. People who, when you bring this up, can get really angry. They can defriend you. They can give you funny looks. They can call you a communist. They can do all sorts of weird things, have weird reactions. One thing they won't do is change. They carry on doing it. It's depressing, it's enraging, it's ridiculous, it's all of these things and many, many more besides, but what it isn't is your fault. It's theirs. You're right, they're wrong. You can't allow yourself to be overcome by this. Hard that can be at times. So this season, try to have a laugh, not an argument. Be tactful with your energy when it comes to this issue. You're wasting your time and energy when you're having a beer-fueled rant at a relative on Christmas evening. I know I've been there, done that, no point. If you do find yourself in such a situation, be careful how you express things. Words can hurt. After 3 beers in, you're not going to remember any of this advice. So if you find yourself in a kitchen, 10 o'clock at night, Christmas Eve, Christmas night, surrounded by relatives who are screaming at you, pointing the finger, all sorts, I suggest you put on your noise-cancelling headphones that you got from your nephew, turn them on, spin around. Have a good year, folks.
That's an interesting contribution, isn't it, Philip?
Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Appreciated that, Roger. Thank you.
Yeah.
So if I could, before I jump in for my third meditation session, I wanted to give a quick shout out to my friends, Meg and Louis Miranda, who run the Peace Abbey outside of Boston. And yesterday was an anniversary. They rescued a cow by the name of Emily, who had escaped a slaughterhouse. And Emily was a dairy cow who, because she was infertile, was, quote, not viable consumer product for the so-called dairy industry, and was being taken to a slaughterhouse and escaped, was loose in the Boston winter, which is cold, for 40 days, and finally was able to be rescued by Meg and Louis, and they brought Emily to their Peace Abbey facilities, establish a micro sanctuary, and Emily lived the rest of her days in peace as a free living being. And when she passed, she was buried on the grounds of the Peace Abbey Memorial Park, and there sits a life-size bronze statue of Emily to this day. And it's one of my favorite places to be in the world. And the Randas are longtime vegans, and I'm honored to be a part of that community in regards to having been the recipient of their Courage of Conscience award for my total liberation activism. So big shout out to the Randas. Unfortunately, they couldn't join us today. And also one other shout out to John Sambanmatsu, similarly indisposed, traveling at Christmas. And John is one of the most articulate scholar activists in the movement, has a great new book called The Omnivore's Deception, which is a response to the best-selling Omnivore's Dilemma, regrettably best-selling. So instant classic, widely regarded from the moment it was published last June as one of the towering achievements in a literary sense of the movement. And I highly recommend folks pick up a copy of John's book. One other thing I neglected to mention with regard to the Randa's rescue of Emily, in Surat Collins' book, Animal Resistance in the Global Capitalist Era, there's also a description of Emily's rescue in Ms. Collins' book. And I put, Roger, I shared links to the books in the chat. If you could be so kind as to put that into the general chat, I would appreciate that.
Okay. I will do that. It was yeah, we were trying to get the those people involved with the cow rescue liberation, whatever you want to call it, on for today, which is a shame that fell through, because I was telling you that I had a similar experience in the sense that, yeah, so it would have been really interesting to compare notes, perhaps. Yeah.
Maybe a TARS episode for the future. I'm sure they would be amenable to that.
Yes, absolutely. Why not?
Sure. Great. I can pass that along to close and dear friends of mine. And I'm sure they would love to do that.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll transfer these links, and you do you want to proceed?
Great. And thank you. And I'm happy to. So again, with apologies once again to folks who have already heard me, speak and lead meditations. I'm repeating myself to a degree. So please bear with me and thank you. So my name is Philip Murphy. I'm calling in from the Northeast corridor of the US between Boston and Washington, D.C., where I've spent most of my life, currently residing between New York City and Philadelphia. But I'm a native of Boston, Massachusetts, and have spent most of my life there. And that's significant with regards to the path that I'll describe to both, practicing meditation and veganism. So some years ago now, I'm happy to say, I was brought to a well-known meditation center in the Insight meditation tradition, which comes out of Theravada Buddhism, which is indigenous to Southeast Asia, Burma, Sri Lanka, Thailand primarily. And the Cambridge Insight Meditation Center is well known in that community, the largest non-residential urban meditation center in that broader community in the country, if not the world. And the guiding teacher and founding teacher is a man by the name of Larry Rosenberg. So he was and is a longtime vegan. So at the time I was introduced to meditation, I was also introduced to veganism, and I don't consider that to be anything like a coincidence. So before we sit for a brief period of time, I like to talk about what meditation is and particularly isn't, because there's common misconceptions around meditation. So I want to just take a minute to dispel the misconceptions and kind of put a more accurate framing. So what meditation is not is an attempt to generate kind of a trance-like state or visions of the emerald beyond or anything like that. It's really more specifically and accurately a practice that is geared towards a authentic and grounded experience of the present moment. Which sounds obvious. How could I experience something other than the present moment? But the double-edged sword of our ability to, conceptual thought, communications with symbols have tremendous benefits, but also can lead us into experiences of reality that are not based on actual present moment experience in real time. And that has negative consequences, an inaccurate view of reality as it's happening, and also generates considerable amount of suffering if it's allowed to kind of progress. And I'm fond of quoting the American humorist and author Mark Twain, who said, "Some of the worst things in my life never happened," as an example of this capacity that we have as human beings to generate scenarios that are not based in reality and result in suffering. So what meditation is, again, is this practice. It's quite literally practicing being present to moment lived experience. And a simple and direct version of that practice that I'll share today focuses on using the breath as an anchor in the present moment, because breath happens. We don't have to create it. It's happening in the background all the time. So to bring our attention to that experience, which is definitionally rooted in the present moment, and as our attention wanders due to activity at the Buddhists refer to as the sense gate, so hearing, seeing, touching, smelling, feeling, and mind, which is thought, to recognize when the attention is drawn from the breath and simply note that has happened non-judgmentally, and then return the attention to the breath. And that can and will happen multiple times. It could happen constantly. It could be a constant noting and bringing back, all of which is perfectly fine. It's really important to not get into a judgmental state, like I'm not doing this right, or why can't I keep my attention? Why does it continue to be drawn away? It's perfectly natural. And as one practices and kind of gets grounded in these meditation practices, it becomes easier to maintain that focus on present moment via attention to the breath. So the other thing I like to just add, and this harkens back to a conversation that Roger and I had earlier, the genesis of this particular practice, insight meditation, comes from Burma, and the genesis was the forcing function, you could say, was the British colonial occupation of Burma, which resulted in a suppression of the Buddhist monasteries being non-Christian by these British colonial forces. And the concern in the Buddhist community was that the practices, the teachings and the practices could be lost. So the solution to that, addressing that concern, was to create versions of meditations that heretofore had been exclusively undertaken by monks. So in traditional East Asian Buddhism, lay people don't meditate. That's the purview of the monastics, and the community supports the monastics through supporting their livelihood, providing for their livelihoods in terms of food and clothing and shelter and all the basics, medicine. But only the monks would meditate. So this is a simplified version of traditional meditations that could be taught to lay people in order to ensure that the practice endures. So the great benefit of that is that it is accessible, and it has great value in terms of being present and reducing stress, suffering, as a wonderful, what I would refer to as a byproduct. But really, focus is to be present to one's own lived experience. So with that, I'll launch into our practice. So this is a version of insight meditation created by a Western American teacher by the name of Shinzen Young. He calls it See, Hear, Feel. And the essence of the practice is bringing attention to the breath. And as activation at the sense gates happen, seeing, hearing, feeling, to simply note, see, hear, or feel, and then non-judgmentally return the attention to the breath. So we'll start doing this. I'll give a little bit of guidance, and we'll sit for 5 minutes. And then if folks have any questions, we can address that as time permits. And let's sit. So find a position you can hold for the duration of the meditation. Spine erect but not rigid, chin tucked, hands resting comfortably in the lap, right hand on top of the left, feet flat on the floor, and again in a posture that can be held comfortably but upright for the period of meditation. So we'll begin by focusing on our attention on the breath, and that can be experienced most commonly at the nostrils, or in the rising and falling of the belly. Wherever you most easily experience the breath, you can bring your attention there. And we'll just keep the focus on the breath. And when it's drawn away, simply note the experience, seeing, hearing, or feeling, and returning the breath, the attention to the breath. So I'll do a little to model. Here, here, feel, here. You get the idea, and we'll sit. attention will be drawn away from the breath. It's perfectly natural. We simply note and return. Thank you all for your practice.
And thank you, Philip, for your contribution during the day. It's been
a pleasure.
Been most interesting. This is not my scene, as you can probably imagine, but I found it really interesting what you do and what you say and everything. It's really interesting.
I'm glad it's very useful. And again, stress management isn't the focus and scope, right? It's an element of scope that we have these benefits to our physical well-being, whereas the primary focus is on experiencing present moment as accurately and authentically as possible.
Yeah, focus and scope, to coin a phrase. Do you think?
To coin a phrase.
Do you think my new reworking of because I really did delve very deeply into cross, and I think I think it's a fair and accurate assessment. And I don't think there's any suggestion that he ever puts humans ahead of our fellow animals. There's no suggestion ever of that.
No.
And so I don't know where that accusation keeps coming from, but it is kind of there.
It's people cherry picking to support their own agendas, you know, is my assessment when people do that. The other piece I think is really relevant and ties into some of the virtue ethics that is the kind of related to the meditation practice. I will and do argue. Cross is speaking about this advancing the moral evolution of humanity. Like that's to frame that as being human centric or elevating humans above animals is ridiculous on its face. And that is a pillar of, as my reading of his work. And that's why, you know, I'm an advisor of the American Vegan Society, and Jay Dinshaw, who you know founded the American Vegan Society, really took Cross's work and brought this virtue ethics focus as a way of strengthening like moral evolution. That's an aspect of virtuous behavior, or, you know, being in the world. So I think that's kind of the tie.
I mean, without it, I mean, they talk about we need moral evolution. We've gone into a bit of a moral trough. Kathleen Janaway says the same thing. Will we escape it, or will we, you know, not? And you know, it seems to me that without an elevated morality in terms of humans, how can we get veganism without that?
I couldn't agree more. And, you know, I just want to briefly harken back to a comment that Emmy Lease made about, you know, underscoring her work that is critiquing effective altruism. And she's certainly not alone in that, but having mentioned it, if you look at especially the consequentialist, you know, ethical frame, so the three pillars of normative ethics being consequentialism includes utilitarianism, deontology, and virtue ethics, broadly framed. You know, there's this attempt primarily through the consequentialist utilitarian to engineer people behaving morally with regard to, in this specific instance, with regard to our relationship with beyond human animals. And it's really, it's not worked, you know. You have to, that personal revolution in consciousness has to be present, or it's just not going to work. People are not going to apply themselves and persist in the way that they need to realize these goals, unless there's a revolution in consciousness. And that only comes, the pathway to finish that thought, the pathway to that is by adopting a virtuous path of action. That's the only way that evolution in consciousness can happen. And when in the Buddhists, I'll come back to that and turn it back over to you, but in traditional Buddhism, the first part of the Eightfold Path, which is the way to liberation, is about ethics, behaving ethically. It's not, meditation comes after that. In the West, they kind of tend to skip over. That's a whole separate conversation, where there's a tendency to skip over, you know, becoming an ethical person as the foundation before embarking on a meditative path. And I think that's where vegans certainly have a leg up, you know, with our ethical orientation. But yeah, it's the only way that we're going to be able to do this and achieve the goals and sustain ourselves in activism and as humans, you know. And I think that's where the meditation practice specifically comes into play.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, obviously, the consequentialist utilitarian balancing of things could point us towards things which would be beneficial towards our fellow animals, but then that could change.
Mhm.
and then the consequences. But you know, the ethics don't change.
Mhm.
So I mean that's the important point. Now we do have a question for you, actually, Philip. You'll be pleased to know, and this is from Jeremy the Ape, who always
Mhm.
causes trouble towards the end of these live streams.
Mhm,
But
mhm.
I'm curious about the idea of meditation not being a trance. Maybe this is not a requirement, but could it also happen? I feel quite trance-like sometimes when I
Mhm.
meditate.
Thanks. That's a great question. And what I will say to that, I have gone on long meditation retreats in Asia where there are profound, by sitting for long periods of time, having developed a practice in a retreat setting, sitting for long periods of time, and certainly experiencing altered states of consciousness. In Buddhism, they call them the jhanas, and there's 8 levels of consciousness that begin from a basic meditation practice. So I guess to qualify and to answer, I hope, Jeremy's question, today, engaging in these kind of basic building block meditations, it's important to build the present moment awareness as the foundation for deeper explorations that can and do lead to these, transcendent states of consciousness. So I'm guess that's a great opportunity to kind of qualify my comments about what we're doing here today. It's really about building that foundation from which comes with deep, sustained, and in a retreat setting, especially in my experience, focused over multiple hours a day, that it can lead to these deeper levels of consciousness. And that's wonderful, actually. It's greater insight into that. When I spoke after the last meditation, I talked about the Buddhist doctrine of 2 truths, which is relative and absolute truth. Both are considered true, but absolute is a deeper level of truth in which we, from deep practice and getting into these states of consciousness, literally experiencing, ego dissolution. I've had tastes of this. I can't say in any sustained way, but on long, deep, meditations, where the idea of a self as being the reference point for experience in the world weakens and dissolves, and you do see what, in theory, it's like, well, you look at quantum physics having pointed out, like, actually the stuff that we see as hard material is not, it's buildup of whirling atoms if you go deep enough, right? So it's experiencing something like that with deep practice. But today it's about the building blocks. So great question, Jeremy.
Yeah, there's also one from this. This is interesting. Let me find it there. It just moved. This is interesting because Mark Beckhoff talked about our fellow animals holding funerals, and I talked about that with him because I was going to the post office one day, and I saw a dead pigeon on the floor, and I thought, I must move him or her when I come back. And when I came back, I noticed there was a whole row. There's like a wire across the road. There's a whole row of pigeons looking down, on the dead one. And he said, well, that is a funeral ritual. And so what about meditation?
That's really interesting and a great question from Wendy. My personal opinion, I think, obviously not being able to get into the experience of another being beyond human, animal included, I couldn't say, but I think what's the most important piece to my mind is, and you mentioning your experience in Beckhoff's commentary, that these beyond human animals are conscious. They are aware of themselves in a community and build community, whether they're experiencing a meditative state, I don't know, but it's not as important to me as the fact that this underscores the experiences that people are pointing to. Wendy seeing animals in what she's calling a Zen state, your experience, Roger, with the deceased pigeon, that these are conscious, self-aware animals who build community. I think that's really what's most important to me, that we acknowledge. Just another, pillar, in the argument that all sentient beings are members of the moral community and are entitled to bodily autonomy.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, this is an interesting comment, I think, which is we have to come to terms with the delusion of the exploiter. And I think that that is really interesting, certainly in terms of how we even conduct investigations and research, because our fellow animals are not as distant from us as we like to think. And so we tend to think, as the exploiter, we want to exploit them, and so therefore we have to create the difference, which is what all exploiters do to any of those who they wish to exploit, right?
Mm-hmm. I think this comment raises a great point, and particularly the word delusion. So in Buddhism, they talk about the three poisons that kind of color our experience negatively. Unregenerate consciousness that are inaccurate and cause suffering for ourselves and others. And one of the three is translated most commonly as delusion. So the common translations are greed, hatred, and delusion. My teacher, George Haas, and from his teacher, a guy by the name of Dan Brown, translates them a little bit differently as craving, aversion, and unconsciousness. So I kind of like that a little bit better. It comes from my teachers with whom I practice. The unconsciousness means it's really people they're not fully aware of how untethered to reality they are making these kind of violent decisions, right? To oppress. Like, that's another, I'm here, they're there, and I'm gonna, instrumentalize someone else in order for my own gains, right? It's really, that's a form of unconsciousness for which a path, an authentic spiritual path that includes meditation in this case, can be an antidote to that. Really great point.
Right. Well, I'm just looking at my list of things. I've got about 2 hours of video unplayed so far, so I don't know how much of that I'm going to get through. But I definitely, the next thing that we're coming up with is Wendy McGowan's talk. Wendy McGovern's talk. I did that before just to upset her. At Failure Vegan, which was, it's really interesting. You might have an opinion on this. There were lots of people in tears at the end of the talk, and there was no images whatsoever. Right? It just goes to show. I mean, like, don't forget, there was a movement. There was an animal movement before video, just based on what people wrote and said to each other and stuff. We tend to think that you need to have a visual image, and of course, Jeremy would say that these visual images tend to make people think about the treatment, rather than the general kind of use kind of situation. And so it was interesting to me that a lot of people were very kind of moved by, Wendy's presentation without visuals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, at the end of the day, it's a testament to Wendy's communication skills, and it's not an accident that she's been asked to speak at two the animal rights marches, and Fairly Vegan as well. She's a wonderful communicator, and grateful for her work. I share it widely, and especially grateful to consider her to be a friend and comrade. So, you know, more power to Wendy, to everyone, to really develop what I take from experience in Wendy's work. It inspires me to refine my communication skills for when I'm having those conversations with people, when I might have an opportunity to speak in front of others, as I have today. And thank you again for that, Roger. Yeah, no, we you know, we are beings who can certainly conceptualize from communications, verbal communications without images. It's a wonderful example, and I'm really grateful for Wendy's work.
Yes, well, that's a perfect introduction to the actual video. So I'm going to play that now. I'm going to thank you once more for
my pleasure,
your
Roger.
work all the way through the day. You did a great job. Fill it three times. That's marvelous. And so thanks so much. And maybe we can do this again next year. Who knows?
I'll look forward to it. And thank you again. This is to have this space in which to, you know, visit and share over the Christmas Day holiday is really wonderful, and I'm very appreciative, Roger. Thank you. It's quite an effort, and I appreciate it.
You're welcome. So, folks, we're going to move now to Wendy, and you can judge for yourself why this particular talk was so powerful.
Hello, everyone. I'm sad that I can't be with you all in person, but I'm really grateful that I still get to talk to you about something I feel really passionate about. And I'd like to start with a story. It's nighttime in Zululand, and the men who have been working in the Tula Tula exclusive private game reserve are ready to retire, having captured and corralled several antelopes for a breeding program. The frantic antelopes mill about restlessly, not knowing what to do. Out of the twilight comes a herd of elephants. They encircle the enclosure, inspecting the situation. The people keep their distance, apprehensive of the elephants. The matriarch of the herd steps forward and uses her trunk to unlatch the bolts and open the gate. The antelopes escape into the developing darkness. The elephants disappear back into the night. This is a true story, as recounted from Patrice Jones's essay, Stomping with Elephants. Such stories of resistance teach us that other animals are far from the helpless, voiceless victims our movement often portrays them as. They are individual subjects who have agency with their own feelings, desires, and preferences. Collectively, our fellow animals have their own histories, cultures, and communities. It is important that our fellow animals are centered in their liberation movement, and that we position ourselves not as their saviors, but as their allies and accomplices who stand in solidarity with them. Sadly, for too long, relentlessly, and without accountability, the human animal has dominated the world from a place of tyranny over all others, intoxicated by a delusion of human exceptionalism and supremacy. Our relationship with our fellow animals is one of subordination, control, and violence. We render them objects to use as we please. We take away their self-determination. We manipulate, consume, and commodify their bodies. We keep them captive. We destroy their homes. We oppress, we subjugate, we violate, we maim, we kill. We deny them their individuality and their freedom. We mock, we ridicule, we cutify, and infantilize them. There is no greater injustice in size and scale and duration than that inflicted by humans on other animals. And yet, the injustice of speciesism has been so normalized that its ubiquitousness goes mostly unnoticed and unchallenged. Atrocities are hidden away in sterile laboratories, in darkened sheds, in cramped cages and stinking, crowded spaces, behind high walls and barbed wire fences. Some are oppressed in plain sight, such as those bred or captured as so-called pets. Those being forced to work for or entertain humans. Those we call vermin, because we refuse to share spaces. Those whose homes and lives we destroy as we spread and sprawl our human-centered world to every part of this beautiful planet. And so it is for us as allies to bring attention to and challenge the injustice, to dismantle speciesism. How do we do this? Importantly, we need to do this through our activism. Where we can, we assist their physical liberation. We provide sanctuary for the refugees. We support those giving sanctuary. The world tries to invisibilize and silence our fellow animals. We must not let this happen. So we protest, we outreach, we educate, we create art and theatre. We write poetry, plays, music and books. And we hold events like this one. We bring other animals' stories out from the shadows and into the light. We must elevate and amplify their voices so that they can no longer be so easily ignored. Let's centre our fellow animals in our advocacy and always keep them at the heart of everything we do. We must also show solidarity in our relationships with our fellow animals, in our direct interactions with them, and in the choices we make that may indirectly affect their lives. To do this, I believe it's important that we continually practice 3 important values in our relationships with them: curiosity, humility, and empathy. Let me expand. We need to be curious, to wonder about their experiences, to learn more about them, and to be open to learning from them, and where we can, take their lead on how we can improve our relationships with them. We need to bring a huge dose of humility, to temper our own human hubris, to question our own opinions, to avoid complacency, and to acknowledge we don't always get it right. We have always been, and still continue to be, saturated by human supremacy and speciesism. So we have a lot of socialized conditioning to dismantle in ourselves. It's important to remind ourselves that even though we are doing our best, we might not know what's best. We must recognize and acknowledge our human privilege and relinquish it wherever we can. We need to practice empathy, to try to imagine things from our fellow animals' point of view, to take their perspectives. It's impossible for us to completely remove our anthropocentric filters that shape our views of the world and those we share it with. We are inescapably human. But we must strive to be continually aware of our standpoint and how this colours everything we do. Many of us have direct interactions with other animals that we care for in our homes and sanctuaries. It's important to remember that they are refugees and that we respect their personal space and their self-determination as individuals. I once saw an activist so determined to get a selfie with a pig resident at a sanctuary that he towered over her, grabbed her and ignored her very vocal complaints. As soon as she could, the pig ran off. So we need to listen and pay attention to what our fellow animals are communicating with us. We may be drawn to them, but it's hard for us to know what their experiences have been, the trauma we may trigger, and how they feel about us. Whether in our homes, in sanctuaries, or in the wider community, fellow animals require opportunities to make choices, to order their own lives and to flourish in their own way. We need to create spaces and foster environments where they can thrive. And we must respect and protect the homes of free living animals. We can't do things perfectly, and we often have to make difficult decisions for others. But if we bring our curiosity, humility, and empathy to each situation, I believe this will help us to do our best a little better. We can also show solidarity with our fellow animals in how we speak about them. Language is how humans communicate, and the words we use reflect and reinforce our beliefs and attitudes and shape the world around us. Our words can be a form of resistance to injustice and oppression. They are a political tool that can disrupt the norms of the oppressive language that's used to hide and normalize violence and violations. Most of us have the opportunity every day to modify our language, to be mindful of the words we choose when speaking about other animals, whether in our activism or in our everyday conversations. Our use of language is something that we can and should keep reassessing and evolving to align with our solidarity in the liberation of our fellow animals. We want respect and justice. Let's say this. We want to end the breeding, use, and murder of other animals. Let's be clear about this. We want relationships that acknowledge the inherent rights of fellow animals to freedom, self-determination, and spaces to flourish. Let's be loud and proud about this, instead of sending confusing messages about cruelty and abuse. As the late great animal rights philosopher Tom Regan said, being kind to animals is not enough. Not being cruel is not enough. Through both our actions and our words, we can challenge the norms of cultural speciesism by showing and speaking a different way of relating to other animals. We can create a new narrative and non-hierarchical, respectful relationships. We can champion other animals, showing not only their struggles and suffering, but also portraying them as individuals who have their own preferences, needs, and desires. They are people with unique personalities who build complex relationships, who create and value friendships. We need to show that they have moral and emotional lives. They love, they grieve, they play, they create art, they feel joy and sorrow. They practice cooperation and mutual aid within and across species. We have so much to learn from them. They build communities and cultures that shift and change and evolve because of the unique individuals in them. So let's no longer misrepresent them as merely helpless, voiceless victims. I'd like to read a quote from an amazing book about fellow animal resistance by an activist who tragically died a couple of months ago. These are the words of the brilliant Sarat Colling. When celebrating animals' resistance and supporting their bids for freedom, let us remember all those individuals who are unable to share their stories with us. There are currently billions of animals held captive on this planet who are unable to escape. And there will be countless others until we end the war against our fellow beings. We are often taught to turn away from other animals and their struggles, but on the contrary, it is time to turn towards them. Every one of them is an individual. Each one has a story to share. Sarat's passing leaves a huge void in the world and in our movement. She will be sorely missed. Let us bring their stories of resistance into the light. From Bonnie, a mother cow who hid her calf after giving birth, to stop him being taken away as so many of her babies had before. To Jean-Claude and Jean-Pierre, two male ducks who went to great lengths multiple times to reunite after they were separated at Vine Sanctuary for fighting, when actually they were a couple and that wasn't fighting. Santino the chimpanzee, who collected rocks to throw at visitors to the so-called zoo that imprisoned him. To the individuals who jump walls, creep under fences, disentangle themselves from nets and hooks, who cry out, who scream, who barge, bite, push and run. Our fellow animals use their voices to protest and their bodies to resist. They defy, refuse, and ignore commands. They find ways to liberate themselves and others. To these, and also to those who stay silent, who cannot or choose not to resist, let us say, we see you, we hear you, and we stand with you with unwavering solidarity until every cage, every lab, every shed, every animal prison is demolished and humans share spaces respectfully with all other earthlings. We will never stop fighting with you. Advocates, I have a question for you. Are you ready to be an ally? Are you ready to fight for animal liberation? Thanks for listening.
Okay, so powerful stuff from Wendy McGovern there. And we have a few things. Well, this is an interesting one in the sense that if you imagine that you're an animal liberationist and that you force your way, break into a animal use facility, and there are thousands and thousands and thousands of individuals in front of you, what do you do and how do you feel? I think that is kind of summed up a little bit by this in a way. Species society, speciesists can say the most ridiculous things, and other speciesists will go, "Yeah, you're right."
Yeah.
Whereas what they've actually said doesn't really make any logical sense. It doesn't make any philosophical sense. Doesn't make any moral sense. But they're right because it's kind of what they also want to do. But we get trained to be animal welfareists. So there's this modern day kind of activism, which could, in my view, be really useful. What it's based on is asking people on the street, are you against animal cruelty? And they say yes. Are you against animal abuse? And what do you think that means? And when they describe it in the way that we'd expect. They talk about cats and dogs and beating horses, all the stuff that you've just alluded to, right? So they do all that. And then there's a bit of a gotcha. The activists go, and what about the slaughterhouses, right? And then the people go blank for a little bit and go, oh, well, that's a different thing and all that kind of stuff. Now, that's when their cultural understanding starts to kind of buzz in their head a little bit. Now, that's the time when vegan education should begin. What happens in this form of activism is the activist then starts calling them an abuser and calling them names and stuff. And so the opportunity, because you think they're constructing this in order to educate, they're actually constructing this because it's good on YouTube to get you clicks from other vegans who go, yeah, you showed him, you showed her, all this kind of stuff. And so the opportunity to educate has lost. And I think that the modern day movement doesn't really care that much about vegan education. I think it's now to do with this phrase, holding the oppressor to account.
Yeah, holding like a random homeless guy who walked up to your cube accountable for what a corporation does. I hate that stuff. I mean, I've seen it in person, and I'm just like, no, this is not right. This is not what we.
No, it's shallow. That's the real problem with it.
Yeah.
I mean, like we are human beings. I don't like this rhetoric now about we're the oppressors, because we are, but we're also the liberators. Leslie Cross, one of the pioneers, said we're on the side of the liberators. Well, and another thing that gets my goat, am I allowed to say that, is when people go, it's not our movement, it's their movement. Well, this technically is not true. Our fellow animals do not organize themselves into social movements or social movement organizations. They just don't. We do. So we are the liberators. We are also, as a species, the oppressors. There's no doubt about that. But to just dismiss, and that goes back to Yarovsky and the fact that he hates humanity. He declared once that he hates humanity, including vegans. Right. Now, I mean, where, from a social movement point of view, can you go with that? It's so shallow and naive and silly.
And I think, if someone's a misanthrope, that's okay. But I mean, that's your personal attitude. It's not the attitude of the movement. It's not an attitude we need shouted out everywhere. It's not something that's going to, help the animals.
Ended up starting a group called the Rescued Animals Sanctuary Fund. And the reason for that is that the homes dried up, right? And there's all kinds of really complicated reasons for that. But of course, rescuing beagles, rats and mice, whoever from a laboratory, for example, was very popular. The journalists loved it. And of course, the movement loved it, right?
Right.
But then the homes started to dry up. And so the second part of the LF, which is economic sabotage, in other words, damage, became, again, kind of rose in kind of prevalence, if you like. And so we weren't able to kind of go to the press so often with our fluffy kind of stories of of people coming out of laboratories holding beagles, which they absolutely adored, right? Because they knew that the public would. The Holmes problem was often caused by the fact that it's very difficult. If you're an activist, I mean, I've been through this, you go into a unit which is full of our fellow animals, and there's 50,000 of them, and you've got homes for 56. And so you end up acting like some god or something, and you're thinking, this is terrible. So what tends to happen is that the activists take out more than they should, in inverted commas, right? Which then puts a lot of pressure on the people who are taking them at the other end, because what the activists want to do is they would often take them to a safe house for a while, everything calms down, and then they go to their permanent homes or sanctuary, whatever. But of course, they would arrive with more than they should, which puts a lot of burden on the sanctuary or the individual, and so they're then less likely to want to do it again, you know. And then there was other things which were beyond our control. There was one very famous raid in Scotland. It was really interesting because we were working with Sea Shepherd a lot at the time, and so they had these marine CBs, which the police didn't monitor, so they were using them. It was quite, you know, the press always said that we were professionals, which we weren't. You know, it was just a ragtag type of thing. But on this occasion, it was pretty well organized, and so I think they ended up with about 32 beagles from a breeding unit, but each and every one was pregnant. Right. And so again, at the other end, the people who had agreed to take a beagle would end up with a mother beagle with several pups. And so that was beyond our control. And so as the homes diminished, the kind of damage went up a little bit, and that's less popular either by the press or by the movement itself. So there was a kind of structural problem that we faced, really. Yeah, so that was me talking about the problem that we had when the homes for rescued fellow animals dried up, and that then led to the activists to focus on number 2 of their policy, which was economic sabotage, and that therefore engaged the state much more. Okay, so we're up to part 3 of this 3-part series that I did. I've played the 2 already, quite a long time ago now, but this is the final part of it. Hey Earthlings, welcome back, and welcome to the final part of this 3-parter. This is a review of the move from vegetarianism to veganism within the animal movement. You could say the struggle to create veganism as the moral baseline, if you like. In part 1, we looked at how some groups were very reluctant to adopt the V word. They were wary of it, and when they did use it, it would often be the case that veganism was presented as merely a diet. Now, sadly, that is still the case in many quarters, so we'll come on to that, but it's something that still needs to be addressed in our movement. So rarely was the philosophy of veganism discussed or explained. It's only really been the 21st century, this century now, where veganism has come to the fore, but it's still not plain sailing for the V word. There's still things to do, as we'll see. So in part 2, I expressed my sadness that the vegetarian concept of carnism has been so popular within the vegan movement. In fact, it's so popular, you could say that this vegetarian idea has captured the heart of vegans for some reason. Melanie Joy, the person who coined the word carnism, describes it as merely a subset of speciesism. And so therefore it is quite misleading to describe carnism as being the opposite of veganism. In fact, the opposite of veganism is speciesism and human supremacism. I tend to think that having this vegetarian concept so prominent in the movement as it moves towards veganism is rather a dangerous thing. For example, if a vegan curious person is searching around the internet trying to dip their toe into veganism and they come across carnism, then they're going to end up with Dr. Melanie Joy and her husband Sebastian, and also Tobias Leonhardt. They all work for Pro-Veg. Tobias Leonhardt goes under the title of the vegan strategist. If our vegan curious person does end up here, what's the kind of thing that they're going to learn? So this is quite disturbing from a vegan point of view. Again, we've still got modern claims that veganism is merely a diet, something that veganism has not been able to shake free of in terms of its ideological representation, although it's completely false. There's also ideas that we should be rather political about things. Don't necessarily tell people that we're vegans, that veganism is the end game, etc., etc. Leonhardt suggests that some people say we should always be open about what we're doing. It should be clear that veganism is the end goal, but the vegan strategist does not understand that. And then you get claims like this: someone who eats fishes and sometimes a cookie with an egg in it is still vegan in my eyes. So we've got this rewriting of veganism going on. Now, these views are pretty similar to the views of Peter Singer, who since the 1970s has argued against rights-based animal rights. He's always been an opponent of rights-based animal rights, and Singer wrote the foreword to Leonhardt's book. So we see then that even now, veganism is regularly presented as a diet about food, and moreover, the radical views and the expansive values of the people who started the vegan social movement are often ignored in the modern vegan movement, or even ridiculed, as the movement seems to slide and dissolve into some form of animal welfare. The movement is moderating fast, and it should be a worry to us, in my view. Influencers, for example, like Earthling Ed, he's not particularly comfortable with the tougher version of veganism as presented by the pioneers of our movement. And so he says that he's happier to redefine veganism to mean something like efforts to reduce animal suffering, which is exactly the same message as the RSPCA. So we have a situation where at the moment in the movement, the word cruelty is absolutely dominant. It's the main word that we use in our claims making, meaning that the movement's current language largely mirrors that of the traditional animal welfare organizations. Again, like the RSPCA, there's kind of almost like no differentiation between animal rights and animal welfare anymore. They seem to have merged into a new version of new welfarism. So on language, the current movement seems to be rather confused. We're in a bit of a mess, really. The strategy seems to be that we're going to use words, welfare words like cruelty and abuse, and we're going to stick the label veganism onto the end of it and see if that works, see if people connect the dots. Culturally, there's no reason why they should. Finally, another worry, for me at least, is the fact that Pro-Veg are now funding vegan-friendly or vegan conferences, which means that Tobias Leonhardt gets to give the keynote speech at these conferences that have been financially supported by Pro-Veg. This is an example from only a few months ago in the University of Kent. Okay, so we've got a vegan conference, right? And at the very end of it, we're treated to a speech which suggests that we can use our fellow animals. We can use them for their wool and for their milk and for their eggs, for example, in some kind of alleged symbiotic relationship. This is the new thing that the vegan strategist is pushing. Now, this is very worrying that in the 21st century, the vegan ideas, vegan values, have still not been able to break free from animal welfarism. And we've not been able to really kind of forge for ourselves a true identity, which is to do with liberation and anti-exploitation, anti-oppression. You know, these stronger words that the pioneers of our movement used. You know, currently we're a little bit frightened of those at the moment. It's kind of really sad, it seems to me.
The question I ask myself is, if I can live in a way that reduces animal suffering, why wouldn't I?
Asking others to be as vegan as possible is also beneficial because it asks for reduction, which people are more receptive to than they are to full veganism.
It's a relatively young movement. It's about food.
To think that every use is necessarily abuse is, I think, a mistake. I mean, there can be, like I said, a give and take, and that is what I call a symbiosis.
So we still seem to have some work to do. We're well into the 21st century now, but veganism still struggles to become the moral baseline. Are we going to just moderate and continue moderating and become a new welfare movement, a militant version of the RSPCA, or are we going to recapture the values of animal rights? Seems to me that this is a struggle that still is ongoing. Okay, people, thanks for sticking with me for these 3 short clips, really. And I hope there've been some benefit. And Earthlings, see you again soon. Yes, indeed. Now, yeah, it's interesting. That 3-part series was just kind of charting the developments in the movement, which was quite interesting. And I found it quite a shock, really, the fact that you get right into this century before veganism is really seen as the moral baseline, and yet still a pushback for that. Okay, so next up then, we want to talk about, just get rid of this. We want to talk about one of the women pioneers of the movement. Now, we know that in terms of veganism, there's always been far more women than men in the movement, and yet the spokespersons and the writers tend to be men. So there's that kind of patriarchal imbalance, if you like. This next video is about someone that very few people know about, which is Faye Henderson. And yet she arguably starts vegan education, as you'll see now. Here we go. Hello, Earthlings. Welcome, welcome, welcome to another vegan time tunnel. Today we've got another one of our founding mothers. In terms of the vegan social movement, there were quite a lot of women who were very influential in the early years. So this is Faye Henderson. Oh, I need my eyes for this now. It's Faye Keeling Henderson. That's her full name. So that's where the K comes from. 1947 seems to be a big year for her, really. And the first thing I'm going to show you, it's not easy to read, actually, but this is Donald Watson's President's Log, The Vegan, Volume 3, Number 1, from spring 1947. And Watson is essentially thanking the Hendersons, so that's Faye and also G. Allen Henderson, for stepping in and taking some of the burden from his shoulders, essentially. Because, well, it's funny, you know, I've often described the beginning of the vegan social movement as a bit chaotic. I think I might change that now, because when you think about it, they did remarkably well in the sense that they didn't even know that they were going to be running a social movement. And so we've got that story about they applied to be a branch or a section of the vegetarians. So we're going to revisit that a little bit because Faye Henderson had something to say about that. Now, just as a side note too, you might remember that I've mentioned that when they were searching for the name that eventually became vegan, there were some weird and wonderful names that were suggested, like dairy bands. There's also all vegan and all vega suggested. And it was the Hendersons, apparently, who suggested those two words. And it seems, according to the historians of the movement, that this is the reason why. I'm going to put this on full screen to give you a better chance of seeing it. The picture on the right looks very almost like a modern picture, I think. But this is the Vega Vegetarian Restaurant, and it's off Pall Mall in London. So the left one is an advert for it, and the right one is a bit of an advert, but also a photograph. By all accounts, this was very popular. There's a really interesting story about this restaurant. And again, this is we think where they got the name Vega, which ended up being vegan. And so it was started by some Germans, Walter and Jenny Fleisch, and they'd escaped from Germany because Walter found out apparently that he was number 17 on the Gestapo hit list. Now, I'm not quite sure why that was, but it seemed to be the case. And so they fled from Germany. I think they were interned for a while, and then they ended up running a vegetarian restaurant, as you do, you know, kind of escape the Nazis, get interned, and then you open a veggie restaurant. It's just a common way of doing it, I know. Anyway, Faye Henderson was much more visible, really, in the vegan movement than someone like, say, Dorothy Watson, on Dorothy Morgan, who became Dorothy Watson. She wrote a lot of literature for the Vegan Society. She served as their vice president. She toured Britain and Ireland giving lectures and cookery demonstrations, and in fact Scotland too, as we'll come on to see. So this really is just like an advert really for the cookery class that she did, and she did this basically from a home in Cumbria, which is by the English Lake District. So we're talking about, so it's above Liverpool, if you can picture that. So this is an advert for a special course, and that took place over 2 weeks, and it included things like lectures and demos, practical demonstrations, discussions, and garden advice. That was all included. And so essentially what people would do is they would go and have their holidays with them, and then also do a vegan related course. So that actually sounds pretty great, you know. So the lassies must not have been happy with with the veggie restaurant. Well, presumably they didn't know much about it. So let's hope not anyway. And the least we say about Nazis and vegetarianism, the better, because you know what the anti-vegans say about that. She also wrote a cookery book. In fact, she wrote a couple, I think, but this is Vegan Recipes. This is from 1946. Now, this is interesting as well because of the war. There was a problem getting it printed. So it had a very short print run because of the lack of paper due to the war. So that's another kind of interesting knock on. In fact, it's really interesting because some people have kind of said to me on TikTok and places like that, oh, well, you know, your movement has been going for a long time and it hasn't done much. And I have to point out that, yeah, but it was created during a global conflict. And then there was all rationing. And then there was lots of rationing afterwards. And fully, I don't think in Britain, the rationing really finished until the 1960s. So it's not as though it was easy to do in the first place. So even things like getting literature together and putting a book together in particular was difficult. But this was one that Faye did in 46, as I said. Now, sociologist Matthew Cole, he's part of that Donald Watson archive that I've mentioned. He suggests that Faye Henderson was a prime mover in pioneering what he called a consciousness-raising model for vegan activism. In other words, he puts the emphasis on education, at least that's what she did. And to that end, in 1947, and clearly understanding the idea of the vegan curious, she wrote this, really interesting. It is our duty to recognize the obligation we owe to these creatures and to understand all that is involved in the consumption and use of their live and dead products. Only thus shall we be properly equipped to decide our own attitude to the question and explain the case to others who may be interested, but who have not given the matter serious thought. So that's an interesting quote, and it actually informs her general view about the relationship between vegans and vegetarians. So she was in particular very interested in maintaining vegan relations with the vegetarians. And we're going to come back to that story about, you know, the split, or the, you know, the kind of decision, if you like. So here she is writing in 1947, but she's writing in The Vegetarian. So again, there was this link, you know, she maintained contact with the vegetarian community. And so she ended up in their magazines and documents, essentially. And she wrote, it seems a colossal presumption that mankind, product of their time, obviously, should have interfered so tremendously in the life and liberty of the harmless creatures of the earth. But the result is indeed a sorry one. Directly due to men's exploitation, the animals have become both dependent and disease-ridden, while man himself has drifted far from the happiness of healthy simplicity. So there's echoes there of the kind of thing that Watson would say, the kind of things that Cross would say. And then, speaking of humans, she said, he has become physically diseased, morally depraved, and spiritually degraded, which is a heck of a list of things to go wrong for humanity. But again, that goes back to the largeness of the Vegan Pioneers project, in the sense that they saw that happening. They'd seen those world wars, they were shattered by it, and then they thought, okay, we need to get out of this. How do we do that? Veganism. So animal liberation, human liberation, all tied up together. That's how we get out of it, essentially. This is going back now to the winter edition of The Vegetarian, still 1947. Man will not interfere knowingly with the lives of others. This is describing the vegan world, really. He will not kill or eat or drink, nor for clothing, but will find other more natural ways of feeding and protecting himself. Commentary from Ruja in the background. You'll have to wait, I'm afraid, Ruj. He will not exploit neither man or beast, but strive to live harmoniously from day to day. So this was an article entitled Vegan Values. And then if you look at the back issues of the vegan booklet or magazine, you'll see that in itself became a booklet. I think it was expanded to something like 19 pages. It was available through the Vegan Society for the princely sum of 6 old pence, which used to be called a tanner in those days. And I think it's probably worth about half a cent, or half a, you know, what you say cent in North America and Canada, don't you? Cent in Australia. So a kind of euro cent, half a euro cent, perhaps. So the article ends with this: it is hoped that any group of people with vegan sympathies in this or any other country will communicate with the Vegan Society here with a view to cooperating in the widest possible application of vegan principles. The forming of a vegan international movement will operate for peace and prosperity throughout the universe. So very Star Trek, not just restricted to planet Earth, which was quite good. So as I said before, then Henderson in particular seemed very concerned with keeping the contacts within the vegetarian community. And she also has got her own version. I'm not going to read this out for you, but essentially this is where she tells the story of the vegans attempting to create a non-vegan section of the Vegetarian Society. She seemed more upset and disappointed than most that the vegetarians had basically rejected the vegans. She hints that, in her account of it, she hints that the vegetarians saw veganism as extreme. And that was one of the reasons why they didn't really want this non-dairy section. And so it's interesting how, you know, you get some kind of moderate accounts, if you like, or some accounts which just says, well, they were keen for the vegans to just do their own thing, man, type of thing. Whereas, you know, Henderson is saying that, no, they didn't like where veganism was going, and they didn't really want the vegetarians to be associated with it. And so Henderson said that the Vegetarian Society decision was appealed. And so she says that the Vegetarian Society decision to cut ties with the soon-to-be vegans was appealed, but to no avail, she said. And she also said that individual approaches were also made to the vegetarians, and they also kept saying no. And so that's the story that we've learned already, that the vegan social movement gets up and running, and a bit chaotically, as I've said, but understandably so, in 1944, with Watson's first bulletin published in November of that year. And of course, the interesting thing about that is that November becomes World Vegan Month in the 1990s, and November the 1st being World Vegan Day. Moving on to 1948, this is the edition of The Vegan now. Henderson wrote an ominous piece entitled "You Have Been Warned." Now, one interesting thing about this, I'm going to put it on full screen for you, because again, Matthew Cole, the sociologist, has pointed out, or he made something of the subtitle, Advocating Living Without Exploitation. They had that subtitle for quite a long time. And again, it kind of, if you like, indicates their kind of what you might call controversially a pro-intersectional approach, because it kind of echoed Watson's idea that veganism was about the opposition to the exploitation of sentient life. So Cole mentions that in one of his articles about the Vegan Society. Now, in her article, Faye Henderson was responding to dire warnings emanating from the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations on the food problem, which can be summarized with this dramatic line: "The whole human race is rumbling to destruction." So again, you can't get more kind of dramatic than that. She talks in the article about food security issues. She talks about the transfer of feed for so-called livestock, rather than providing food directly for humans, which again is a very kind of modern sounding kind of thing, that, you know, we take away food from those without food, those humans without food, because, you know, it's the usual thing about there's going to be many thousands of humans without food this evening, but there won't be many farmed animals without food at all. So that's usually the thing. It's not that we don't have the food to feed them, it's just that we prefer to give it to livestock, so-called. Okay, Rouge. Okay, and then she says, the solution to this problem lies in the homes of the people, as in the organization of governments. Now, this is really interesting thing when you think about when it was said. I mean, we talk about 1948. This is almost like a commentary on something like Extinction Rebellion, you know, this kind of idea that it's all about this kind of, you know, kind of system change. She's basically saying you really need both to occur. I think a lot of people would agree with that, you know. So the problem lies in our homes in terms of our choices and our consuming and that kind of stuff, as well as in the kind of larger kind of structures of society. A crucial part of the solution to the food problem from a vegan point of view is to eliminate what was then called dairy and stock farming. And Henderson declares that as unnecessary, extravagant, and cruel. And here she turns to a concern of many of the vegan movement pioneers, which was the state of the soil, involving the art of cultivating the soil. And she concludes by saying that give and take is a good rule in all phases of life, and it especially applies to our relationship with the soil. So Faye Henderson was an admirer of a botanist called Albert Howard, and he was a pioneer of organic gardening. So this is he. I'll put that again on full screen for you to have a quick look at. She had traveled to meet him actually in his wartime home and paid tribute to him in the pages of the Vegan magazine after his death. And she was particularly impressed by the fact that he said, that food needs to be grown in healthy, naturally balanced soil. So it's really interesting, this kind of concern about the soil, which was a common theme amongst the vegan movement pioneers. Dr. Samantha Calvert, the head of communications at the Vegan Society, reports that the society had turned its attention to the practicalities of bringing about a vegan world as early as 1947. So we're only 3 years in, and already they're starting to think big, if you like. That would then mean the growth of what we now know as vegan philosophy, but it also meant that they were starting to think in terms of, how can we help people who maybe want to join us, but also, and this is a very kind of early version of this, they were interested in farmers who wanted to transition. So this sheet is from an article called Ripened by Human Determination. It's part of the history of the movement section of the Vegan Society website. And this is really interesting. He says, the War Agricultural Executive Committee, WAEC, seemed to have an iron grip on farming in the post-war years. And in particular, they could take control of any farms that they deemed to be inefficient. So again, this is all part of the kind of post-war kind of situation. The once held passion for gardening of the, interesting. There are still some people with veganic allotments. I know a couple of people, but they're not influencers, shall we say that? They're of an older generation. So we've got the case of Mrs. M.W. Austin Goodman, and she is a Welsh farmer and runs her own farm in Wales, and she contacted the Vegan Mag, and Faye was the editor at the time. So Austin Goodman was a vegetarian farmer, and she was running a farm that produced oats, wheat, and dairy, but she wanted to get rid of the dairy because she was thinking strongly about vegan ethics and everything. The problem was, and going back to this government thing that could just close her down at a minute's notice, is that the dairy element of the farm was the most profitable. And so she then had a problem. She'd begun to take veganism seriously, as I said, but she was almost like financially couldn't kind of do it. So how could she keep her farm and eliminate her main source of income on moral grounds? And so Henderson, as far back as 1947, said that the Vegan Society needs to work out something for farmers such as this in order that they can help such people. You know, she talked about bringing about a workable scheme that could help farmers such as this one. Now, sadly, I don't know the end of the story about whether they were able to help her, the farmer, or not. But they were aware that they probably needed to that extent. So that was quite a good thing. I hear people daily tell farmers to stop farming. The 1% of those people who offer solutions or assistance to make any transition is a fraction, and mostly is down to lack of info. Yeah, well, it's the one form really of political campaigning that I think is possibly worthwhile, and even now, in the sense that we've got to. I mean, first of all, I think the first job about helping farmers transition is to understand the subsidy system. And as far as I know, the subsidy system is like economics. It's very difficult to actually understand what it's all about. And where you're posting from there, Andy, in Britain, well, obviously Brexit is going to cause extra difficulties for you. Where I am in Dublin, we're still part of the European community, so that would mean that we would need to understand how the subsidy system works on a European-wide level and see what kind of pressure could be brought in order to help farmers. As we know from our TikTok discussions, the real problem for a lot of farmers is the startup costs, thinking about the startup costs. I mean, they're looking at their dairy farm, as it were, and probably thinking, wow, if I was to strip all that away and start again, look how much that would cost. And then they think, okay, well, if I go for vertical farming, well, again, I'd have a whole new startup cost problem. And so that's where the subsidies is going to have to play a role. So Henderson did quite a few talks, as I mentioned. She did cookery demonstrations in Edinburgh, and she did talks in Dublin and Belfast. She did say, actually, that or at least it's reported, that the Dublin one was well attended. The Irish were a little bit behind in terms of their understanding of veganism, that they were kind of attentive and a good audience, as it were. And again, what tended to happen is that when she did these talks, she would do it through the vegetarian societies or the regional ones or the local ones. So once again, you get this thing that she needed to remain in contact with the vegetarians. She also ran this thing called Po Puree in the vegan, and people basically kind of write in saying, well, I can't get this, so what do you think? And can I get a vegan version of that and all this kind of stuff? And it's interesting here, you do see a generational difference here, because in those days it wasn't the way it is now, where you can virtually replicate anything that you like. And essentially she kind of says, so it's a little bit like the lyrics of that Rolling Stones song, you can't always get what you want. And she was basically saying, look, we'll never be able to have fluffy cakes like the non-vegans. It's just a fact of life, and so we have to put up with it, kind of thing. And so in those days, a lot of people were asking, but the answer to it was, well, at this time it can't be done. So again, for modern day vegans watching this, things are pretty different now and much better in that sense. So that's a kind of good final lesson to take from this, in the sense that it just goes to show how things have moved, if only on the dietary side. So that was the second of our powerful women. Let me just have a quick look at some of the comments. There's also tons of money within the movement. Well, yeah, that's interesting. It could be used like loans, get rebate. Yep, that's right. Yep, that is a very good point, in the sense that when you think about the duplication that goes on in this movement, and you think where it could go, I mean, how many vertical farms could be set up with £1 million that allegedly we can give to the Pope? That would be an interesting thing to actually. We almost need to do a financial audit of this movement, because there is a lot of waste, and there has been for a long time. I became aware of that when I was a committee member of one of the national groups down in London, and I suddenly realised that at the time, I think there was 5 different. This is just Britain. 5 different anti-vivisection organisations, and then that was added to by other ones like Uncaged. And so in that sense, like Peter, for example, they could pay for thousands of farms to transition. Yeah, that is true too. Not to mention that Peter have actually just got a lot of money just sat there, as it were, doing nothing as well. So yeah, it would be a really interesting use of thinking about the movement's money in the practicalities of really helping other animals. And if you could help farmers to move away from committing rights violations on other animals and farming in the vegan way, then there's not much better than that, right? And so given the fact that there is a lot of money slushing around in the movement, and given the fact that there's a lot of duplication that goes on, then you would have thought that if we really want to move this movement on, then some kind of scrutiny of where the money is, what is it being used for, what is the justification for all the duplication. And I've never really been able to see any, certainly not now in the internet age. There used to be certain arguments that you could have about the reason why you would need some power bases dotted around the country, as it were. But in the age of the internet, those arguments are not very good. Hi, Deb. The AFA, Agricultural Fairness Alliance, here in the USA, is assisting in transitioning farmers. I wonder whether Howard, my friend, I forgot his name. Oh no. So that, we're talking about farm kind. So yeah, Harold Brown. Sorry, Harold. If you ever get to watch this, I do apologize for forgetting your name. I mean, he's been doing that for 25 years, helping farmers, helping with things like the paperwork, helping get through all the kind of bureaucracy of government, selling one thing and buying another, all those kind of things. So those are really kind of practical things that the vegan movement could do. And as we've seen from this time tunnel, that impulse goes all the way back to 1948. So it's amazing, really, that the vegans were already thinking about it, that long ago. And, our movement obviously is much richer now, Do the Vegan Society help all countries or only in Britain? I don't know the question to that. I don't know whether they used to be, the Vegan Society used to be, fun enough, a member of the International Vegetarian Union, but I'm not even sure that exists anymore. And also whether they would still be in it if it did. I can't really answer that question. But yeah, I mean, we've got a globalized problem. We need a globalized movement, which allegedly we have. The money in the movement is globalized. There's plenty of it. So it would be an interesting project to kind of go, okay, let's move on to the practicalities of helping the farmers. And I suppose one thing on the psychological level there is that we've got to stop seeing farmers as just the enemy, in the sense that it's not as though we're going to fire all the farmers and hire new farmers in their place. What we're looking for is what some of them are doing now, which is going, I made a mistake, don't want to do this anymore, and I'd like to transition. But it's the same people. 3 years ago, they were running a dairy farm. Now they've got a veganic farm. So it's the same people. So it's not as though we should demonize them in that sense. So there you go. Right, people. So I think we're just about done. So I shall say thank you for tuning in. If you know anybody who's interested in the history of the movement, then do point them towards my YouTube channel, and in particular the playlist, Roger's Vegan, I think it's called Vegan Time Tunnel, or Roger's Vegan Time Tunnel. So people, take care, and I'll see you next week. Yeah, my mic is muted. So that's Faye Henderson, one of the women pioneers of our movement, probably a person very little known really in the movement, but deserves to be so. Right, we're moving to the last thing really now, and so we're going to go back to the importance of language. So if there are any new vegans still with us, and thanks for everybody who's stuck with us. We've had kind of over 40 most of the day and over 50 at times. So thank you very much for all of that. Yes, yeah, I know. I got a big sign saying you're muted. You're muted. So yeah, my bad. I'm kind of muted when I shouldn't be, and I'm not muted when I should be. So that's very helpful, isn't it? So we're going to add this to the stage. Let's see if we can do that. Okay, we've got to remove something before I can do it. I'll remove that and then add that. Okay, so we had Dennis Nealis on before, and he was talking about Sentient Rights Ireland and about their webinars. So this is a webinar that Andy Atkinson took part in, and he focused it on language. So I thought this would be an interesting one to finish on, which, to be honest, is a bit of a lie, really, because I've got about I've still got about 2 or 3 hours of things all planned, but we're not going to be able to get through that. And so let's move on to Andy Atkinson then, the a vegan filmmaker and see what he's got to say about language. Right, I don't hear any sound. Okay, what's going on?
With our language, that's what the other people are listening to, that's what the non-vegans are hearing. So if we reduce it down to something like we're just anti-cruelty, then in their mind that'll get reduced even further to their definition of cruelty for starters. But even to the point where they'll think, well, free range isn't cruel, so therefore it's okay, I don't need to make any changes, you're just a bit picky. And so tiny dilution in language can all of a sudden just take all of the effect and the power away from the actual message. The actual cause, the actual fundamental wrong is never even considered. And that's our fault at the end of the day. We need to own that as a movement. Language is what we're doing. We can blame the media and we can blame non-vegans for not understanding or misunderstanding or misinterpreting. But we're not correcting that for the most part. And also we're the ones that are putting out that baseline for them to learn in the first place. So we need to take some responsibility for that, absolutely. But I've always been fond of the English language, especially the epistemology, the origins of words, what they used to mean, what they versus what they mean now, how things have changed. That's something that's always interested me. And I suppose now they have applied those interests and those skills to looking at the movement, and you can kind of see how we've not made the progress that we should have made in the last 20 years. And a huge part of that is down to the language. When people identify us as a social justice movement, supposedly, in the same bracket as a group like the RSPCA, you can understand why they don't take us as seriously as what they should. You can understand why they don't understand the emergency of the situation as they should. But I'll give you a perfect example, right? So if you look at the definition on the Vegan Society website, it says veganism is a philosophy and way of living which it seeks to exclude as far as is possible and practicable all forms of exploitation of and cruelty to animals for food, clothing or any other purpose, right? I don't need the rest, just so we know. But the amount of times that I've seen people where they have this definition up on their screen and they read it out and they put cruelty instead of exploitation. So they'll read it out, all forms of cruelty of and exploitation too, right? Rather than the way that it's actually written. And what they don't realise is, that might sound really pedantic, but what they don't realise is when you read things out, the order that you read words out in, people prioritise. So in their mind, cruelty is the fundamental wrong and exploitation is secondary, whereas actually the reason that it's written the way it is because it's the other way around. But you've diluted that, albeit unintentionally or accidentally or whatever, but that dilution is pretty significant because you've reduced it now from being anti-exploitation, which is pretty expansive what it covers, to being anti-cruelty, which a lot of these people have been brainwashed into thinking for the last however many decades that they don't contribute to, or the bits of cruelty that did used to exist, like battery cages, they're gone now, so they don't have to worry. So you're not only up against their emotional conflictions and barriers of not wanting to change, you're also dealing with the fact that their interpretations and their definitions of these words already think that they're doing enough. You have to break that spell, and the problem is the actual issue, the fundamental issue that we need to address with our language is speciesism. If we meet speciesism halfway, people won't change. They'll just become even more comfortable with where they are because they already are speciesist. So when we use welfaristic language, their brain goes into that welfaristic way. Dogs are treated one way, cows are treated another, chickens are treated one way, dolphins another. We're not unlocking speciesism, we're perpetuating it. I've had numerous conversations around these subjects for a long time, and as you can probably imagine, they don't go down extremely well. Quite often people think that I'm being divisive, or they think I'm being picky, or a level 3000 vegan, or however you want to describe it. And often that becomes the issue. So it's why I initially started branching out with some of my poetry to try and spread this message and correct some of this language and correct our claims making going forward, so that I wasn't necessarily replying to one individual or wasn't commenting to one individual. I was putting out this information for everybody. It's in a poem. It's the same information as what I'd reply to someone, except it's aimed at everyone rather than one individual. And that seems to have had less resistance, which I suppose is an improvement. And then one step further than that, just recently I released a documentary and then director's cut, an extended version of the same documentary with quite a bit more added, which essentially is just an expansion on that same idea. It's all the things that I spend my life saying or thinking, but in a film form, essentially. But it's also got a pretty good explanation of the history, why the movement was founded, how it was founded. A lot of it is based around our language and our use of words. It's a way that I've found of putting this information out there and potentially very subtly correcting what people are doing without making them feel personally attacked or victimized or like they, as an individual, are getting this wrong. It's far more the movement are getting this wrong. As a collective, we're getting this wrong. I mean, for a long time I did. Like, as I started with this, 9 years I've been vegan, or 9.5 years, and only about 4 of them have I even really understood what animal rights really were, to be perfectly honest. So for 5.5 years, I was getting it wrong too. I'm not doing this to be critical for critical sake. I'm doing this because I want to improve the way that everybody speaks about the subject, because it absolutely really matters. If you are, or if our language is fluffy, it's no different than when someone says, oh, I'm vegan, sometimes. But if I go to a friend's house, I'm not. You don't really take their position seriously, right? Well, it's the same with our language. If our language is flowery and it's not consistent, then people won't take our position seriously. And the emergency of this situation is so huge and abundant that we have to make these subtle changes now. We haven't got time to wait another 10 years. The whole nobody wants to hear a message if you're not nice. It's not true. At the end of the day, I mean, every single person that you ever speak to has got one regret, really, that they didn't go vegan sooner. Well, exactly, because they wish they'd have met someone that was pushy, so to speak, pushy vegan, that did say to them, no, this is the problem, and what are you going to do about it? Because they'd have probably changed a hell of a lot sooner than what they did. I know I would have. I wish I'd have met someone like that 20 years ago, because I'd have been vegan for 20 years. That's actually exactly what I needed. I needed someone to sort of hold me to account and say, no, I'm not letting you off by saying, well, yeah, you get this from this farm. It's not okay. All use is unacceptable. All use is exploitation. All use is oppression. It's not okay. No matter how you want to label it, it's not okay. That message needs to be clear, and it's not pushy. It's not pushy, is it? Would you do this with any other situation? Can you imagine that someone said to you, I'm going to go to the EDL march tomorrow because I don't like people that aren't white British. Yeah, well, go to that one, but skip the next one. Try and reduce your racism a bit, wouldn't you? No, you oppose it. If you think that that's wrong, you'd say, look, what are you doing going to that? That's racist. I don't want you to do this. I disagree with this fundamentally, and I think you should too. Exactly. As a movement, we constantly talk about cruelty, but do you know who else does? All of the agencies that rubber stamp and give their assurance to all of the oppression that we are actually opposed to. So let's just take the RSPCA, for example. All of their literature talks about cruelty. All of their literature talks about abuse. It talks about the efforts that they make to reduce those things. It talks about the levels that they will go to and the money that's spent to reduce suffering. So why are we using, as a movement, the exact same language as the welfare charities that are employed to put a level of okayness on this oppression? Why are we using the same language that they are to mislead the public, to try and mislead the public? Why don't we use different language so that the public can identify that what's happening is they're being misled? Why don't we make them realise that the RSPCA are misleading them with their language rather than using the same language and expecting them to see a fundamental wrong in it? Do you not think that they'd already see the fundamental wrong in what the RSPCA have been saying for the last 180 years? Do you not think that they'd see the fundamental wrong in what all of these charities were saying if it was as simple as that? It's not. You using their language to try and make them see your point of view. You've already got walls, you've already got barriers that we've got to go across. And now you're going to make things even more difficult for yourself by using words that they understand one interpretation of. And you're going to say, oh yeah, but that interpretation's wrong. Here's my one. If you want to meet them halfway, use their language, and when they go, oh yeah, it's about cruelty, say, no, it's not about cruelty, it's about this. If you took the cruelty away, I'd still be against it. Then they haven't got it. If you go, yeah, it's about cruelty, then you're on the same level, and you've reduced a social justice movement down to exactly the same language and exactly the same claims making that welfare charities use to make them feel more comfortable about the exploitation that they contribute to. So why would we do that? Yet it's literally everywhere. It's all over the place. It's absolutely abundant. That's the language that we use all the time. Reducing suffering, being against cruelty, reducing cruelty, no excuse for abuse. All of these, every single one, not only are we ever really talking about welfare, but these are all exactly the same slogans and titles that welfare charities use. So essentially, if you want to look at it in terms of two teams, they're the opposition, and you're using all their terminology to try and convince people that they're wrong. You're going to have to use different language, and we've got language that we can use that not only better tells this message, but it will separate. And when people make the connection, they'll realize that actually, yeah, the RSPCA and these other charities, they're part of the illusion. They're part of what keep people misinformed. So using that language is not helping the situation. We need to break away from that. We need to unlock the speciesism. So it's very similar with the animal lovers thing. I don't want to pick on them too much because I think they're actually doing some great direct action. But Animal Rising really obsess over using this animal lovers term, and I personally think that not only is it very weak in terms of claims making, but I don't think it will ever extend to the rest of animal use. It might work for the horses, might work for the dogs that people care about. I saw issues with it very recently with their dairy farm protest because they had to keep talking about the babies. It was the only way that they could keep the animal lover aspect alive. But just say, for example, we were talking about pigeons or rats. You're never going to get the public to ever adopt a mantra that loves those animals. And why should they? Because being against injustice doesn't require love. It doesn't. It just requires the knowledge of what's right and what's wrong. Same as being against oppression doesn't require love. You don't show love to someone by not oppressing them. You don't show kindness to them by not oppressing them. You just respect their basic right to exist without being oppressed. It's far more simple, requires far less effort. When you ask people to show love or to extend love, they usually expect love in return or something in return. And why shouldn't they? Love is an emotion. It's not really the same. It says nothing about morality. Because again, to use the RSPCA, that's what all of their literature says. That's literally who they call out. Their pleas are to animal lovers, calling all animal lovers, because that's their mantra. And the thing is, the reason it works for the RSPCA is these people that their audience are all speciesists. So they think they are animal lovers. Whereas that'll only work to some degree with Animal Rising, depending on who they're talking about. So like I said, horses, dogs, yeah, fine. You go and start rescuing chickens, for example, and that's not going to extend. You start talking about rats or mice in a laboratory, and that's not going to extend. You're just digging yourself a really big hole that I don't think you're going to be able to get out of. I mean, one thing we need to take into consideration is when it comes to welfare, if you have a consistent abolition position and you don't move from it, every step forward that you make, they'll improve the welfare every single time. If you want to reduce suffering, if that's really your aim and that's what you think that veganism is about, then maintaining and being consistent with an abolitionist position is still the best way for you to reduce suffering, because the welfare standards that you get offered every single time they try and do you a deal, every time that you take a step forward, will actually be better than the ones that you could lobby and petition for. So eventually, not only will the welfare get to absolutely, peak, but it's steps all the way to abolition. Whereas if you campaign for a single issue campaign within welfare, let's campaign for a bigger cage. Once you've got that bigger cage, not only is that the end of the campaign, but they're not going to listen to you the next time that you come talking, because you didn't have a consistent position. You wanted to end cages, or you wanted to end this, or you wanted to stop testing on beagles. You didn't want to abolish all animal use. That's not what you said. And now you've come back with a different thing, and you just seem like a mitherer, like you're someone that's going to keep coming back and pestering them, and it just you lose all your integrity. You lose that momentum. Whereas if you have an abolition position from the get-go and don't ever move from it, that's your position, and you stick firm with it and just keep walking forward, that we're not going to accept any less than total liberation for everyone, everywhere, then everything that you get offered is between that point and the end is always going to be an improvement on what you'd get offered if you would just campaign for those things individually. Of course it would, because they've got to make better compromises. They have to keep making better offers because they know that you're actually becoming a bigger and stronger force. Whereas at the moment, the reason that we're not taking it seriously is because we're so divided. Our message is inconsistent, our language is weak, and we haven't actually got a movement that's united on anything other than using the word vegan as a collective term. That's pretty much all we're united on, and that's why we're not seeing progress. We've got far bigger numbers than what most people think we have. The problem is we're so split and decompartmentalized between one another because not many people know the philosophy. Some people have decided to redefine veganism for themselves. Some people think it's just a diet. Some people think it's about the environment. Some people are flexitarian. There's so many different aspects of it now that are all coming under one banner. And that's why we as a social justice movement are not progressing at the rate that we should be, because we've been diluted in all these different ways. And we're not doing anything about it. There's a great quote by Tom Regan. It's actually in the film The Animals from 1981, if anyone wants to watch it. But it says, when rights are violated, it is justice, not kindness, at issue. Exactly. And that's exactly what the vast majority of people will always recognize. So we can spread love or kindness and compassion, but those things should be optional. Whereas being against injustice, that should be mandatory. And I think it is for most people. It's very, very unique for people to not be against injustice or the sense of injustice and understand the difference between right and wrong. So to give a quick example of the difference between compassion, kindness, love, and injustice, there was a man who lived in the woods, essentially, where I used to live. He'd been there for 2.5 years. He'd done 2 winters in there. Nobody ever bothered him. Nobody ever dropped off packages. Nobody ever took him food. Nobody ever took him, electricity, solar panels. No one ever took him jumpers or sleeping bags. Nobody ever bothered him, and he never bothered anybody else. And there was no problems whatsoever until the council found out they were coming to dismantle his shack in the woods. This got printed in our local paper. It got put on social media and everything else. But the moment that he was threatened with eviction, pretty much the entire town stood up in defense of him. There was no compassion or love that was shown, because if it was, then that had been shown beforehand and they'd have been helping him out and trying to find somewhere else for him or making sure that he was fed and warm. But actually what the problem was the injustice that he was facing. That's what people were all united and opposed to, because most people recognize the difference between right and wrong. So they do understand the difference. The problem is speciesism. The problem is where that right and wrong is directed. They've been taught that it's okay to do this because we need this. They've been taught that it's okay to do this because we need this. And it's that we need to unlock. It's that speciesism that we need to unlock. Most people naturally are against injustice. And you don't need love or kindness or compassion to be against them. You just need to basically respect the existence of someone else. The very most basic right, just to exist without being opposed, without being oppressed, without being, exploited in any way, shape or form. You're not asking for any privileges. You're just asking for the most basic right to exist without infringement. Literally the freedom to have autonomy, to make your own decisions about things. That's pretty much it. So to summarize a little bit, one of the things that I like to encourage people to do, which is a really, really easy form of activism that anybody can do, even if you're confined to your house or you've got financial limitations, any of these things, is on social media. If you see a meme that says something that you now potentially see as a particularly weak message, correct it. It's really simple. Just open it up in Paint or in some editor on your phone and literally just cover over one bit and write over what you think is a stronger message. Because these memes and these things that are already being shared around, that system works, right? That's the reason you've seen it. So there's no point trying to challenge something that works. Just correct the message, make it a stronger message, and then every person that sees your meme or shares your meme is sharing a stronger message, and everyone that learns from that message is learning the right thing. So little tiny subtle changes that we can make in places like that can make an enormous difference going forward. One of the things that we would definitely gain from having this strong, consistent abolitionist message would be that we wouldn't have these people jumping on the bandwagon too. You wouldn't get the likes of Bear Grylls to telling everyone that he was vegan for 6 months because everyone would actually accept and understand that veganism was a social justice movement. It was an anti-oppression philosophy that you can't pick up and drop. It would eliminate so many of these people that pretend. It would eliminate quite a lot of the misunderstanding about diet, which would also eliminate quite a lot of the questions that come associated with that, and all of these other things. If people respected and recognized and that it's actually a social justice movement, this is what they're against, as opposed to, oh yeah, it's a trend, isn't it, that those hippie people do, which is pretty much what we've allowed the general public to think. Like I said, we're always going to have to deal with the media and anti-vegans kind of doing their own version of diluting, but that's why it's equally important that our message is consistent and strong, because we've got to expect everybody to misinterpret or mislead it anyway. If it's already weak and then it's got the extension or the exaggeration or the dilution from someone else, by the time it gets 3 or 4 years down the line, that message is completely lost anyway. Whereas at least if it's strong and consistent from our point, from everyone all the time, then at least anytime they speaks to a vegan, they're going to get the same information over and over again. Whereas at the moment, they wouldn't do that. If I went and pulled 10 different vegans from the internet now and asked why they were vegan, for example, what their interpretation of the definition was, they'd all say different things. And that's a problem, because how are we supposed to be united when we're not even united on what the definition of what the cause is? That's something that needs to be corrected. And I think one of the first things that everybody should do if you identify as a vegan is learn the history of the movement. I think it's absolutely deplorable that so many people don't know who the founders were or what year it was founded or why it was founded, and are guilty of diluting or making it up. Like, I really think there's nothing more ignorant yourself than joining this movement and not learning its history, not learning the why and what it represents and what you should be doing. How do you expect to participate in something that you've never taken any time to learn? That's something that everybody should take the time to do. I'll close up by just emphasizing that the smallest changes that we all as individuals can make to our language and to the message and to the claims making that we put out there, whether that's in person, whether that's in a chat, whether that's on a post on social media or whatever, it's really important. Even to the extent of how we refer to others, they're not they're not some things. If we don't want non-vegans to objectify others, then we shouldn't objectify others. If we want them to respect their rights as individuals, then we need to be consistent and remind them that they're individuals. Every time that we refer to another as something, then that's the objectification cemented and confirmed in their mind. It's not corrected, it's not opposed, it's perpetuated. So we are guilty of that. That's one thing definitely everybody can do. You can make a real effort not to refer to others as things and objects, because you wouldn't want to be referred to as it or something. So don't do it to somebody, anyone, anywhere. And thank you very much for listening to me.
We're everyone from the bottom of the world, Christchurch, New Zealand. Now, being at the bottom of the world, it means we have summer for Christmas. It's a lovely 30 degrees Celsius. That's about 100 degrees freedom units for you Americans. And I just wanted to say hi to all the isolated vegans out there. I know what it's like to be an isolated vegan. With my sense of humor, not many people laugh. It's very isolating. But yeah, I also started a one-member vegan society. I started the Invercargill Vegan Society, a one-person vegan society at the bottom of New Zealand, Invercargill. The only thing south of Invercargill are a couple tiny unpersoned islands in Antarctica. So it's also known for having the largest slaughterhouse in the Southern Hemisphere, where my father used to work. And I went vegan before I met any other vegans in person, in the tofu, as I like to say. So yeah, it was pretty difficult to be the only vegan in the village. But I created if I get the badge right, the Invercargill Vegan Society, made badges and a website and a Facebook page before I met other vegans, and it grew to be about 4,000 people on our Facebook page for the Invercargill Vegan Society at the bottom of New Zealand. Now, it's hard to be vegan. I wish you guys all the best, whether you're in a lovely summertime Christmas like we are here, 30 degrees Celsius, blue skies, or if you're in some godforsaken northern hemisphere, you know, like Ireland with Roger there, stay warm up there where it's grey skies even in summer. I don't know how they do it. If you're really lucky, after 10 years, 15 years, something like that, of knowing him, I even got to meet Roger in person. I was up in Northern Ireland and I took the bus down, and as Roger told me, yeah, take the bus down from Northern Ireland down to Southern Ireland, I'll pick you up in Neville me van, we can listen to T-Rex on the quadraphonics, yeah. And yeah, it was nice hanging out with Roger in person. Jokes like that, I wonder why I'm so isolated.
Hi guys, my name is Shambhavi and I have been vegan for 8 years now. And what inspired me to go vegan 8 years ago was actually my little sister. So she went vegan before I did, and for 6 months straight I slagged her relentlessly on her choice, and it led to a lot of fighting between us. But one fine day I decided to sit down and have a conversation with her about why. And what I realized then was how desensitized I was to the concept of cows providing us with milk, which obviously is not the case at all. But I started thinking and critically evaluating all the so-called customs and traditions and mores that were ingrained in me from a very young age. And that, in essence, was what really pushed me over to the other side. And yes, when people asked me back then why I decided to go vegan, my instantaneous response was, well, it's because I love animals. And yes, that's lovely and that's great. And it is not a bad answer in principle, but fundamentally, I think it is deeper than that. The question should never be about whether you love somebody or love a being in order for you to respect their life or to respect their, I guess, need to live, to respect their need for freedom, so on and so forth. I mean, there are a lot of people out there I do not love, but I still wouldn't go out of my way to harm them, and the same applies to animals. Yes, I mean, whether you're an animal lover or not, it is important to acknowledge that every sentient being has the right to live on their own terms and not be tortured, abused, and killed for our personal gain or anybody else's personal gain. So yes, and while I was setting out on my journey, I wouldn't say I felt lonely or alienated as such, but I did feel extremely triggered by the fact that a lot of people were very ignorant about what seemed to me back then commonsensical. Yes, and I also used to get into a lot of arguments with people over the most basic things. I mean, all sorts of, I guess, rebuttals were thrown at me, right from, oh, we've got canines to, yeah, plants are sentient as well. And I did waste a lot of breath, fights, a lot of verbal fights. Fists were thrown, at least metaphorically. But over the years, one definite change that I have seen is that people have started approaching the subject with a lot more curiosity and a lot less derision. And that, I genuinely believe, is something that's doing the movement good. And that also bears testament to the fact that we as activists have done a good job of sort of destigmatizing or demystifying the concept of veganism or vegan lifestyle to people in general. And so I guess my only message to anyone who is vegan or is going vegan would be to march on, keep moving forward. The future is vegan, and I promise you our time will come. And here's to making the world a better place for all of our non-human siblings. Bye.
I wish a very happy holiday time to every vegan on earth. And my message to you is always to know that we are on the right side of history. And during this holiday period, we have our own holy trinity, that give us the strength and determination to create that vegan world that we desire so much. On our left, we have compassion that allows us to reach out to every life on earth and to recognize their irreplaceable value. On our right, we have justice that drives us to action and to demand radical fundamental change. And in the center, in our hearts, we have love, with which we embrace all of our fellow earthlings. We include everyone, we exclude none. So what I want you to understand is that even when times are tough, and I know that Christmas time in particular can be challenging, we are not alone. Not only do we have one another, we have compassion on our side, we have justice on our side, we have love on our side, we have history on our side. We are how humanity and life on earth has a future. We are tomorrow's promise made real today.
Happy holidays, everyone. This is Barbara from Texas. Moved here about 18 or 19 years ago to take care of my baby grandson, who's now a high school graduate. Following a very painful exclusion from a family event, I decided I was going to start a meetup and try to meet some other vegans because I didn't think there were too many in my local area. So pulled from all over the DFW area, we got some vegans, some vegetarians, and a few rescue types, and started meeting monthly at a local vegan restaurant, or maybe watching videos. We had several in home and provided popcorn and vegan goodies. We also saw some in a movie theater. It was like a forks over knives type video. And before you know it, we were at the local university giving handouts and helping the vegan club to put on events and share vegan food and pay kids to watch videos of what happens to animals. It has been a really wonderful experience for me connecting with vegans on social media. I have friends. There was a couple, Jordan Wyatt, New Zealand, and Dr. Roger Yates in Ireland, that connected online many years ago and have kept in touch off and on. And I've had friends that I've only known through social media that when I came down with a cancer diagnosis in 2018, offered to take me to my daily radiation, way above and beyond anything I would expect from an online friend. But I've also got friends in Australia and the UK and in many other countries throughout the world that I really consider part of my network of vegans and friends, and they just mean the world to me. So I hope if you're alone, either this time of year or any other, that you will reach out. If you can't start a meetup, find some online folks, and you may just be amazed at who reaches back, because there's a lot of us out there that are feeling a little isolated from families and friends, and you just may be the bright note in their holiday. So take care. Thank you so much, Roger, for including me.
Everyone, Riddick here. So my advice to new vegans would be to get involved with animal liberation as a political struggle, because it will help you inculcate a new way of relating towards animals, certainly one that is more compassionate when you proceed to associate it with total liberation, which involves the fight for human, animal, and earth liberation. And all of these struggles stem from our global capitalist system, and it's a lot easier to comprehend and fight against these things when you understand that. When it comes to isolation as a vegan, at least for me, the most isolating part is not necessarily the lifestyle or diet itself, but the disillusionment that comes with living in a world which is complicit in and actively celebrates animal exploitation. And I just try and remember that I was once blind to these atrocities myself, and just try and always give others the benefit of the doubt whenever possible. As frustrating and surreal as it can be to see the way that other people talk about and treat animals, I always remember that I was once like them myself, and that we do need to be patient and humble as a movement if we want to see change. And finally, I want to add, don't put more responsibility on yourself as a person than you need to, because it's fundamentally our collective society, our profoundly sick collective society that needs to change. It's not just us as individuals. Thank you.
So thank you, Ritik, and all the other people that contributed. Thanks to everybody who stayed with us until about 3 or 4 minutes ago. We still had close to 50, so that was great going. Now, I think we can finish on a fun section, possibly. I did write a quiz this morning. I don't know why. And I've got this bounce feature, which is quite addictive. So I'm gonna give you a question, and we'll have 5 bounces, and I'll give you the answer. So it's not really that competitive, but do put the answer in the comments if you want to. So the first one is, who wrote The Sexual Politics of Meat? Right, it's my bounce is not working anymore, which is quite weird. Right, so the answer, of course, is Carol Adams. Next one is, what was the name of the pig who thought he was a sheepdog? My bounce has gone wrong. So this is from the film Babe, of course. Which film came out first? Cowspiracy, Seaspiracy, or Christspiracy? My bounce is pissing me off now. So the first one was Cowspiracy. Just 3 to go. What is the full title of the Tom Reagan book, Empty What? So that's Empty Cages. You get a point if you say Empty Cages, but the full title is Empty Cages, The Challenge of Animal Rights. Which musician has animal rights tattooed on his arms? And so that's Moby. And so the first guest on today was Declan Bowens. So what is the title of his vegan animal sanctuary? Yeah, so Back into Daylight, which is a great name for an animal sanctuary. So I'd actually meant to do some of those throughout the day, but then as always, I over prepare and I got far too much stuff. Wasn't able to show all the inspirational vegan messages, for example. Right, so I think we're done, folks. We're on 8.5 hours, so that's not bad going. So thanks very much. If you stuck with us all the way, you're a complete superstar. If you dropped in and out, that's grand as well. So we shall see you next year. Somebody said in the chat, why don't you do it on New Year for the new year? I don't think so. I don't think I'll be doing that.